I bought a house in the suburbs a few years ago, and since I lived pretty close to the train station, I decided I would use the train to commute to work. This was about 5 years ago, I'd guess, right around the time I had my son. These days I drive and have to put up with additional traffic, but there's a good reason as to why. I'll tell you the whole terrifying story. On the night this happened, I had been out with some coworkers after work. This kind of thing was standard in our company. We would usually get together and have a drink about once a month or so. It was late at night, and I knew it was going to be a real late one. It always was. I wanted to make it home before the last train. My wife was already there with my son, and I didn't want her to have to be up too late worrying about me. I caught the second or third from last train of the night back home. When I jumped on the train, I noticed it was almost completely empty. That was pretty great to me, because I had enough space to spread out and relax a bit. As it turned out, though, I seemed to have gotten a little bit too relaxed and fell asleep. I was running pretty low on it, and it was about a 50-minute train ride home. Thought I might as well catch up on a little lost shut-eye. I didn't need to change trains either, so it didn't seem like a big deal. I would wake up every now and then to see people coming on or exiting the train, and go right back to sleep. In the daytime, you could see these huge high-rise apartment blocks from the train's windows. I guess these people were on their way home from work to their apartments. At one point, I knew from the station I was at that I would be home in another 20 or so minutes. I decided against shutting my eyes again in order to not fall asleep and miss my station. I stood up and faced the window. I figured that looking at something was better than just sitting there in my seat and staring at the train walls. I wanted some distraction. I watched the shapes of the buildings passing by under the cover of darkness. I tried to imagine where I was based on the shapes of those buildings. At the next stop, the last few people on board got off, leaving me completely alone now. It was sort of unusual to be all alone on a train at night. If you've ever been on the trains in Tokyo, you'll understand. Usually they'll have at least a little bit of a crowd. I was kind of enjoying the rarity of my situation. The buzz I had from the beers earlier was starting to wear off, and the tiredness was really kicking into gear. I was about one station away from home at this point. Between the station I was at previously and the station I get off at, there's this big tunnel that runs right through a mountain and plunges the train into complete darkness for about 3 minutes or so. When the train went into the tunnel this time, I used the opportunity to look at myself in the window. The darkness acted like a bit of a mirror. I used the window to adjust my hair and make myself more presentable for when I got home and faced my wife. As I looked, though, I heard myself mutter. Reflected in the window was a man standing right behind me, an old man who looked to be in his 50s. He looked like a hiker or something. I had been completely alone in the carriage just moments ago. Needless to say, I was startled. But due to how tired or buzzed I was, I wondered if I'd just completely missed this guy. I decided that I must have, and told myself not to worry too much about it. I made a mental note to check my surroundings more thoroughly next time. I tried not to stare as well, but I felt as if I couldn't help it. The guy was just staring into the window directly at me. He didn't grin, he didn't look away. He was just fixated on me. The look he was giving me wasn't exactly a friendly one either. I would describe it as completely deadpan. It was chilling. I didn't like this. I didn't want to turn around and face him directly. I didn't like to be too confrontational for the sake of my wife and newborn child. I pulled out my phone at that point and tried to ignore the weirdo's stare. I managed to pull my house keys out with it accidentally, and they fell down to the floor. I stooped to pick up the keys, and a couple of things happened in a split second. I looked into the window to keep an eye on this guy as I bent down to grab the keys. All of a sudden, he shot up to his feet and walked up right behind me. He was holding something in his hand, raising it above his head as if to attack. I screamed. I was completely defenseless. I dived forward, keeping low, toward the door to the next carriage. I had a plan in mind to get as close to the driver as possible. I put my hand on the door that connected the two carriages and took the opportunity to look behind me and see what was happening. It was instinctive. I was imagining seeing the guy running up behind me to attack again, but all of a sudden he wasn't there anymore. I didn't know if he'd dropped down low or hid behind something or was trying to attack in a different manner, if he was ever even there at all. But all of a sudden I didn't know where he was. That terrified me. I opened the door and ran straight to the front of the train and waited a few more terrifying moments. Only a few moments after, the train came to a stop at my station. The train pulled in, and I shot right off of it. A young couple and an office worker stared at me as they boarded. I was in a real state. I wanted to keep running, but as I turned to go, I thought about the people who would be getting on to the train. Was that man I saw in the reflection trying to attack me still on board somewhere? I attempted to tell them about him, but they ignored me. The train started moving down the tracks, and I walked, then ran to keep pace with it. I kept trying to catch the attention of the people who just boarded. I made some gestures with my arms while shouting at them and told them not to go onto the next carriage as best as I could. I tried to tell the station staff as well, but they just threatened to call the police on me if I didn't stop making a scene. I just had a close call, and I couldn't calm down. I hope somebody listened to me at least. I hope that whatever I saw was nothing more than a conjuration of a tired mind, but something in me tells me that it was not. I think that guy really was there. I never commuted to work again like that. I'll never ride through that tunnel again. There are some expenses and inconveniences that are sometimes worth suffering, I guess. It all started when I was in my early 20s. One of my friends moved into a new place, and I went to visit her with a housewarming gift. My friend told me that it wasn't a new place exactly. I didn't expect her first home to be brand spanking new either. When I got there, though, I was really taken aback by just how old it actually was. We spoke about the house when I met her up front. She said something like, "It's a good-sized place for my family, and my kids are still young. By the time they get bigger, though, we want to have enough saved up to move to a different place." Seemed like a reasonable enough decision to me. I was just happy to see her again. I hadn't seen her in maybe half a year, and she didn't really live locally anymore. I noticed there was something a bit different about her from the last time I'd seen her, though. She looked a lot thinner than last time. Almost emaciated. It was pretty shocking. She had bags under her eyes, though I guess that comes with having young children. I didn't really think that much of it. She gave me a little tour of the home, and I looked out one of the upstairs windows. I saw that she lived right next to a cemetery. My friend caught me staring into the graveyard and said to me with a snigger, "I guess you know why we got this place for such a great price, huh? Not exactly prime real estate." There was a note of hesitation in her voice, but she tried covering up with that joke and by laughing at her own circumstances. It's not like I was here to judge her on her place, though. I was just happy to see her again. The house seemed nice enough, in my opinion. As I was looking outside, I noticed something else, though. It sounded like they had some real noisy neighbors. It looked like a quiet residential area, so I really wasn't expecting that kind of noise. I could hear the voices very clearly. I guess it was because it was summer and all the neighbors must have had their windows open or something. I pointed it out to my friend, but she said she didn't hear anything. I guess that she must have gotten used to all the noise, but to me it sounded like a festival was going on out there almost. I tried to pinpoint the source of that noise by craning my head out of the window, but I couldn't see anyone around. It was just kind of weird. There were all these voices I heard that sounded like a mixture of ages and genders. I could hear them clearly, but I couldn't make out a single word they were saying. Some of them seemed to be crying, some of them seemed to be talking in angry tones, and other ones seemed to be just talking normally. It didn't exactly sound like a garden party or friends getting together. It was just sort of weird. I couldn't stand being in the presence of all of that, so I told my friend I wasn't feeling well. I made up something about heat stroke since it was so hot out, and went home. I couldn't even make out my friend's reply. I was just so overwhelmed by how weird it was. Even after I left, I felt as if I could still hear those voices inside my head. I couldn't pull myself together. For the longest time, I thought there was something wrong with me. I felt for sure that my friend must have been affected by something in that same sense that I was. I had only been there for a short time, and she'd been living there for God knows how long. I wondered if I should have just come clean with her and told her the truth behind why I'd left so suddenly. But, I mean, could I really do that and sound like a sane person? Apparently, I was the only one who'd heard it, and not her. I wrestled with what to do about it. About a month later, I gave her a call to see how she was doing. I didn't plan on telling her how I'd been feeling in the moment or how strange the voices were, but when I spoke to her, it just came rushing out of me. To my surprise, she said, "Yeah, I know." She seemed to be aware of some weird goings-on at her house. The newborn children had been inconsolable most nights and would cry and look at things that weren't there. Things would also move around, and they'd hear strange noises. She spoke to her husband and pleaded with him to move, and he even agreed. That was a bit of a shock to me, because he was just about the most stubborn man I'd ever seen in my life. I know that something must have been affecting him as well. They ended up moving. I visited with a brand new moving-in gift. When the door opened this time, my friend looked so much better than the last time I saw her. She was no longer exhausted or tired and didn't look nearly as depressed. In fact, she almost seemed to glow. That was how I learned not to just be swayed by cheap prices. I made sure when it was time for me to move house that I thoroughly inspected the area around. I work in an office in Tokyo. The other night, I was out with a bunch of fellow female colleagues. We all went out for some drinks together, and it was a really great night, actually. I caught the last train home to Itabashi, where my apartment is. I was sat down at my desk using my handheld mirror to take off my makeup, getting ready to go to sleep. That was when I noticed something very strange. There was a doll on my bookcase behind me, but I was absolutely sure had not been there before. It was looking down at me from on high. It had a white face like most Japanese dolls do, and it had a red kimono. It's funny, isn't it, when you notice something so out of place that you can't stop looking at it? It stood out to me because I knew I did not own a doll like that. In fact, I didn't own any dolls at all. As soon as I realized that it didn't belong to me, I put down my handheld mirror. I got up and turned around to look at the bookcase, and all of a sudden the doll wasn't there anymore. That really scared the living hell out of me at first, but ever since I was a kid, I was heavily encouraged to look for the most logical answers and to approach things scientifically instead of irrationally. I convinced myself that after having some drinks and it being so late at night, that I must have just been tired and seeing things. I went off to sleep, and it didn't really take that long. I was pretty exhausted. A week passed by without anything strange happening, and I pretty much forgot all about that incident that night. That all changed one night, though, when I had a real long soak in the bath. Afterwards, I put my underwear on and sat at the edge of the bed, watching TV and drinking a low-calorie beer. That was when something caught my eye once more. For some reason, I had a feeling in the pit of my stomach that told me that something was out of place. The feeling I had was very clear. It was an unsettling feeling. Before I knew it, my eyes pulled back toward the direction of that bad feeling. I looked toward the window, which I'd carelessly forgotten to shut before taking a bath. I didn't usually pay attention to it, to be honest. It's easy to forget when you live in a block of apartments. I looked into the portion of the glass that was visible. Due to the darkness of the room and the light of the TV, it provided a great reflection of the area around me. I saw something that I'll never forget. It was the same doll I'd seen about a week ago, now propped up on my pillow and facing me. It was staring at my back as I watched the TV. I got up and ran out of the room. When I finally got the courage to go back in, it was no longer there. It was gone. I knew that my eyes weren't just seeing things, though. It really had been there. I couldn't deal with that. I don't care if you call me a coward or anything like that, or say that it wasn't real. I know what I saw. At that point, I just ran out of there, only my phone in my hand. I didn't even look back to see what was going on. I stayed with a friend until I got out of my lease. I told my landlord I had to leave urgently, and he didn't really seem that surprised. I don't think he was interested in the slightest, really. I don't know what happened with that whole experience, but it was very scary to me. This is something my friend claims to be a true story. He was working part-time at a theme park, a pretty popular place that people from different parts of Japan would very likely know. I've been asked not to mention the specific area, though. A few months after he began to work there, he was asked to work the haunted house attraction. Well, I guess he wasn't really asked to, more like told that he had to do it. The haunted house was located right at the edge of the theme park, sort of the innermost attraction, the one furthest away from the entrance. The haunted house was most popular with teens and younger adults. My friend's job was to manipulate props and puppets and scare the guests that came by. The haunted house was quite dark, so guests would already be on edge. There was also a cassette playing creepy noises. The props that didn't move looked like they could, so it made my friend's job pretty easy to scare people. I'll put this very simply. My friend just loves scaring people. He's always been pretty dang good at it too, considering all the times he scared me as a kid. Seemed like he'd found the perfect position for his unusual talents by chance. I could tell he really enjoyed working there too. The theme park generally closed at about 6 p.m. or so, and the guests were expected to leave. There were 8 total people who worked in there with him. Some actors, other prop movers. I guess they were taking tickets and admission as well. You know, they all did the same sort of thing he did mostly. They took turns doing it as well. One night, just after 6, when everyone was getting changed out of their costumes and ready to head home, my friend heard something quite strange. They were removing all their makeup and all that, when my friend said he heard what sounded like a woman screaming. 2 short bursts of terrified screams. "Hey, did you guys hear that just now?" he asked his coworkers. He thought there might still be a guest inside or something. However, none of his coworkers seemed to have heard it. My friend thought it could have just been his imagination. He had, after all, spent the entire day listening to the sounds of people yelling and screaming. He put it into the back of his mind and clocked out. He was on shift again the following day. It was another great day of scaring people for him. However, this time, something was a little bit off. He kept feeling as though he was being watched. Obviously, in his line of work, if someone sees behind the curtain, so to speak, it gives away the authenticity of the attraction. Because of this, he was pretty cautious of his surroundings whenever he felt the eyes of someone upon him. He would look around to see if anyone was near him. This time, though, there didn't seem to be anyone around. He decided to put it to the back of his mind, like the scream he'd heard the night before. Another slightly weird day. Eventually, he headed back to the changing room, getting ready to head home. As he was heading into the staff room, though, he heard that scream again. This time, He knew he had personally done a sweep of the entire attraction to make sure there were no more guests in the building. He decided to go personally investigate this time. He walked down the dark corridors and turned a corner, only to see a woman covered in blood from head to toe. She did that scream that he'd been hearing and ran off into the darkness. He was obviously surprised by this. It wasn't a normal occurrence for staff to scare one another like this. He didn't know what to do, but at first he thought it was just another employee playing a prank on him. He shouted in the direction the woman had run in. "Hey, who is that?" He didn't get an answer. He asked his coworkers, and they didn't have a clue what he was talking about. They went with him back to the scene of where he'd seen the girl. They didn't find anybody there, though they did find a bloody prop mannequin. He felt so embarrassed by that he said he must have been seeing things, and also hearing things. Deep down, though, he thought there must have been something more than just him getting scared by a stationary bloody prop. A couple of days later, he was working behind the scenes, trying to frighten some guests once more. That was when he felt someone tap him on the shoulder. He spun around, only to find out that someone really was there. He came face to face with a woman seemingly covered in blood, just like the one he'd seen in the ghost house the night before. He didn't panic, though. He stared at her, trying to make out what she might look like without all the fake blood covering her. She smiled and ran off behind the curtain back into the ghost house. He was sure at this point that he was being pranked by another employee. Later, when everyone was getting ready to leave, he singled out the female ones and asked them if they'd done this. Did they cover themselves in fake blood and try to scare him earlier? They all replied no, of course. They had no idea what he was even talking about. My friend was so creeped out by what was going on that he started to hate coming to work in that area. He pleaded to change roles within the theme park and no longer wanted to work that ghost house. He said the eerie feeling of being watched in that attraction didn't end there either. He started to feel like they were following him around other areas of the park. He really thought something was going on, and it was connected to what happened in that ghost house. He told me that he didn't think it was a spirit, though. They really touched him. He thinks it was a very real person who had been sneaking into the attraction to mess with him for whatever reason. Perhaps a very odd staff member who wanted to single him out particularly. I told him that maybe he shouldn't rule out the paranormal, but he's not very interested in that theory. Doesn't put much stock in it. I personally like to believe in the supernatural, so that's why I like that idea. But either way, at the end of the month, he was allowed to move far away from that attraction. So I guess we'll see if he keeps being haunted by this ghost. As a single woman who'll turn 30 this year, I've been thinking a lot about my life. I want to share this terrifying experience. It happened when I was much younger. When I was young, I lived in a quiet area. Ever since I can remember, my dad hasn't been in the picture. It's always just been me and my mom. She wasn't there as often as she could have been, I guess. That was because she had to work 2 jobs just to keep a roof over our heads and food on the table. This happened in spring, when I was in the early years of elementary school. I remember I was on my way home from school, and my mother was worried about me getting home by myself. At first, she didn't even want to let me do it, but I managed to convince her since we didn't live all that far away from school. I was coming home from school as usual, headed into our building. We lived in a block of apartments, mind you. I took off my shoes and went inside. I put my school bag down at the table and started to do some of my homework on top of it. My mom had left out some dinner she had prepared for me. In the morning, Mom would head off to work to a nearby toy factory, and on her lunch break she would come home and make something for me for dinner. When she finished up work at the factory, she would then head to her second job working in a restaurant downtown. I was doing my homework, and it was really tough this time. I wished my mom was there to ask for some help. It must have been about an hour after I came home from school when I suddenly heard something. I heard a man's voice calling out, "Hello? Is someone in here?" I looked up to see a dark silhouette of a man standing in our hallway. I always forgot to lock the door at that age. I say silhouette because the way the sun was setting, it was behind the man and I couldn't see him very clearly. I remember the first notable thing about the man was the fact he was wearing a white long coat, the kind you'd see doctors wearing. The man started speaking before I even had a chance to think. "Young miss, I've got some terrible news, just terrible. Your mother, she collapsed in the factory. She's been taken to the hospital." "Oh my God, not my mom," I thought as I raced over to the doctor. I followed him out of the apartment. There was a big rusted black bicycle downstairs just in the apartment's lobby. He lifted me up and put me on the child's seat at the back, then climbed onto his own and started pedaling. We rode off under twilight skies. I was looking off to the side, watching the city pass us by. I asked the man if my mom was going to be okay, but he wouldn't reply. I asked again, but no matter how many times I asked him for more information, he refused to say a single word. After a little while, I noticed something that put me on edge. Even though I was young, I knew something was wrong. I realized that we weren't going the right way. We were heading towards the woods and mountains, and the hospital was in the opposite direction. "Hey, mister, I don't think we're going the right way." He didn't say a single word to me. I started to panic. I shouted with him. I tried pleading with him. I pretended not to care, but nothing I did made the man respond at all. A basic and frightening question rose to the forefront of my mind. If we weren't going to the hospital, then where were we going? I was becoming more and more frightened with each passing second. All the town roads and sidewalks were behind us now. We were on trails and dirt roads. There were dense rows of trees on either side of us. It was getting so dark without the streetlights. Why were we going down this dark forest road? The man pedaled silently. We were not going to stop. I knew at this point the man was not a friendly man. He was going to hurt me. He wasn't behaving like any adults I knew. He wasn't like my mom or my teachers. This guy was strange. In those moments of quiet contemplation, for the first time in my life ever, I thought about being killed. I was so scared that I just started to scream as loudly as I could. I wish I'd had the presence of mind to do that in town, where there were more people and more lights. My scream made the man finally talk. He spun his head around to me for a second and said, "We'll be there soon. No need to scream. I'm a gentleman, you know. I'm very kind." He said that weird statement with a look of frustration on his face. I knew I needed to do something right now, but it felt like I didn't have many available options. I jumped out of his bicycle seat. I hit the ground really hard and messed up my knees badly. I staggered to my feet and ran as fast as I could into the woods. I must have tripped and stumbled a half-dozen times, but there was no way I could stop moving. From behind me, I heard the strange man start yelling, "Miss, where are you? Come to me, it'll all be fine. Your mom is about to die if you run away from me. Your mother will die. Do you understand? So hurry up and get out here right now." He sounded extremely frustrated and tried to put on a fake friendly voice, as if he was calling a cat or something. "Miss, come on out. It'll be fine. I'll take you to see your mom. Come on." I felt disgusted by the man and his voice. I also didn't want my mom to die, though. I wasn't sure what to do. Should I go back to the man or not? He was wearing a doctor's coat after all. I was wrestling with all these conflicting thoughts in my mind. I was really torn. I slapped myself and reminded myself there were no hospitals in these woods. That made that man a liar. And if he was comfortable enough to lie about the hospital, then surely he was lying about my mom too. I hid behind a really large tree and waited until I couldn't hear the man calling anymore. Apparently, I was found the next morning in a cemetery at the foot of the mountain, about 3 kilometers away from my home. I don't even remember how I managed to get there. All I remember is stumbling around in the dark. An old man who came to clean up the gravestones found me hugging my knees to my chest beneath a big tree. I can't remember much of what happened after. I found out that my mom didn't collapse though, and that she was perfectly fine. She came home from work and found I wasn't there, and that the door wasn't locked either. She called the police right away and reported me missing. I have no idea what happened to the suspicious man, but my mom and I have our theories. We think he must have known about my mom's workplace in order to feed me that lie about her collapsing in the factory. My mom tried to shelter me from replaying that night's events, and we don't talk about it much. There are a few questions that are left unanswered. What was his purpose taking me out into the middle of nowhere? I'm not sure I want to know. When I try to remember that guy's face, I can't seem to recall any significant details, so you can imagine how much help I was to the police at the time. It's a traumatizing event, and one I'm lucky to have survived. I really thought I was going to die. I was on a business trip in a really remote area. One of the ways I like to keep myself fit is by doing some jogging. I sit down at a desk most of the day and then get behind the wheel of my car, so I like to get out and about every once in a while. I finished up work on this day and got ready for my jog as usual. I remember it was notably cold out that day, so I put a neck warmer on. Usually, when I'm staying away on business trips, I stay in the city, so when I run throughout the streets. Because I was in a more remote area, though, I felt it would be a great chance to run off-road, so to speak. You know, go through the woods and down various trails and stuff. I planned on running for about half an hour or so. I was really enjoying the run and the scenery, though, so I just kept on going. I was making good time, too. I headed deeper and deeper into the woods, and even crossed a river at one point. I was really curious as to where I would end up. Eventually, I came out at a kind of forestry school in the middle of the woods. I looked down at my watch and noticed it was about 9 p.m. or so. Pretty late, actually. When I looked up, I saw a dark shadow and stopped in my tracks. There was a small, dim sensor light close to the forestry school, and it came on as soon as I stopped. The shadowy figure shambled toward the school and into the light. My heart skipped a beat. I knew what that shadow was instantly. A bear, about 20 meters ahead of me, and a big one, too. I felt like all the blood in my body ran ice cold. I couldn't move. I couldn't act. All I could do was stand there like a statue, watching this bear. Suddenly, something brought me back to my senses. A very unique noise. It was the sound of the bear grunting. It was close enough now that I could hear its breathing. The bear was about as big as a grown adult man. A bit bigger, actually, and a lot thicker as well. Ah, crap, I thought. I turned and ran as fast as I could. The moment I started running, though, I realized I had just broken the first rule for encounters with bears. You should never turn your back and run from a bear. I looked back over my shoulder and saw that gigantic black shadow hounding toward me. It was too late. I was being pursued. Even though a bear is much larger than a human being, the speed they can rush at you with is unbelievable. I'd never been so terrified. In that moment, a memory came back to me suddenly. It was something my grandpa said. He was a man who loved the wild, and I really looked up to him. I realized that I needed to stop running in a straight line if I was to stand any chance, so I decided to dash into the brush off the side of the trail. I felt an instant agony in my legs. I knew I couldn't break my pace, though. I got to a point where eventually I realized I could not run anymore. I fell into a barrel roll down a short hill. I kept moving as soon as I came to a stop because I could still hear that horrible grunting sound pursuing me. To be honest, I thought to myself as long as my legs could carry me, I would keep moving. I didn't care if I got spiked through by plants or ended up with bruises. I just had to keep going. I didn't care how long it would take my legs to recover after either. As long as I escaped these woods with my life, everything would be fine. After that drop, I knew it wouldn't be long before I reached the river. I figured that if I crossed it, the bear might give up on me. I don't know why I thought that since bears can swim, but I thought it must be my only shot. I guess some part of me remembered that over the river was the town, and in town there were lights and other people. I landed in the river. It was freezing and slippery. There was tons of algae on the riverbed. It was difficult to get a foothold, even more difficult when something is chasing you. I thought I would be at least a couple of seconds ahead of the bear, but before I knew it, I heard a splash of water and a grunting noise. It was right next to me. It was at that moment I knew it was all over. I remember a thought distinctly, clear as a bell. I thought to myself that I was going to die. I felt my legs give way beneath me. I slipped on the algae, and the current began to sweep me down the river at a rapid pace. I clattered with rocks as they hit against my body. I knew I wouldn't be able to make a quick enough getaway if the bear came after me again. Some part of my mind wondered if maybe the river would carry me downstream fast enough that the bear wouldn't be able to catch me. I didn't have much hope, though. It was all going to be over. I could just imagine its jaws locking onto one of my limbs. Just when it looked to be the darkest, a mini truck arrived out of nowhere and stopped on the bridge just up ahead. I heard a man's voice call out. I think it was an old man, but I couldn't see him that well. It was really dark out now. In the loudest voice I could muster, I shouted, "I'm being chased! Help me!" I heard something like a match striking, something being lit on fire, and a massive bang. It sounded like explosives or fireworks going off. After a while, I heard footfalls approaching me. The old man waded into the river and picked me up, grabbing me by my shoulder. He wrenched me out of the river and dragged me back to his truck. I was taken to the hospital. I spent some time there. As it turned out, I had broken multiple bones, including some ribs. My ankles were bruised all over, and I had some hypothermia as well. I profusely thanked the guy who helped me. He happened to be a local farmer who was on his way back from the pachinko parlor. If you're not familiar with, it's basically a kind of legal gambling place in Japan. They're really popular, actually. The explosive sound I'd heard was him throwing firecrackers at the bear. He said he carried them around this time of year because of the threat of them in that area. I respected his quick thinking and the fact that he was so prepared. What I respected even more was the stern telling off he gave me for not being prepared at all myself, not knowing what I was doing, having no defenses like bear repellent. He talked to me the way my dad would. You know, exactly what I needed to hear. I got yelled at so badly that all I wanted to do was disappear into my hospital bed. Needless to say, I will not be making the same mistake again. I'm lucky to just be alive. Please, for my sake, take precautions and be prepared whenever you head out into the wilderness, especially in autumn. Remember, it's a wild place out there. Warning, this story may be distressing for some viewers. This happened when I was in high school one day. My dad told me that he thought our neighbor was missing. All the mail outside his house was piling up, and that wasn't really like him. He was a very neat and tidy man. My dad knocked on his door a bunch of times, but he never answered. He had disappeared without a trace. He didn't leave any kind of note at home or anything. And on the last time we'd seen him, he wasn't acting strangely at all. Nothing seemed to be out of the blue with him. 3 days later, a missing persons report was filed. His extended family asked locals to help join in the search for our missing neighbor. I joined in with my grandpa. We both weren't working at the time, so we were free to help. We met at the assigned meeting place and listened to the instructions of the group leader. Ahead of starting the search, I was very nervous. I was aware that I was venturing into a very adult world. My grandpa said they needed me to join the search, though, because I was young and might be able to spot things that the others weren't. I knew this to be true, as most of the people in the search group were as old as my grandpa, if not older. We were split into various teams. My grandpa and I joined the deep woods and mountain search. I was not accustomed to hiking at that age. I mean, I don't even like hiking nowadays, really. Come to think of it, this experience is to blame for that. I just followed along and tried to keep up with my grandpa and the rest of the group. Since I was a young high school student, I could rely on my sheer strength and energy levels. After a while, though, we split our group into even smaller subsections. My grandpa knew the mountains we lived close to really well, and often went out to forage for wild vegetables to harvest. My grandpa said that he and I would head into the deepest part of the woods together. I followed my grandpa. We climbed up and down and all over the place, but we couldn't find anything. I looked at my watch and saw it was coming up to noon. According to the instructions of the group leader, we were all to meet while having lunch to exchange information, then set off again. At some point, I couldn't see my grandpa anymore. He must have gone off a bit ahead of me. I turned around and called out in the general direction I thought he'd gone off in. Before I could even finish the word grandpa, though, my call turned into an involuntary scream. I didn't ever dream I would be the one to find my missing neighbor. He was right there, clear as day, right in front of me. He was hanging. There was a cloud of flies swarming around his bloated body. There was a light breeze that day, so he was swaying from side to side. I could hear the creaking of the rope against the tree's limb. Hearing my distressed scream, my grandpa came running over. He was coming from the opposite side. The body was between us. I saw the look of sheer horror upon his face. He saw the exact same sight I had. He let out a shocked gasp. He froze. I called out to him, but he was unresponsive, as if he was in a trance. His knees were shaking. I always thought that was a cliché, but I guess it's a true reaction. I ran over to him. I had to go the long way around the body, as I didn't want to get anywhere near that scene. When I got close to him, I shook his shoulders. I wanted him to come back to his senses. And this was all so stressful for me. He slipped to one knee. I saw sweat gathering on his brow. His face was turning pale. He couldn't handle what he'd just seen, and I understood that I needed to get him out of there right now. I lifted him up onto my back like a piggyback ride and headed away from the area. Luckily, there was someone from one of the groups not too far away. I explained the situation and left my grandpa in their care. All I wanted to do was get out of there and go home. The police came next, as I was the person who discovered him. I was tasked with the duty of leading them to the area. I knew my grandpa wouldn't be able to do it, and as much as I didn't want to go back, I knew I had to. It's not something I could have just gotten out of. You really can't turn down the police, especially in a situation like this. I climbed the mountain with the officers and hated every second of this. I showed them the tree, and they made me watch as they cut down his body. It made a hollow, squishing sound as it hit the ground, and they took me back to the police station to be interviewed. I had to go through things again and again to their satisfaction. When I was finally released, my family wanted to know all about it too, but I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't keep going over the sight I'd seen. I couldn't sleep at all that night. I had some pain in my legs, but that wasn't the cause of my lack of sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I could just see his body swaying in the breeze and hear that ominous noise. I had insomnia for a long time. It didn't end there, though. I wanted to just put it all behind me, but I couldn't quite yet. The owner of the mountain area came to our door with a request. He wanted me to cut down the tree our neighbor had died on, as I was the person who discovered the body. I don't know if this is a thing elsewhere or what, but I guess it sort of helps the bereaved soul to pass on. He offered to pay me to do it as well. Since I was a high school student, I didn't have many chances to make money, so I went with him. I guess he didn't want the tree to still stand on his property. The reasons for wanting it cut down were superstitious. With each step further into the woods, I felt closer and closer to all those feelings I'd felt when I'd first stumbled across that site. Even though I was exhausted from cutting down a tree after, I couldn't get any sleep that night, and I didn't for many nights after. This happened about 12 years ago. It happened when I was a student. I got into Kyoto University, and I began living alone for the very first time. I absolutely loved the freedom of it. Despite being a student, I was actually pretty well off. I had a motorcycle and used to love going out on these long rides. I had a girlfriend at the time as well, and we often rode together with her on the back and me driving. One awesome day, the weather seemed really nice, enough so that I took my girlfriend out for a ride. We'd crossed Hashi Bridge and had gone into the city to visit some friends. This event happened while we were on our way back. As you can imagine, it was night at that point. I was a bit tired from driving, so I wanted to take a break to smoke. I pulled over by Lake Biwa. It was nice to stop by the lake and take in the beautiful view and what was left of the dying light of the afternoon and evening. What I'll say is that the area wasn't super nice, though. What I will say is that the area wasn't super nice. I had to wade through some thick grass just to find a large rock we could both sit down on. We stayed there for about 5 or 10 minutes, and then we left. We got back to the bike and started heading back to Kyoto. Nothing of note happened for the rest of the night. The next day, my girlfriend called me up and said she wanted me to take her back into the city to do some shopping. It was already dusk when I got that call, so I was thinking to myself I could probably make it in time. If I gunned it, I could probably arrive a little early. I arrived at her house, picked her up, and we went back over the bridge and past Lake Biwa as we did the night before. By the time we had finished shopping, it was really dark out. We'd managed to grab quite a lot of stuff. After we both got on my bike, we hurried back. As we approached the lake area, though, we were confronted by some unexpected traffic in the area. It was pretty rare to ever have a backup here. I was on a bike, so I didn't really mind that much, though. I slipped in and out of the queuing cars. I saw some red lights flashing up ahead and noticed there was a police car. I was thinking about what might be holding up all this traffic. I noticed that the spot the cop car was pulled over was pretty much in the exact same spot we'd pulled over the night before to take that quick break. The police were questioning some of the passing drivers, so I slowed down to speak to them. I was really curious as to what was going on here. When I was in my youth, I was a lot more cocky and outspoken, so I outright asked the cop, "Hey, what are you guys doing here? What happened?" It turned out they'd pulled a body out of the lake. "Hey, do you know anything about it?" he said. I replied to him, stating that I didn't really know what he was talking about. We found out later that the person who had been killed that very same night. It gives me shivers to think we were so close to what was going on and never even noticed a thing. My girlfriend probably felt the same way. I wonder what the full story of that guy was. May not be the creepiest story of all time, but I promise you it is a true one, and if anything like that ever happens to you, you'll understand when I say it was very frightening to me. On late-night drives, there's something about the empty road and the night air that just really jives with me. I don't need to have a particular destination in mind. All I need is some gas in the tank. One night not that long ago, I was out on one of my night drives. I'd just come off the highway and decided to drive up to a high point I knew of in the mountains. I figured the view from up there would be really perfect for this night. I planned on having a smoke and playing some tunes, then heading home. I live out in the sticks, by the way. It's not uncommon for me to use these mountain roads. Often, I would drive through these winding and narrow passes, heading up the mountain for something or other. The type of roads there are sided by nothing but thick forests all around. I went over something at some point. I didn't know what it was, but shortly after I drove over it, my car started to make these strange noises. It was a hissing sound. I realized that what must have happened was I must have driven over a nail or something. Sounded like I had a flat tire. There happened to be a little rest area just up ahead, so I decided to pull in and take a look at the damage. I was really annoyed. I loved my car, and I threw most of my money into maintaining it. I had just upgraded the tires, actually, and now one had a puncture. The area was not that big. It was primarily used as a rest area for a couple of truck drivers for long overnight drives. There was a restroom and a vending machine there, but that was pretty much it. Since it was really late on a Sunday night, nobody else was there. I had the place all to myself. I parked my car and looked at my back tires. I could see the issue right away. There was a very clear puncture. I was so annoyed. I lit up a smoke and just stood there sighing and looking dejected. After the smoke, I decided I may as well make use of the facilities while I was there, so I headed into the bathroom. Once I was finished, I stepped out and looked all around. There was nothing but mountains everywhere. It was really quiet, and to be honest, the atmosphere was a little spooky, all there alone in the dark of night. All of a sudden, my cell phone started ringing. That made me jump out of my skin. I reached into my pocket and pulled it out to answer, but that's when I realized it was not my cell phone ringing. I was mistaken. It was someone else's phone, with the exact same ringtone as mine. It sounded as though it was coming from the other side of the wall. I was scared now. I didn't know if I was alone anymore. I ran to my car and loitered for a moment, expecting someone to emerge from behind the building or something, but no one did. Come to think of it, there were no cars in the lot at all. If there was someone there, they must have arrived on foot. I decided to go check out that area. I was half wondering if someone might be hurt or lost their phone or something. I figured I might as well try and see what was going on. I got closer to the ringing and looked around the corner of the brick wall as stealthily as I could. I couldn't believe what I saw. Lying on the ground was a countless amount of smashed cell phones. One of them was ringing over and over. I thought about the chain of events which had led me to that parking lot and ran back to my car as fast as I could. I didn't care about damaging my vehicle. I just pulled out of there and headed back down the mountain pass. I chose to drive off like that for a few reasons, and if they aren't obvious to you, I'll break them down. I believe that flat tire was deliberate. I drove over something that was likely placed in the road strategically, so I would have to pull into the rest area and check my car. I think that area is where something terrible happened. The phones that were smashed up and thrown there must have been by whoever was doing that trap. Clearly, they weren't thorough enough, though, because one of the phones failed to break completely, and that's why it was ringing. I don't know what's going on there, but it must be something sinister. I wonder if one of the friends or family members of that phone's owner were calling to see where they were. What makes me say this as well is that I remember clearly that a lot of the phones seem to have feminine decorations on them, little gems and things like that. I could tell that some of them clearly belonged to women. I'm glad I got out of there without finding out what was going on. I reported it to the local police, of course, and they said they would look into it, but I didn't hear back from them ever again. I really wonder what might have happened if I had gone to answer that phone. I don't like thinking about what might have happened to the owners of all those phones, but I've prayed once or twice over it, in hopes that they only suffered a robbery. This happened when I was a child. I grew up in the countryside. The village I grew up in was very traditional. They lived a very old-fashioned way of life. I only found out how technologically deprived and behind my village was when I finally got out of the area. Now, don't get me wrong, I didn't hate living there or anything. I just didn't really know any better. There are things I learned in my village that I think have been lost on others in modern society. It was a place of traditions that took pride in the old ways. Anyway, there was this large field near our house. It was the type of field that was used to cultivate crops. I often saw an old man from my window working that field. I guess that he was the owner of it. He was there pretty much all the time. A really hard worker. He had this shed on his property as well. It wasn't a small one either. It was pretty big. He'd go in and out of that thing from sunrise to sunset. I was a curious kid back then. I mean, I didn't exactly have much to hold my attention. We didn't have electronics or video games in our home. Every now and then, when I was looking out the window and I saw him open that big shed, I would try and get a peek at whatever was in there. I could see farming tools and what looked to be a bunch of cardboard. A refrigerator as well. I only ever saw him go back and forth with tools. I never saw him open the refrigerator. As you might guess, to a bored and curious mind, the enigma of that refrigerator was quite alluring. I always wondered what could be in there. At first, I just wondered absent-mindedly, but like the crops in his field, my curiosity began to grow. Sometimes I would play near the field and pretend like my ball had gotten lost in it to try and get a closer look at the shed. I could never really time it right, though. I didn't have all that much style for attacks like that as a child. Plus, it was not our property, it was his. Ownership of property was paramount in that area. I was taught from a young age that outsiders and trespassers were people to be suspicious of. I didn't want to be labeled as one of those. One day, I asked a woman in the neighborhood what she thought might be in the shed. She was nice to me usually, but when I asked her, she just frowned and said that I didn't need to know. I thought that was a little odd, but it wasn't all that rare for adults to talk to kids like that, at least not where I'm from. I asked a couple of others, and some didn't even know what I was talking about. Others just didn't care. There were a few that, like that old lady, just told me that I didn't need to know. I don't remember exactly when, but one day I realized I just couldn't stand this anymore. I needed to know what was in that shed. I was full of curiosity. People telling me not to do something only fueled my desire to do so. I was going in there to see for myself what was inside. I decided I would sneak in at night. Not too late, though. I didn't want to sneak out in the dead of night. My grandpa lived with us, and he lived downstairs. I was sure that any noise would wake him up. I couldn't risk that. I decided I would quickly go and take a peek after dinner, while my family was preoccupied. Under the cover of darkness, I crept across the field and approached the shed. It wasn't exactly hard to get into. I got in without much effort. I don't think the guy locked it at all. When I got in the shed, I knew I had a limited amount of time to get in and out. I headed straight for the fridge. I slowly creaked the door open and looked inside. There were a ton of plastic bottles and small cardboard boxes, but there was one thing that really stood out, something that looked incredibly out of place. I just had to reach out and see what it was. It was a hand. I know that sounds weird, but it was a human hand. I'm pretty sure of that. The hand I saw in the refrigerator looked like it was lacquered, might have had a kind of varnish or ceramic quality to it. I really wanted to know what it felt like. I reached out to touch it in a kind of handshake gesture. I was just reaching in when I heard someone shout at me. I was grabbed by the collar of my shirt and dragged backwards out of the shed. I got a scolding by the old man who owned that field near our house. It was pretty rough, but not as rough as what I got from my parents. I won't even go into that. From that night forward, the shed was always locked whenever the old man wasn't in the field. There was a big chain lock visible from my bedroom window. My grandma spoke to me once about it. I think she took pity on me for being scolded. Plus, I spent a lot of time moping around the house. She said one thing that really stood out in my mind over the years. That house has lost a lot of their people. I didn't know what that meant at the time. Such a vague statement. I guess the hand I saw on the fridge could be some kind of preserved memory from the past. I guess that would make sense about why I was told off so much from trying to go near the area. That's pretty scary to me. The only thing more scary about the whole fiasco is the way everyone seemed to be aware of what was inside that refrigerator, and no one said or did anything about it. I knew that it was something dark. I left the countryside and went to university and got a job in the city. I haven't been back there in a very long time, but I bet you that fridge is still there, hiding its strange contents in that locked shed. This happened back in 2021. I, 27 and female, had just moved from Melbourne to rural Australia to live with my fiancé. At that time, he was still only my boyfriend. He was 29 and was on military posting at the army base. The town we moved to was pretty isolated, about 4 to 5 hours to reach any large city in each direction. It was still big enough, though, with a few different suburbs surrounding the main area. Neither of us really knew the area at all before moving, and this led us to get a house in a pretty sketchy part of town. I'll try to explain the setup of the house first, as this will be important later. The house we moved into was quite old. It had huge glass windows everywhere, including the entirety of the front of the house. Because of this, you could easily see into the kitchen, living room, and one of the unused bedrooms without coming down the driveway. There was an old metal fence to the left of the house, which was about 1.5 meters tall. It led directly into the backyard. To the right of the house was a small path, hidden by an overgrowth of bush and plants from the front. With a locked gate the height of the house that led to the back semi-enclosed patio and back door. The path was right next to the kitchen window. You couldn't exactly see out when the light was on, but you could see in if you were outside. When coming in through the back door from the patio, you would walk through the laundry with an adjacent bathroom, into the kitchen with our bedroom off to the left, and a second one directly next to ours. My boyfriend was out doing military stuff for a week, so I had been home alone. It was summer during this time, and it was quite hot. The house had terrible AC, so I had been sleeping with the windows open, and even left the back door wide open on accident when falling asleep a few times. I've always felt safe in Australia, and have lived mostly alone ever since I was 18. I didn't really have an issue with it. It comes to Friday, my 5th day there alone, and I decided to walk into town and find something to do. The walk took about an hour each way, and when I finally got home, I was looking forward to doing nothing besides getting out of this damn heat. I spent most of the afternoon in the living room, playing PlayStation and watching TV. I had heard a few weird noises, though, down the side of the house on the path next to the kitchen, leading to the patio. The guy who lived next to us had a workshop of some kind though, so I assumed it must have just been him tinkering around. I'm one of those people who lay in bed before they're ready to go to sleep. As I laid there, around 10 p.m. or so, I was doing my nightly scroll of Reddit. This really saved my ass, as I read a story that prompted me to get up out of bed and go close and lock the back door, which I'd almost forgotten to do. The back door had a normal lock, then a reinforced deadlock with a key screwed into the wall. 45 minutes or so later, Still hearing the neighbor tinkering around occasionally, I decided I was ready to actually go to bed. I go and start turning off all the lights, including the back patio light and kitchen light. I lay down in bed and am finishing up my mindless scrolling when I hear the noises again. This time though, it was much louder. Still, it could just be that the guy was working in his workshop even harder, or maybe some kind of animal rustling things around. I was about to put down my phone and write it off, when suddenly, I heard a loud bang at my back door. I instantly felt like everything was going in slow motion. I just knew someone was kicking the back door in. I thought to myself, this cannot be happening. Then came another bang, and another. It was all so loud, and it felt like the house itself was shaking. I could hear multiple points of glass shattering, and the banging continuing. This went on for what felt like an eternity, but was only a few minutes. In my panic, after the second or third bang, thinking I could scare them off by pretending a man was here, I yelled out in the deepest voice I could, then slammed my bedroom door closed. Obviously, that didn't really work. I locked it and called 000, then pushed my bed up against the door. The banging was still going on, even as I called the police. Just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. There was nowhere else to hide, so I was crouched down in the corner of the room near my bed. While on the phone with police, I could hear someone starting to kick in the bedroom door as well. I was screaming at this point. I don't even remember what I was saying to the operator, or what they were saying to me. I remember praying the police arrived before these people got inside my room. I could hear sirens. The banging on the bedroom door stopped immediately, and I saw torches shining into the bedroom window. Because I was so scared, I couldn't really comprehend what the operator was saying to me. I had no idea if those torchlights were whoever had just kicked in my back door and bedroom door, or if it was the police finally arriving. I don't remember how I realized this, but it turned out it was the police outside. The next thing I remember, I was in the kitchen surrounded by 10 officers, crying and trying to explain what had happened. I was so inconsolable that the police had to use my boyfriend's army photos on the fridge to get his details to call the duty officer to allow him to come home. Once I calmed down a bit and my boyfriend got back, I saw the back gate to the patio was completely broken. The bedroom door was cracked and the back door had been thrown off its hinges with the deadlock completely ripped out of the wall. The laundry window had been smashed in as well. There were 2 sets of clear footprints on the door from where they had kicked the door in. I checked my phone and called 000 at 12:04 a.m. and had been on the phone for less than 5 minutes. What I think happened is that they must have followed me back from my walk. They could easily see from the road that I was alone and had been watching me on the path next to the kitchen for the evening. The noises I thought were the neighbor tinkering must have been them, and once I turned the lights off, they finally made their move. I don't think they anticipated the back door would be so hard to break down though, which is why they smashed the laundry room window. They couldn't unlock the deadbolt without the key though, so I guess they broke it down somehow. Luckily, that extra time saved me from whatever they were trying to do. The guys weren't ever caught, and we ended up moving house within the next few weeks. My boyfriend and I even ended up breaking up, as he was regularly out on duty and I couldn't stand to be home at night anymore. I would panic, cry, and not sleep until the sun would come up, and it put too much strain on the relationship. It wasn't until later that I realized I was experiencing PTSD, and after I worked through it, we got back together. I now live back in my home city in an apartment building that has 24/7 security, a billion cameras, and I got 2 dogs as well. In 2018, I lived with my partner and my German Shepherd in the Humboldt Park neighborhood of Chicago. I was 33 years old, and our apartment was a 4th-floor walk-up unit. Very typical low-budget Chicago rental in a changing neighborhood. The layout of our building is going to matter in this story. Our building had a total of 12 units. Mine and the 3 below me had a shared front entrance, and the other 8 units were through a different one. All 12 apartments had connected back porches and stairs that shared a walkway to a rear gate, which led out to an open alley. From the front stairwell, there were windows on each landing to the back porches, so you could see the back door of my apartment when standing at the front door through that window. We had pretty good relations with our neighbors, especially those that lived directly below us and shared our front door. And that's the thing that saved all 3 of us, my partner, my dog, and me. My partner was in a touring band at the time and would leave for weekends or weeks at a time. It was a scary thing for me because I was SA'd and stalked by an ex in my teens and 20s. I was always worried something would tip him off and he'd start coming after me again. A little less than a month before a 2-week tour my partner had scheduled, I received a creepy message on Facebook from that stalker from yet another new account. It was about a week after my car had been broken into. The glove box had been emptied and things were thrown around, but the only thing that had been taken was a bag of dog treats. I even had $20 in the compartment between the seats, and they left the money alone. I was on high alert at this point, and very scared about the time I'd be alone during this tour. My partner was kind of irritated with me and the situation, and felt it was too last minute to cancel, especially over what amounted to a bad feeling and a few isolated things that weren't even direct threats. Truthfully, car break-ins are very, very common in Chicago anyway. It happened to me about 15 times. The police usually do reports over the phone and don't even come to the scene. That's how common it is. What I found the most strange, though, was that the thief didn't take the money. There was a homeless man who had started camping on the boulevard nearby recently, so I didn't think it could have been him. My partner left for his tour, and I set up some cameras and bought door braces for my front and back doors. I became completely nocturnal, unable to sleep at night. My poor dog developed diarrhea around this time. I thought maybe because she was picking up on my stress level. That meant I was taking her down all 4 flights of stairs for her to go 6 or 7 times a night. I began to have the distinct prickly crawling sensation of being watched whenever I would take her out. I couldn't tell where that person was though, or even if it was my own fear and paranoia. Her issues lasted an unusually long time too, almost a week or so. I was going in and out of the main door a lot, feeling very scared. At that point, I noticed that some of my neighbors didn't always pull the door all the way closed, so the lock would engage. I mentioned it to my downstairs neighbor one day, including that I was extra careful because of the stalker. He was supportive and said he'd mention it to everyone else when he saw them. I noticed the door was locked more frequently after that. My partner came home at about 11 a.m. on a Sunday morning. At 8:30 earlier that morning, my first-floor neighbor's place was burglarized. He was a metalhead dude who collected instruments, sold weed and psychedelics, and lived all alone. I guess he went out for breakfast and forgot to lock his door while he was gone. Someone had come in, eaten the leftovers in his fridge, took a coat and pair of boots, took his college diploma as well, and left pretty much everything else. They left all the expensive musical instruments and mixing equipment, left the drugs as well. The only other thing they took were a set of keys. The keys were to the first-floor apartment and a master key for the front door and back gate. The neighbors ran into each other right after the break-in, and the second-floor one said to go tell me because I had a stalker. So that's what he did. He let me know what had happened. My partner had just gotten home from his tour when he knocked at the front door. I just about jumped out of my skin. I looked through the peephole and recognized him. The 3 of us stood in the stairs at my front door while he told us about the break-in. We jabber-jawed for a while, about 15 to 20 minutes I'd say. While we were in the middle of talking, we heard the front door open and close below us. We didn't really think that much about it. Then though, we saw a man climbing up my back porch steps to my back door through the window. There was no other apartment he would have been going to. He had to walk past all 11 more accessible ones on his way to mine. I could see he was not my stalker, and I did not recognize him either, but his image is still burned into my mind. He was wearing flashy black shoes, the ones stolen from downstairs, and had a big black coat, which was oversized and hanging off his shoulders. We locked eyes through the window, and he froze halfway up the stairs to my back porch. He slowly took out a cell phone and called someone as he turned around halfway up the steps. He walked back down the stairs extremely stiffly, like he was pretending to be nonchalant, then bolted into a sprint as soon as he hit the porch below ours. My neighbor ran downstairs and dialed 911. My partner and I ran through the apartment to the back porch and saw a sedan and a windowless van pull out of the sketchy building 2 doors down. Both cars floored it down the alley. We didn't get the plates. The cops said it wouldn't have mattered though. There wasn't any crime committed and nothing concrete to justify stopping them. They very condescendingly explained this to me as they took my statement later. My neighbor is the one who actually made the call and has the police report. My partner and I were just considered witnesses. For a long time though, the thing that scared me the most was a tool my neighbor found when he went running downstairs. It was a 2x4 piece of wood, cut to about 2 feet. The last end of it had been made into a handle of some sorts. It almost looked like a paddle, and for a long time I couldn't figure out what it was supposed to be. Eventually though, we figured out it was a ram for the door. When I looked at my door afterward, it looked like the frame had been broken. It seemed like they used their master key in order to place their ram on my door, then had somebody wait at the back porch to catch me if I tried to run out that way. The other person went to the front entrance since they only had the one key. When we caught them before they could catch us unawares, it seemed they aborted the plan. I suspect they'd been watching me, especially while I was taking out my dog, and figured I was alone. It was pure coincidence my partner arrived home just 30 minutes before all of this. I feel we all could have been horribly injured or worse had we been trapped inside and had they gotten the jump on us. Nothing else ever came of it. My landlord refused to change the locks, but he did agree to let us out of our lease at least. I moved out of Chicago and have added a younger dog I'm training to do some bite work. My house is surrounded by cameras and floodlights now. It's been about 10 years since this happened, but I still remember things pretty clearly. I should note that this is told from my perspective, and I wish I could get my mother's on it as well. Unfortunately, she doesn't remember the events as well as I do. For context, I live in a mid-sized city in the southern United States, where the main thing to do at the time was to go to the mall. Sure, we had a movie theater and a couple of bowling alleys, but besides that, there wasn't really much to do. My mom worked at a department store located in the mall, and having nothing better to do, I would regularly go and visit and sit in the break room while she worked. It gave me a reason to get out of the house, and if I wanted to, I was allowed to walk around the mall or get something to snack on in the food court. Honestly though, I was fairly shy back then, so I preferred to just stay in the break room and play video games on my 3DS. My mom's co-workers were very sweet to me and frequently popped in to say hello or check in on me during downtime. If I was lucky enough to go with my mom on weekends, I could usually convince my mom to pick up my friend. We were actually dating, but since we were both girls, I didn't want anyone to find out, and she'd come along with us. Going to the mall meant I was free from doing chores at home, and it was a cheap way to sneak in a secret date every now and then. My girlfriend, though, never really liked staying in the break room with me. She always wanted to walk around the mall instead. I should note that she really enjoyed taking walks, so it wasn't out of the ordinary to want to do so at the mall as well. I just didn't like walking as much as she did. I tried to weasel my way out of it whenever I could. I could usually convince her to just walk over to a nearby store and look around or grab something from the food court rather than going all around the area. I noticed pretty quickly, though, that she wasn't really trying to get me to walk around. She actually seemed to just not want to be in the break room. My girlfriend is much more perceptive to things than I was, and I assumed she just didn't like the ambiance for some reason. For a little while, I just let it go, but eventually I got frustrated and I asked directly what was really bothering her about this break room. I thought she was going to tell me it was too cramped or the lights randomly cutting off made her uneasy, things that bothered me about it too, but no. She told me that she could hear things in the ceiling, like someone had been walking around up there. I had learned from my mother that there was in fact a room up in the ceiling, but it wasn't for walking around in, it was for maintenance. Most of the stuff in there was wiring and insulation. Technically, someone could go up there. I told my girlfriend this and said it was likely an employee just trying to fix things. She said it was fine, but she didn't really like it and still preferred walking around or sitting in the food court. I understood her discomfort and wanted to help, so I agreed. We had a really good relationship in the sense of communication, and though I did get a bit frustrated, I didn't really mind too much if it made her more comfortable. Later that day, I mentioned what my girlfriend had told me and asked what they were fixing in the ceiling to my mom. My mom looked very distressed though and said they hadn't been fixing anything that day. She wanted me to see something though. She took me into the receiving room of the department store, which was a room off in the back filled with boxes and random junk. The layout of this room though was sort of an L shape. Only one part was used for receiving. The other part was a way up into the ceiling. I should clarify for this next part that to get into the ceiling, the store would have to call for the mall's maintenance team. They didn't have a ladder or anything on hand to climb in there, as it would have been a safety hazard to leave around. The only thing this particular area had was the hatch that led to the ceiling. That was it. Needless to say, I was horrified to see what appeared to be gash marks leading up the wall to the hatch. I still remember the way they looked. Brown gashes that had been dug into the concrete wall of the receiving room. I asked my mom if this was a prank, but she told me that wasn't even the first time it had happened. She had no way of knowing I would even ask about it. According to her, these weird gashes would show up several times over the course of many months. Each time, the store would call the mall's security and maintenance teams, who would clean the wall up and go into the ceiling to investigate. They never found anything with their searches though, and they eventually gave up looking altogether. The only explanation they could find was that it was likely a homeless individual who had somehow made their way into the ceiling and somehow avoided everyone during all the searches. I stopped staying at the mall with my mom after that, and anytime I wanted my girlfriend to come over, we found somewhere else to go during the day. I didn't really feel safe going to the break room after that. I know nothing had technically happened up until that point, but I didn't want to risk hanging around with some random person skulking about in the ceiling. First of all, I'm sorry if my English is not the best, but I'm from Italy and I learned all on my own. This is my first time writing something out. I want to share this strange episode from my childhood. I was around 9 or 10 years old and used to go to school all on my own. It was just a short walk. It wasn't that far, only about 10 minutes every day. I went the same way every time. It was the shortest way, but it was also the most isolated. I was walking alone as I always did when I noticed a police car coming up on my left. There was a middle-aged man inside, obviously a policeman. He slowed down and started talking to me. "Hey kid, are you going to school?" I said yes, and he kept driving next to me. He asked if I wanted to hop into his car so he could take me to school faster. I said no, and that my mom had always told me not to talk with strangers. "Oh, I'm not a stranger. I'm a policeman. You can trust me." I thanked him for the offer, but told him it wasn't really a problem. The school wasn't that far away now. He insisted though. He sped up a bit and got right in front of me, then opened the car door. "Come on, it'll be fun to take a ride in the police car. It's almost every child's dream." I said once again for the man to leave me alone. He kept the car door open, staring at me. I started to walk a little faster and went down a side street. As soon as I did so, I started to run, to the point where I could no longer even see the car behind me. I was shocked from the events. I was a very young person. You know, that policeman had a very weird smile when I think back on it. Very disturbing, very unnatural. Since that day, I never took that way again, and my mom started to walk with me, at least for a while in the mornings to school. I never figured out what the man wanted, or if he had good or bad intentions, taking advantage of the fact he was a policeman so kids would trust him more easily. I'm happy though that I didn't have to discover what was on his mind. Who knows what may have happened to me? This happened to my dad 10 years ago. Nothing too crazy. I was relatively young at the time, so it really creeped me out. We lived in a smallish city in a residential neighborhood, about 20 minutes from downtown. It was summer and my dad was up late writing, around 3 a.m. or so. As he looked out the window, he could see a man and a woman, anywhere from 25 to 30 years old, walking down the street. They walked right up our driveway and right to our front door, possibly because they saw a light on inside. They knocked loudly on the door. My dad was already suspicious of what these two wanted. He decided not to open the door. Our door had a large glass window on it, and if you spoke loudly enough, you could hear someone on the other side. My dad asked them what they wanted, and they asked to come inside. My dad, of course, refused, but the couple repeatedly asked if he could call them a cab then. My dad said okay to this. As soon as he did, the couple again asked if they could come inside. My dad said no, and told them to wait at the end of the driveway. My dad then turned away from the door and shut all the lights off in the house. He never did get the chance to call a cab though. As he went to the window to watch the couple, they walked back to the end of the driveway, appeared to have a long conversation, and then walked back down the road, out of sight and into the darkness. I can understand someone showing up to ask for a cab if you live near a bar or a restaurant or something, but like I said, we were 20 minutes away from any of that stuff. Our neighborhood was mostly young families, and it was a very safe area. We did have a few incidents of people going to our cars at night if we left them unlocked, but that was it really. I was asleep the whole time this was happening. When my dad recounted the tale in the morning, it definitely spooked me. Afterwards, if I woke up in the middle of the night, I would have a difficult time getting back to sleep. My neighbors ended up having a break-in a few months after this incident, so we decided to get an alarm system for the house. It definitely helps me sleep at night. I've always been someone who loved the outdoors. Even as a kid growing up in a small city, my parents would have to yell my name from the porch to get me to come in at night. I grew up when the internet was still a relatively new thing. You had to use dial-up to get connected. Now, some of you hearing this can probably hear the sound just by me mentioning the words dial-up. Anyway, the story I'm about to share takes place 10 to 12 years ago. I was with my girlfriend at the time, who I'd met in college. It was serious, but it was an on-off-again relationship. In all honesty, it was full of childish drama, and I was super immature at that point. We made plans to attend a local fair or carnival or whatever you want to call it, with some family and friends. We actually had a decently sized group, so we decided we would all drive there separately. That way we could have several cars ready, and everyone could leave whenever they wanted to. I'm not usually a drinker. Even back in my college years, alcohol has always given me really bad anxiety. Because of that, I usually just avoid it. For whatever reason though, this particular night I was in a real good mood and actually felt like drinking. I was having a bunch with my girlfriend's dad, and we were giving each other the old, "Hey, how long is it going to take you to finish that?" or "This is already my second one, and you're only on your first," that kind of thing. After, I don't know, maybe the third or fourth drink, my girlfriend comes up in front of everyone and says something along the lines of, "Are you guys gonna slow down? I think you need to relax." Something like that. I honestly don't remember much of anything. What I do remember is acting very poorly and basically pouting because I was annoyed and embarrassed she had to tell me that. Again, I was super immature at this time. I remember then just completely shutting down, not being rude to anyone, but only giving one-word answers and being very antisocial. I remember she even came up to me with a beer to apologize, which I declined and continued with the cold shoulder. You know, thinking back on it, I'm not even really sure why I was so mad or why I reacted that way. After walking around for another hour, I said I was gonna take off and head home. Since I didn't drive and had been drinking as well, my girlfriend asked me, "Well, how are you gonna get home then?" I said I had a friend that was coming to get me, and I just walked off and left the fair. I walked over to the parking lot. Now, a ways back from this lot was a forest, and behind that I believe there were some farms or something. It was still pretty light out, so I figured I would just walk into the woods and clear my mind a bit, get out of this crappy mood I seemed to be stuck in. After heading out into the woods for what I thought would be a quick walk though, I started getting extremely hot. I don't know if it was because I was feeling a buzz from the drinks or because it was actually getting hotter outside, but the longer I trampled in the woods, the more embarrassed I felt about my actions. I was realizing how I'd acted and figured I would head back to the fair to see if everyone was still there. After walking for about 15 minutes though, I realized I no longer knew where I was. I was completely lost, and I could not find the path back to the parking lot. I stayed calm and tried to analyze my surroundings. Was anything sticking out? I started to move to where I thought I'd heard a sound. I realized quickly though, I had no idea what I was doing, where I was going. I was stuck here with no one around to help me. I pulled out my phone. Even though I had a bunch of text messages, my texts or calls wouldn't go through. There didn't seem to be any service in this area. After sitting on the dirt and thinking for several minutes, I started to think that maybe the best idea was just to wait until nightfall and see if someone would find me. I didn't want to go even deeper into the woods on accident, not knowing where I was. Besides, surely I'd be able to see the lights from the fair and make my way back then. I would have cell service and call for a ride home. As the sun began to set and dusk started to set in, I became more and more uneasy. I noticed every little sound, a branch breaking, the wind shaking the trees around me. As it got darker and darker, I swore I began to hear voices as well. I would twist my neck so fast, thinking I'd just heard something that sounded like voices getting closer and closer. Then though, there would be complete silence. Everything was so quiet. My heart jumped out of my chest though, when I heard someone clearly yell, "There they are! Get them!" I started running. I didn't know where I was going, but I just ran. I was bumping into trees, taking branches across the face. I tripped and fell too. The second time I stumbled over a log, I decided to just stay still. I laid down as quietly as I could, trying to see if I'd gotten away from whoever was screaming and seemingly looking for me. Why they were chasing me, I wasn't sure. Was I just being paranoid? How would anyone even know I was out here sitting and waiting for dark? After a few minutes of silence, I heard footsteps walking over leaves and branches cracking. People were talking to each other. The only thing I remember hearing is, "She expects us to get him," something like that. Once I heard those voices trail off back in another direction, I began slowly walking. It had become very dark, and I wasn't able to see any lights as of yet. After what I assumed to have been 5 to 10 minutes though, I started to see a faint glow in the distance. As I moved closer to it, I began to hear the murmurs of life. As soon as I realized that was the way to the fair, I sprinted as fast as I could. I don't think I'd ever been that scared in my entire life. I always look back on that experience, wondering if there really was anything to be scared about though. Who were those people in the woods? Were they even looking for me, or was it just a coincidence? Maybe it was someone just being an idiot. I don't know. Whatever it was, when I'm out hiking or in the woods, I always feel like I see something in my peripherals, even though I know nothing's there. I always make sure to be back home by dark. I never want to be stuck like that again. I've been dating my boyfriend now for over 4 years. We're planning to get married eventually, but we're both waiting to finish school first. The first year we were dating, my boyfriend and his little sister tragically lost their parents. For their sake, I'm not going to go into details about that, but ever since then, my boyfriend has assumed responsibility for his sister. Since he's 28 and she's only 16, he's been a sort of father figure and mentor for her for the past couple of years. She's a great kid, but given her age, she had an extremely hard time coping with the loss. I could never blame her for that, since we'd been together for so long now. I tried to give his sister some guidance whenever I could, and helped to create a loving household for her. Since we're all students, we often stretch our budget as much as we can. When she turned 16, all she wanted to do was get her permit, so she could get her license. We did everything we could to make that happen, and even though she eventually did get her license, unfortunately we couldn't afford to get her a car just yet. I started saving up a little bit of money from every check, and so did my boyfriend. Eventually we had a couple $1,000s on our side, and we're planning on buying a car for her birthday. I knew it wouldn't be like a great car, but I bet it would be nicer than no car at all. He suggested looking on Facebook Marketplace, which seemed like a great idea to me. Tons of cheap vehicles, some garbage, but a few nice ones. When we inquired about the decent cars, they were all either sold or got no response. Finally though, after about a week of trying, we got at least a message back. Some guy named Howard messaged me about the 2013 Chevy Cruze for $2,100. The pictures made the car look pretty pristine. He told us in the message that the car ran great. It had been his stepmother's and she'd moved out of state without taking it with her. Apparently, she told him to sell off her stuff that she didn't need so he wouldn't have to keep it around. They'd split the profits 50-50. I didn't really care about all the backstory though. As long as they sold me a working car for my sister-in-law, it would be just fine. We set up a time to meet, and if we liked the car, we told them we would buy it that very day. He told us to come over sometime after 8 p.m., since that's when he'd be getting off work. That worked out well enough for us, since both of us had classes during the day anyway. Obviously, we did not tell his sister about this. She was at a friend's house that night, so we made the drive to go see the car. It was kind of far away, but we didn't really care if the car was as good as this guy said it was. Hell, we would have driven hours to get there if we needed to. We got to the address he'd given, and it was nearly pitch black. The house was in the middle of nowhere, and it looked completely decrepit and abandoned. I'm talking like boards in the windows, boards on the doors. Clearly no one had lived there for a long time. My boyfriend can be a complete idiot sometimes though. I told him I didn't think we were in the right place. He said he thought we were, and maybe this guy was just super poor or something. I messaged Howard and said, "Hey, we're here, but I don't think this looks like anyone else is here." About a minute later, he responded, "Oh, hey, yeah, I'm just finishing up getting the title for the car and everything like that. Why don't you come on inside and I'll take you out back to see it." I told my boyfriend I really didn't like this. Something about this seemed really weird. He just wants to see the good in people though, and told me not to worry. I begged him not to go inside, but he didn't listen to me. He offered me to stay in the car since I didn't feel safe, so that's exactly what I did. When he got up to the door and walked in, I could see a faint light coming from inside, which did help me to feel a little bit better. I got out of the car and moved to the driver's seat. I wanted to be able to drive away in a hurry just in case something happened. While I was getting into the car though, I heard yelling coming from the house and a sort of loud thud combined with the sound of something breaking. I froze, staring at the dark house. Seconds later, my boyfriend ran outside. He was screaming for me to drive right now. That memory of him screaming for his life still cuts me up inside. It makes me sick. He basically dove into the passenger seat as 4 men rushed out of the house. My boyfriend wasn't saying anything other than screaming to drive. I drove extremely fast out of there until we finally got to a more suburban part of town. At that point, he finally began to catch his breath. That's when he told me what happened. He'd walked in, and before he could get any words out, someone had hit him over the head with something. He instinctively turned around and pushed someone to the ground. That was the loud thud I'd heard. After that, he instantly ran to the car. He didn't even realize there'd been more than one guy until he saw all 4 of them come rushing out. As we drove off, obviously that post had been removed. We really had no proof of anything. We did have a couple of screenshots of the car, but the license plate wasn't in the screenshot. Most likely the picture was fake anyway. We still reported this, but nothing ever happened. It gives me nightmares, thinking about the possibility of how many times this sort of thing has worked. I always hoped that nobody would fall for these sorts of tricks, but I'm not so naive as to believe that nobody ever does. All I can hope is that somehow, some way, these horrible people got what was coming to them, and nobody else had to endure the same nightmare we did, or even worse. So, breakups suck. We all know that. Not so long ago, I broke up with an ex of nearly 10 years. It had been over long before then, but I have a hard time ending things. She's a very sensitive person, so whenever the subject of ending things came up over the years, let's just say she would go into full shutdown mode. I realized eventually that prolonging the relationship was just making things worse for the both of us. I didn't really understand before that though. I also want to mention, to protect everyone's privacy, that I won't be using the real names or locations in the story. I'm still close with their family, and they've already dealt with enough in their life. I don't want to bring more stress in there. When I finally ended things with her for good, it went about as well as you might imagine. She took it horribly, and it was a few rough weeks of fighting, crying, and even some threats. Eventually, though, the split was final. She moved in with her aunt, who lived about an hour away. I think so, at least. I'm not exactly sure since I stayed in the house. I ended up giving her a lot of the furniture, which was fine with me. I make decent enough money that I could afford some new couches and whatnot. I didn't have to be stingy and just keep everything to be petty or whatever. I planned on going to one of the big chains to get all my new furniture, but in the short term, I needed something in my house to sit on, since I would be living there after all. For now, I was watching TV in a lawn chair. I looked on Marketplace to see if I could find anyone who was just trying to get rid of some furniture. What I found was a super ugly yellow love seat. I know that sounds disgusting, but I have this weird fascination with ugly yellow. I was all about this. The most exciting thing to me, though, was that the woman was selling it for only $40. It almost looked like it had never been sat on before. I messaged the woman and set up a time to see this love seat. She lived about 40 minutes away, but I didn't really mind. I drove out to the small house that sat in a sort of semi-secluded area. I knocked on the door and a kindly elderly woman answered. I told her I was there for the love seat, but to my surprise, she looked extremely scared. She screamed that she didn't know who I was or what I was talking about. Then she slammed the door in my face. I went back to my car and checked the address in my messages. This was clearly the address, so I messaged the woman and told her I was there. I also told the seller that she'd closed the door on me. The woman responded several minutes later. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, that's my grandmother. I live in the garage out back. Why don't you just take a walk around and come on in?" I was a little bit annoyed, but I wanted that love seat. I made my way to the garage that was in the backyard, as she'd said. I knocked on the door, and a sort of muffled voice responded, "Come in." I walked in, looked around, but I didn't see a love seat anywhere. In fact, the inside seemed to be just a normal garage. I shouted out hello, but I didn't get any answer. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, from an adjacent room, a small person charged at me. This figure had enough element of surprise on me that she was able to jump at me and knock me off my feet. She was wearing something on her head. It was dark in the garage, so I wasn't able to see her face. She was yelling and screaming, and finally, whatever was on there came off. I saw it was my ex-girlfriend. I'm not even joking. I was so flabbergasted I was finally able to push her off just out of sheer shock. Instead of running, though, I got up and started yelling, "What the hell are you doing?" Her tone changed instantly, from erratic to crying. I was hesitant. I didn't know if I should try and console her, even though I was furious and very confused. She was uncontrollably sobbing. I was trying to calm her down so I could leave. That's when it happened. She pulled out a box cutter or something like that and stabbed me in the shoulder. In that moment, I screamed, wincing in pain. I grabbed the small blade and ripped it out of my shoulder. I tossed it on the ground. In the 10 years of knowing this woman, I'd never seen her act or sound like this. She grabbed the blade up once more and started to stab at the air in front of me. I think she was trying to actually contact with me, but between all of her sobbing, she couldn't properly aim. I was able to get to my feet and run to my vehicle screaming. I called the police and informed them of what happened. They showed up pretty quickly, and thank God she was arrested. Getting attacked was horrifying, but watching someone I really cared about and loved being taken away by the police was even more traumatic. I watched as she got put in the back of the police car. This was not the same woman I used to be in love with. I still can't believe her plan had actually worked. There was no guarantee I would ever check Marketplace for furniture, but in the end I did. I guess she knew I would be attracted to this ugly yellow couch if I did so. She was right. She'd told me she was moving in with her aunt, which I guess was true. Her aunt lived several houses down from this poor elderly woman who was not related to the incident at all. She had to deal with the fallout of all this nonsense. The last thing I knew, she was being moved to a facility to get treatment. I decided not to press criminal charges. I'm even helping with some of her medical bills. Sometimes the people closest to us can cause us the most harm. I don't know what went wrong in her brain that made her think that attacking me seemed like some sort of solution. I do feel terrible for her. It seemed like she couldn't entirely control it. I hope that she gets all the help she needs and gets better in the end. The events of this story still make me think back to that night, and I'm still trying to process exactly what happened. The events that took place on this strange night were about 10 years ago from the moment I'm writing this story. My friends and I were 17 years old and spent most of our weekends with each other. It was a habit that started back in elementary school, playing video games and sleeping at each other's houses all throughout middle school and high school. This was our every weekend routine. At some point during senior year, though, we decided we wanted to mix things up a little bit. We would take a little bit of a night drive. It was myself who had a license and a car at this point, and my two friends, Robbie and Scott. My parents really trusted us. All things considered, we were very good kids. The night started out like most of our other nights. Scott and Robbie showed up at the house to sleep over. We ordered some pizza, played some video games, and talked about random things for a while. Shortly after 11 p.m., we decided to go for a ride. Really for no other reason than to listen to some music and exchange some old-fashioned conversation. We drove for a while, turning down random roads we didn't even know existed. Before we knew it, we'd been driving for several hours. I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen any streetlights. It was extremely dark and desolate wherever we'd ended up driving to. Around 1, maybe a bit later, we were driving down this really eerie and very poorly lit road. As we approached, I noticed a car that was on the side of the road. It wasn't parked though. It was kind of crooked and jutting into the street. The hood was tucked into the shrubs, almost as if the car had lost control and gotten into an accident. The red taillights were still softly glowing on the road. Robbie suggested we take a look, just in case someone fell asleep at the wheel or had a medical incident or something bad. If someone really had gotten into trouble, it would take hours for paramedics to find them if we didn't do something right now. We slowly and cautiously approached the vehicle. It was an older red Honda Civic. We got out of our car slowly and began to approach this red car. Robbie called out in the bravest voice he could muster, "Hey, anybody there? Are you hurt?" There was no response. As we got closer, I shouted to wait. While we were walking over, I began to make out some type of figures in the back seat, just sitting upright. Robbie shouted again, this time with a bit more urgency in his voice. "Hey, are you okay?" Again, there was no response, no noise at all, except for the motor of our car running several feet behind us. After a moment, Robbie finally said, "Oh, whatever." He approached the red car, and we followed closely behind him. I felt like something was wrong in my gut, though. We were all shaken with immediate fear as we got closer to the window and realized what this was. There was, in fact, a figure in the back, but more hauntingly, it was a mannequin, not a real person. My first thought was who in God's name would drive around with a lifelike doll in the back seat? Admittedly, we got a good laugh out of this for a moment, but then the paranoia of the situation came back in full force. Robbie continued to call out, "Hey, if anybody needs assistance, we can help you." There was no response still. This is when I noticed this mannequin had something in its plastic hands. It looked like some sort of VHS tape or something. Without thinking, I grabbed it. I didn't even tell my friends until later that night. We decided to call the police, which we should have done in the first place. We reported this abandoned car. The police asked for the license plate number, and that's when we noticed that it didn't have one. Whoever had ditched this car either didn't have plates or had taken them with them. All they left behind was a creepy mannequin and an old VHS tape. We made our statement and told the cops the location of the vehicle. Then we headed home. Later that night, while we were talking about this incident and just how strange it was, that's when I told my friends about the tape I'd taken from the car. In a sort of shock and perhaps a bit upset I hadn't mentioned it before, they of course wanted to see what was on it right away. On the sticker in front of the tape, there was a plain white sticker which only said "Watch Me," written in black marker. There was also a very crudely drawn skull and bones. I had some pause, but decided that we had to watch it. Curiosity was really getting the better of all of us in this moment. I found my parents' old VHS player in the crawl space and hooked it up to the TV. The tape began with about 5 seconds of black screen, just the sound of the static tone. Then though, a man walked on screen with a beard and long hair. The quality was quite horrible. He stared into the camera, almost as though he were staring right at us. He stared into the lens for 2 minutes straight, without saying a single word. We watched the whole time. It was the most unsettling 2 minutes of my entire life. After those 2 minutes, he laughed. Then it sort of morphed into a crying sound, all while staring directly into the lens. Finally, he said in this sort of low, monotone voice, "This tape belongs to me, and I know you have it. I'll find you again, and then you'll be sorry." He followed this with another horrible laugh-cry combo. We fast-forwarded the tape for several minutes. Nothing else was said though, other than a few laughs and this strange man staring at the camera. Finally, it abruptly cut to black and ended. After a bit of conversation about the situation, being stupid kids, we decided not to hand over the tape to anyone. We just kept it. After all these years, the tape still sits in my bookcase. I'll never watch it again, of course, and I've never really spoken about it until now, writing it down. I'm sure it's some kind of stupid joke, but to us kids, it was burned in our brains for years after. I'm still kind of scared by the mental images I witnessed that night. Every time I see a man that resembles the man from the tape, even after all these years later, I get a funny feeling in the pit of my stomach. I'm reminded of the fear and paranoia I felt that evening. Why did they have a mannequin in their back seat? Why did he crash his car? And why did he leave that tape there? When I was 16, I would sneak out of the house at night to get high and read a book. There was an empty foreclosed home next door, and I would get inside via a basement window. I'd smoke in that basement's bar area. One night, it was raining pretty heavily, and I'd forgotten to bring my lighter. I went to get it, and it was still pouring when I got back. I set up a comfy place at the bar and turned on my camping lamp that I kept there. I started hearing these weird noises upstairs, though. I turned off the light and sat still for a moment to listen in a bit closer. That's when I realized the sound was not coming from upstairs. It was actually coming from a doorless room right next to me. I grabbed everything I could and made for the window. With half my body through, I heard someone running and shouting behind me. I felt someone grab my foot from behind just as I managed to crawl outside. I got out of their grip and ran to my house, where I snuck in as quietly as possible. I heard sirens soon after I made it into my house, worried it was law enforcement that had caught me in the home. The sirens went on for a while into the night, and I could barely sleep at all. I learned the next morning that someone on the next block over had burned their mother's home down with her in it. He had been found breaking into a home later that night that was occupied, several doors past the house I had been in. It was likely that was him in the basement with me trying to hide, and he switched spots after I got away. I still get scared whenever I think about it. Growing up, my parents added on to our house, and this left my bedroom as the only one upstairs. My sister and I had a shared room at one point, and are still to this day extraordinarily close. It wasn't uncommon for her to just wander into my room and sleep in my bed in the middle of the night, or vice versa. I woke up in the middle of the night one time to see a hand scrambling around between the edge of my bed and the wall. I immediately assumed that my sister had slept in my bed and fallen off the edge or something, then grasped the side of the bed and was reaching out like that to try and grab something desperately in a blind panic. Thinking my sister might need help, I looked over the edge of the bed, but I didn't see anything on the floor. I scurried down the stairs and slept in my sister's room that night, where I found she was sleeping peacefully. There was no further incident. When I went to look under my bed the next day, I didn't find anything either. When I was in college, I made some money by modeling. Sometimes I would just let photography students take pictures of me for practice. Other times I'd work with professionals on fetish shoots. One day I saw an ad on Craigslist. Standard creepy Craigslist deal. Amateur male photographer seeking woman willing to pose nude for him to practice his art and also add to his private collection. It was summer and my jobs on campus had dwindled down to nearly nothing. I needed money really bad, so I replied to this very sketchy ad. The guy wanted me to take a bus to the big city, several hours away from the small town where I went to college. Then I would meet him at his studio, and I would be paid $200 to model for him. He said I could bring a male friend for safety if I wanted. He was not expecting anything more than modeling. He promised it would be okay. He was a normal man in his 40s with a professional job as a doctor, and he just wanted more practice at his hobby. I was desperate to make rent, so I said sure. We set a day. The day of, he emails me to make sure I'm coming alone. I said no, I'm bringing my friend as we'd previously agreed. At this point, the emails started getting a bit weird. I got this feeling in the pit of my stomach that things were not all okay with this guy. I stopped replying to the emails and obviously did not go to the gig. Life went on as usual. 2 years later, I'm living in another state, but just so happened to see a news story on Facebook. It was about the trial of a professional man, a doctor in his 40s, who was on trial in the big city for murdering a woman who had answered his ad for a nude model. He'd murdered her in quite a horrible way based on the details from the news story. I'm certain it was that exact same ad I had seen, the same man I had emailed for the gig I had almost taken. That murdered girl was almost me. My mother's family lived on the second floor of a larger duplex. The front doors to the second floor apartments were located on the side of the buildings and faced each other from one duplex to the other. They rarely locked the front door, and everyone knew their neighbors quite well. One morning, one of my uncles, who must have been about 13 at the time, says he woke up very early. This was summertime, and although it was kind of light out, the sun hadn't actually risen yet. It was still practically in the middle of the night. He was half awake in his bed and a bit groggy when he realized what had awoken him. It was the sound of someone creeping along the corridor. For some reason, something didn't feel right to him. It didn't sound like someone from the family was going to the bathroom during the night. It was much slower and careful. He called out, "Hey, who's there?" He then heard whoever was in the corridor walk back to the top of the stairs, down the other side, and then out the front door. That's creepy enough in my opinion, but it gets much worse. Within 6 months of this event happening, a teenage girl was found dead in the duplex next door to my family's home. She had been killed in the middle of the night with a hammer by a 15-year-old boy that lived nearby. He was known by all the other kids of the neighborhood, and my mother remembers him as being very quiet and always kind of looking down or away whenever you would look at him. He was kind of an outcast, certainly because of his personality, but also perhaps a bit because he went to a posh school, thanks to his father being the janitor there. He was a bit of a snob to the other kids in the duplex where my family lived. On the first floor, there was a family with 3 teenage girls. In my family, there were 2 teenage girls. I guess he knew what he was looking for because he had been lurking around for a good while, deciding which one of us he wanted to take out with his hammer. After he was caught, he killed himself while in the hospital. He was still a very young man. When my friend was about 11 or 12 years old, she went to an all-inclusive resort with her family. This was one of those big places with several pools, restaurants, kids areas, etc. Her dad bought her walkie-talkies, one for her brother, and one for the adults. This was before cell phones were a big thing, so they wanted to be able to stay in touch just in case the kids wanted to go off and do their own thing or something. One night, her parents and her brother go down to the restaurant for dinner. My friend wasn't feeling very well though, so she asked to stay back in the hotel room and watch a movie on her own. They agreed and gave her the walkie-talkie for emergencies. She was up there for about an hour or so, checking in periodically with her dad, just to say hello or ask what they were doing or whatever. She started to feel really sick at one point though, and asked her dad, "Hey, when do you think you'll be back to the room?" Her dad answered back, "We're coming up right now, sweetie. I forgot the room number. Could you tell me what it is again?" As soon as she was about to answer, her dad's voice cut in. "Hey, we're coming back up right now. We got you some cake 'cause you weren't feeling good. We'll see you in about 5 minutes. She knew that the second voice was her dad. She locked the door until her parents got back, and when they did, they said they hadn't talked to her on the walkie-talkie all night long. So back sometime in January of 2013, I was up late suffering from insomnia and watching Moonrise Kingdom. I live in Canada, and this particular night the temperature was holding steady in the single digits. It was probably around 2 or 3 degrees out. The roads were like sheets of ice. The only thing I had to eat in my home were oyster crackers and ketchup, so I decided to pause the movie for a while, bundle myself up tight, and brave the frigid wastelands outside to go and grab some snacks from the mini-mart a few miles away. After putting on several layers of clothing, I stepped outside and locked the door to my townhouse behind me. I walked over to my car. It was so cold out it was actually kind of hard to breathe. For a moment I reconsidered going at all, but my hunger overpowered my discomfort. I chiseled the ice off my windshield and climbed inside my car. I put the key in the ignition and started the car. I also immediately turned on the heater, but not the headlights just yet. As I was waiting in the inside for the car to warm up, I noticed a red Cavalier drive past me down the street and pull into the driveway of the townhouse that was just around the corner from my own. Not having much to occupy my time as the car slowly heated up, I watched as 3 people exited the Cavalier. My heart immediately began to race as I noticed that one of the people in this car had his hands tied behind him. The man who had been in the back seat with this bound man immediately smacked him with what looked like a tire iron, and the defenseless man collapsed into the snow. The tire iron man kept beating him, striking at his legs and back. I could see red patches of blood starting to stain the snow around the fallen man. For some context, this was sometime after midnight, so there was no traffic or anyone else around outside. The only light illuminating the street was coming from about 3 or 4 surrounding streetlights. I didn't recognize any of the men, but I could faintly hear them shouting at each other. I couldn't catch their exact words though. The man who had been in the driver's seat came around the side of the car and pulled out a handgun from his jacket. I remember actually shouting, "Oh fuck!" before clamping my hands over my mouth. I was convinced I was about to witness a murder here, and I was terrified. There was no sense of excitement or grim fascination. This was not a movie. This was a violent, unscripted reality. I was suddenly feeling very traumatized. I hadn't set out tonight wanting to be a witness for what was possibly about to be a murder. My car was on and running, but so was theirs, which was probably why they hadn't noticed me. I didn't dare to try and sprint back inside, but I also didn't want to try my luck driving down the icy street, where they could have easily chased after me if they chose to. The driver bent down and put his gun to the head of the bleeding man. He remained in that position for a while. I assumed he must have been saying something to him. I began to let myself breathe easier, daring to hope they were just going to get back into the car and drive away without killing the man. Then I could call him an ambulance. I had my cell phone in my pocket. Now, you might be asking, if I had a phone, why wasn't I calling the cops right now? This is Canada, and the cops don't give a shit. I also didn't want to risk making any noise or giving my position away with the light of my phone screen. You may think this was cowardly of me, and maybe it was, but until you've been in a situation when there's a guy with a gun 50 yards away from you, I'd say you've got no right to judge me. Anyway, this whole time, the guy with the tire iron had just been standing there. No hat, no gloves, and in the freezing cold, staring down at the bleeding man. Well, my car's engine suddenly stuttered. He glanced up and looked right toward me. I swear I felt my heart stop for a moment. He just stared in my direction. I froze like a deer in the headlights, praying he wouldn't see me. I'm a pretty scrawny guy and wouldn't have had a chance of defending myself against this dude, even without him having a weapon. Suddenly, he began to make his way across the street towards me. Maybe he'd noticed the cloud of exhaust coming from my car, or he was just trying to get a better look. Either way, my fight-or-flight mode kicked in. I wasn't going to wait for this guy to get closer. I killed the engine, leapt out of my car without even shutting the door, and sprinted as fast as I could toward my front door across the icy driveway. I heard the guy yell behind me, "Hey, you!" I was convinced that at any moment I would hear a gunshot. Then suddenly I would hit the ground and bleed out, with the lights starting to fade. But thank God that never happened. I reached the front door and frantically stuffed my keys into the lock. As I turned the knob, I heard the tire iron guy curse and hit the ground. I guess he had slipped onto the ice. I didn't turn around to find out though. Once inside, I slammed the door and locked it. I immediately barricaded myself in the guest room, which only had one small window facing the backyard. I left all the lights off and laid down on the ground next to the bed. My heart was racing, breathing heavily, expecting at any moment to hear pounding from the front door. But it never came. I lay there cowering for what felt like 20 minutes when I heard footsteps out in the hallway. I clamped my hands over my mouth to muffle my breathing and strained my ears for any sound outside the bedroom door. I'd never heard the front door open, but the soft, steady thudding of heavy feet coming down the carpeted hallway was very clear that someone was there. I told myself that as soon as I heard the doorknob jiggle, I was calling the cops on my cell phone and telling them my house was on fire. That would get them there real quick. After a moment, though, I thought I heard the footsteps in the living room. Then, nothing at all. I was convinced the intruder was hiding somewhere in my own home, waiting for me to emerge so they could pounce on me. That was the absolute longest night of my life. I waited wide awake and terrified, convinced I was going to die. When the sun eventually came up, I found the courage to leave the bedroom. I picked up an empty wine bottle to defend myself as I walked down the hall. I carefully peeked outside. There were 2 police cars parked outside my neighbor's yard, and the Cavalier was gone. I didn't recall hearing any gunshots. I walked into my kitchen and took a look around. That's when I noticed my back door was unlocked. My heart sank as I noticed one word had been carved into my wooden table: quiet. About an hour later, the cops knocked on my front door and informed me there had been an assault last night. My neighbor was in the hospital. They asked me if I had seen anything. I lied and said I had passed out at midnight watching movies and had just woken up right now. That might have been a crappy thing to do, but I didn't want to have my name be involved. Whoever these men had been, they were unstable and dangerous and knew where I lived. I didn't want to have to be dragged into court to testify against them. The police asked me if I knew my car door was slightly open. I said no. I simply shrugged and stated I might have forgotten to slam it shut earlier in the day. They seemed to buy that and left without any further questions. I threw out that table and got a new one, and have since put a new security system in place. I'm not particularly proud of how I acted that night, but I have no particular regrets either. Had I tried to be a hero, I might have been killed, so call me a coward if you want. At least I'm still alive. I never made another attempt to go on a late-night snack run ever since, though. I think this story will be improved by context about the setting and such, so here we go. First, the story took place after I graduated high school and moved away from my family. I moved up to Alaska again. I say again because I lived there once before for a short while I was attending college there. Second, and very conveniently, my mother had been renting out our old house instead of selling it. I say conveniently because the long-standing residents had moved away, and therefore I was awarded the old house. I had to work quite a bit to keep up the payments, but my mother pitched in, thankfully. At the beginning of this story, I should make you aware that I had recently broke up with a girl who had been staying with me in that old house. I was renting through my mother, and this breakup was unclean and dysfunctional, much like the relationship itself was. Finally, the story begins. It was winter break, which meant I would be spending much more time inside than I normally would. It was feeling somewhat lonely in this house all alone, without my girlfriend around any longer. There were also no neighbors to really speak of, as the house was in an extremely wooded region. It was a few miles out of town. One late afternoon, soon after I'd thought the whole breakup fiasco had come to a close, I was made quite aware that it wasn't done just yet. My cell phone began ringing non-stop, and I saw that it was coming from an unknown number. Cliché, I know. I decided to pick up and see what was going on. It was, of course, my ex. She began telling me about how great her new boyfriend was and how horrible I am. The sort of talk you can just smell the booze off the caller's breath from miles away. I actually listened, though, until she decided to hand the phone over to her boyfriend. He was, of course, very threatening to me. I decided to hang up in the most politeful manner possible, with a "fuck you, have a nice day." Days later, my mind began to forget about this incident. It had most certainly just been a drunken phone call. We all do that every now and again, so whatever. I'm lying there in the living room, watching some TV. While laying there, though, I noticed something quite unsettling out of the corner of my eye. As I observed closer, I could see a person standing in the window behind me. You may ask me how I noticed this. Well, I could see his reflection from the TV screen. I didn't move an inch, though. I had no weapons to defend myself. I had no guns, no knife. I had nothing but my wit and my fists, so I just lied there watching this reflection, pretending I hadn't noticed. Eventually, it did move away from the window. Normally, that wouldn't spook me too much, but taking into account that this house was nowhere near any others, that was a big red flag. If someone was just wanting to talk to me, why wouldn't they knock on the door? For some reason, I was almost certain it was that new boyfriend. Nothing came of the situation that night, though. Unfortunately for me, similar situations continued to occur from then on though. A car pulling into the driveway, no one getting out, and then leaving after idling there for a while. It was conspicuous and quite worrisome. I didn't suspect a true threat though, until a few days later. I was lying in bed and it was very late at night. I was getting ready to fall asleep when I get another call from an unknown number. It was her again, but this time she was asking me to come outside. She said she wanted to give me an apology. At the time, I was thinking I should just tell her to fuck off. I still decided to go outside though and see what the deal was. I opened the door and it was incredibly dark outside. I say on the phone that I'm outside and she tells me to come around back. With this, I began to walk on the snow-covered ground in the darkness, with just my boots on. The motion light turned on as I crossed the garage and driveway. The snow masking the ground was tinted yellow by the light. I rounded the corner of my garage and turned my phone to see the road that runs behind my house and connects to the driveway by bending. I made my way towards that road, the snow crunching beneath my boots. As I made my way closer, there was a part in the trees that allowed me to walk straight to the road. Otherwise, no one could make their way around the entirety of the driveway. I reached this part and I asked into the phone, "Where are you?" "I'm in the car. I see you." I stepped onto the road and saw her parked in a car a few dozen feet away from me, with the lights dimmed down. "So what's the deal here?" I asked her. "I just want to talk. Come here." I approached the car and made my way around to the passenger side. I saw her face and she waved me in. I got into the car and sat down. She says to me, "Look, I'm sorry. I know I've been a real bitch lately." "No, it's okay. I wasn't really good to you either. I guess I deserve some ribbing." She abruptly stopped speaking because a pair of car lights shined from behind us. Naturally, I assumed it was her boyfriend, and by the look on her face, she did too. The car parked behind us, and sure enough, the boyfriend gets out and storms over to my side of the car. He yanks the door handle and the door swings open. He attempts to grab me, but I grab his wrist instead and jump out of the car. "What do you think you're doing with her, huh? We were just talking, dude, and I was just about to leave." "You're trying to fuck her, aren't you?" "Look, I'm trying to get back and sleep. I'm in no mood to do anything like that, you piece of shit." He gave me this look of utter enragement before swinging at me. He missed though. A scuffle ensued. Most of what happened though was him swearing and slipping and falling before yelling at us both that he'd kill us. I just stood by her car as he pulled away. She gave me a lift back to the house and I invited her inside. It was late in the night and I suggested she lock her car if she was going to stay. We slept upstairs in my bed before I awoke hours later. There was a banging at the back door. I knew this because the back door was directly below my room. She woke up too. I stood up quickly and went to my closet. I reached behind all the coats I never wear and grabbed my Louisville Slugger. She was sitting upright in my bed with her hands covering her eyes. I didn't say anything before walking down the stairs, attempting to be silent. The lights were off and there were no windows on the staircase. The pounding on the back door had audibly ceased. I held the bat tightly, making sure not to bang it against anything and accidentally give away my position. I remember just how slowly I was stepping down, especially the bottom 3 steps, which were always the creakiest ones. I reached the final step, and I froze. It still gives me chills to this day, the sound of the hardwood floors creaking at the bottom of the staircase. There was also a creaking approaching me that was growing closer and closer. I raised the bat above my head, ready to slam whoever it was right on the top of their dome. The creaking grew ever closer, and I planned to swing as soon as it was in front of me, as the staircase opened to the left from the bottom. I had never listened so carefully, holding my breath. I squeezed my hands tighter than I ever had before around the bat, waiting for whoever this was to emerge from around the corner. The creaking sounds were now directly in front of me. I slammed the bat down hard, and I hit something. Whatever it was crumpled to the floor with a bang and a small flash. I turned on the light, and there he was. The boyfriend had fired his gun directly into the floor and left a hole in the hardwood. My ex came downstairs crying profusely, muttering she was sorry over and over again. I called the police, and 4 cops pulled into my driveway, along with an ambulance. I sat at the base of the stairs watching the boyfriend. He was still breathing, I could tell that much from his chest slowly inclining and declining off the floor. I grabbed what I thought was a 9mm off the floor and kept it in my hand, with the safety turned on. I just shook my head over and over in utter disbelief. I explained the situation to the police as the paramedics rushed in and carried him out on a stretcher. All in all, I didn't get much sleep until late into the afternoon, after everything was done and over with. The man ended up going into a coma, but eventually he did recover. A restraining order had already been filed in advance. My ex and I became good friends after the incident, and she never dated that guy again. I never ended up moving out though. I had considered it, but nothing like that has happened ever since, and I don't really expect it to happen again either. So there you have it. When my friend and I were maybe 10 years old or so, we were walking from my house to her house. A 5-minute walk at most. To get there, we could either go around the long way, or we could cut through a schoolyard. The school, which had been rebuilt since then, was about 50 years old or so. We decided to take this shortcut. Anyway, we were about to round the corner to the playground behind the school, when my eyes were brought all the way toward the back of the soccer field, which was still fenced off by a 5 to 6 foot chain link fence. What I saw there nearly made me shit my pants. I saw a shadow of a man running on the inside of the fence, our side, running towards us. I asked my friend if she had seen that too, and she quickly responded with, "Yes, oh my god, let's go!" We backed up real quick and booted it the fuck out of there, out to the front parking lot, and running straight towards her house. Who the fuck even knows why our parents used to let us walk alone like that late at night? But needless to say, we didn't take that way home again for quite a long time. We're both going on 21, and we still talk about that night to this very day. I still get the creeps whenever I walk there at night. Last summer, 2015, my best friend and I were taking a class that met 2 nights a week for a month. One night, after dropping her off at home after class was over, I went to a festival downtown and left at around 10:30 p.m. On the way home, I decided to stop at a local park just outside the city limits, where I went often to swing and listen to music. I wasn't tired enough yet to just go home. I was there for maybe 15 to 20 minutes when another car pulled into the lot and a young couple got out. People fish at this park at night, so I didn't really think that much about it. After a few minutes though, I noticed the couple was not leaving the general area around their car. I felt like I was being watched too, so I kept swinging but turned the volume on my music down while keeping my headphones in. I was right. They were talking about me, speculating about when I was going to leave. My blood froze. I knew I had to get out of there, but in order to get back to my car, I would have to walk right past the gate to the playground and past this couple in their car. Instead, I got off the swing while acting like I was sending a text and walked to a darker area of the playground away from them, hoping I could hide in the shadows until they left. Once I was there and hidden among the dark playground equipment, I suddenly heard a third voice in the darkness, one that sounded like that of a woman who had been chain-smoking her whole life. I felt sick to my stomach when I remembered that while I was watching the young couple, a second car had pulled into the lot as well, but whoever was in it had never gotten out. It appeared they were watching me from the vehicle or lurking around in the dark somewhere I couldn't see them. Luckily, the part of the park I was in backed up to a fence that had a tree growing up against it. I hopped it as silently as I could and decided I was going to make my way up the road where it was completely dark to go to the north entrance by foot, then circle around so I could get back to my car and get the hell out of there. I could hear the three of them arguing quite loudly with each other in the dark by now. My heart was pounding as I tiptoed along the street, silently praying I wasn't going to get abducted and murdered or something. I got to the entrance of the parking lot when there was a large bush and a portable toilet I could hide behind. That was when I heard the voice of the woman so close to me, it was almost like she was whispering in my ear. What she asked the guy and girl next made my heart stop. "Did you get rid of the body yet?" The three of them immediately started arguing again. The woman got into her car, slamming the door shut and turning the engine on. As she was pulling out of the lot, I ran across the street and hid in the shadows between a cluster of trees. Both cars pulled out of the lot within 30 seconds of each other, going in opposite directions. As soon as I was sure they weren't going to come back, and not wanting to catch a glimpse of whatever grisly crime scene they had left behind, I sprinted to my car and sped out of the park. I called the police as soon as I pulled into my grandparents' driveway. I talked with the dispatcher for 20 minutes, crying and shaking the whole time. Officers were sent to check out the area where this all took place, but they didn't find anything. I spoke with a detective one more time that night, but I was so full of adrenaline that I didn't sleep until the next day. I called my mom the next morning on her way to work and told her about what happened. Usually she tells me I'm exaggerating and making something out of nothing, which is quite often true, but this time she was silent on the other end of the phone. After a moment, she just told me to never go to that park at night again. I never did find out what was really going on that night, but right around the time all of this happened, the police in our area were on the lookout for a man who had disappeared and supposedly been abducted. They found his body in the national park, a half-hour north from where my encounter took place 2 weeks later. We were going camping once, driving through some city. My dad was driving and my mom was in the passenger seat. I was in the back and it was evening, but not fully dark yet. We weren't really talking to each other at all. My mom was just looking out her window when all of a sudden she said, "Oh my God, do you see that?" My dad said, "Yeah, I do. I'm gonna slow down and let them pass." He slowed down, and the car on the right passed us by. I couldn't see inside, but one of their windows was down, and the arm hanging out that window looked to be that of someone impossibly thin. I asked my mom what she saw, and she said it was nothing. My dad backed her up, and they refused to tell me anything more. Years later, I asked them about it again. My mom said that what she'd seen that night was a person's skeleton. It was no mask though, because you could see through their jaws. They still had some tissues like their tongue and their eyes, but the rest was rotting and decaying. My dad backed her up again, but years later, after my mom was dead, he recanted, saying it must have been a mask, because the person's eyes appeared to be moving, and nobody could be alive and look to be in that bad of a state. A couple of years ago, I was living in Budapest. It was half study abroad, half hanging out with my family, who lived in a town about 30 minutes south. Every once in a while, I would take day trips with my friends. On one of our trips to Romania, our car broke down right at the border. One of my friends had family that didn't live too far away. It was still way too far to just walk though, so the four of us decided to hitchhike. We grabbed what we could out of the vehicle, then called her family to tell them we were on our way. We locked up the car and wrote a sign that said we were hitchhiking but would be returning for the car later. About 5 minutes after this, a van pulled over and we got inside. The guy who picked us up, Andres, was very nice. He was very interested in where we were all from, what we liked to do, where we'd traveled, what kind of things we were studying. It started to get quite dark out, and Andres here mentioned his family had a house not too far from where we were actually. We could stop there for the night and sleep over, since he was pretty tired and didn't know if he could drive us all the way to where we needed to go to. We all kind of looked around at each other, but ultimately agreed that it was rude to expect this nice man who had picked us up to drive us all throughout the night. Yes, Andres was nice, but driving up the dirt road to his house made all the hairs on my arms stand up. I would later ask my companions, and they all said the same thing. All of us got silent as we tried to take in the scenery. It looked like an Eastern European house, set far back on what used to be a farm. There was still all of the old abandoned equipment around. We unloaded and shuffled into this house, which was actually very quaint and charming. He showed us into a room off the living room that we could all sleep in for the night. We all set out our sleeping bags and kind of congregated on the floor, while Andres went into the kitchen. He started talking to his wife. "Honey, I brought back some travelers again. They're all very nice. Some of them are American. Yes, I was going to offer them some brandy." He came back into the doorway of our room and offered us said brandy. I passed, but the others accepted. He brought us out a tray and the rest of the bottle, then disappeared again. Eventually, we all drifted off to sleep. I woke up first, got dressed, and went outside to pee. I ran into a little girl on my way back up to the house. She was incredibly shy. I asked what her name was and if she lived there too. She said she did, but kept saying her father didn't believe her. I chalked it up to either my Hungarian being rusty or her being a kid, but I told her she should come back inside because it was very cold out. She instead slunk back into an old mangled trailer she was playing inside. I went back in the house and breezed past the kitchen, where Andres was screaming out, "Why are there not enough eggs for our guests? What kind of wife are you?" When I got back to the doorway of our room, all of my companions were standing up, bags hastily packed and mouths agape. Looking behind me, I turned, and that's when I saw a scarecrow dressed up in women's clothing, sitting in an armchair at the far side of the living room. I turned back to my friends laughing and said, "Are you guys afraid of a scarecrow?" Just then, Andres came through the door, picked the scarecrow up by the arm and flung it across the room. "You are the stupidest woman in the world," he howled. "I worked so hard, and you embarrassed me." He went back into the kitchen still screaming and now rifling through drawers. I turned to my friends, and we all immediately agreed it was time to leave right now. The things Andres was saying got worse and worse. "I killed the last one. I can kill you too." We stood there as a group, frozen. My friend Libby turned around and saw a window, so we decided to jump through it to get out of the house. She was the first one out, and when she landed, she made this weird squishing sound. My friend Jenny popped her head out the window and then started screeching and backing away from it. At this point, Andres had started stabbing the scarecrow with a big knife. We were all trying to get the hell out of this house. The two of us still inside pushed Jenny out of the way, not really caring why she was screaming, because Andres was packing a knife now. Finally, I jumped out and landed in what can only be animal remains. There was blood and guts filling this deep trench next to the guy's house. There was also a lovely portrait of a family painted on the side, using what looked like blood from this giant gaping hole. The four of us, bloody and shaking, were still able to hear Andres killing his scarecrow wife. We hightailed it the hell out of there back to the main road, and we decided against getting into another car. Instead, we ran all the way back to our old car. We took a break off from day tripping for a while. This happened about 6 months ago. I was 22 at the time, and my daughter was only 4. I lived in a 2-story house with just me, my daughter, and my husband. I was taking at-home classes to be an iPhone specialist, starting at 5 p.m. and ending at 10 p.m., Monday through Friday. My husband had left for his 2 weeks of training that he does every year for the military, so it was just me, my daughter, and our pit bull mix Mavis at home. I had just finished up my classes for the week and had the weekend free. I decided to go to my mother's house until Sunday. I packed up my stuff and my daughter's stuff, and we went over for the weekend. We returned home on Sunday to find that someone had broken into our home. There were muddy footprints and windows were open, but nothing was missing at all. I was going to call the police, but my sister's husband explained the cops wouldn't do anything. Nothing happened that night, but the next day my mother came over to pick my daughter up so I could do my classes without worrying what she was getting into. They left and I went to watch the classes upstairs. I put my headphones on so I could hear my instructor teaching the class, but I swear I began to hear things downstairs. I even texted my mom and told her I was hearing something weird going on. It was really creeping me out. She assured me it was probably just Mavis because she'd locked everything up tight when she left, and no one could possibly get in. I agreed, thinking I was probably just freaking myself out. I continued listening to my instructor's teaching when I swear I heard footsteps on the stairs. I hurried up and took my headset off, but when I listened in, I couldn't hear anything. I walked down the stairs and didn't see anything either. I went back to my class and brushed it off. At 10 p.m., my class was finally over. My mom decided to just keep my daughter there with her for the night. I was doing my homework with Mavis upstairs with me, when all of a sudden, she started barking and growling and sprinted down the stairs. Now, Mavis usually barks and growls at the slightest of noises outside, so I didn't really think that much of it. I decided that maybe I should check it out anyway this time though, because of what had happened earlier. Again though, I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I went back upstairs. I was finally done with my homework, and it was about midnight now. I went downstairs and called my mom like I do every night. We were talking, and I decided to open my daughter's door and peek my head in. I don't know why I did this, because my daughter was at my mom's for the entire night. It was just a habit. I guess I should have mentioned earlier that when you look into my daughter's room, her bed is on the far wall, a good ways away from the door. Because of this, you can clearly see underneath her bed as soon as you look in. I opened the door, and to my horror, I saw a man was hiding underneath her bed. I froze and didn't move. I just stood there in shock. After what felt like minutes, I slowly shut the door and whispered into my phone to my mom. "There's a man in my house under my daughter's bed." My mom was terrified and screamed at me to get outside and stay on the phone with her. She had my brother call the police, so I ran outside with Mavis and waited for them to arrive. After about 3 minutes, they came and searched my house, but they found no one. They did discover my bathroom window was wide open. They happened to shine their light at the living room window, and I could clearly see 2 huge handprints where they'd slid the window down. The cops waited for my mom and brother to get there, and while we were waiting, they told me about this man who usually stayed 2 houses down from mine with his parents. Both of his parents had a pretty bad drug habit, and this guy had been known to put women in the hospital trying to kill them. What scares me even more is that since we bought this house, my daughter has been terrified and always told my mom she wanted to stay with her because it wasn't safe at mommy's house. I didn't really think too much of it at the time. I thought maybe it was just a new place, and you know how kids are with new places. After this whole thing happened though, I stayed with my mom until my husband came home. We decided to ask our daughter what scared her so much about this house. What she told me absolutely terrified me. She said that at night while her dad and I were asleep, monsters would come to her window and try to get inside. She said there was a boy monster and a girl monster. The next day we installed alarms on all the windows and security lights. I can't stop questioning why this man was under my daughter's bed. Was he waiting for me to go to sleep, or was he waiting for my mom to bring my daughter back home? And for me to put her to bed, I get sick to my stomach thinking about what could have happened to her. It all began on a beautiful day at the beginning of autumn in 1998. I live in a small town called Grantham in Lincolnshire, United Kingdom. I was out with a couple of friends, and it was coming up to the end of the summer holidays. I was at a friend's house when I decided to nip home to get a drink. My two friends walked down with me, as it was only around the corner, a 5-minute walk away from my house. I went in and they waited outside for me, or so I thought. While I was inside, I got real thirsty and drank about 3 pints of water before going back out. When I got outside though, I realized there was no sign of my friends around. I looked up and down the street for them. Down the street about 4 houses down from mine, there were a couple of very large trees about 18 feet high, overhanging the fence at the front. As I looked down that way, I saw 2 pairs of legs hanging down, as if 2 people were up in the tree hiding. I thought it must be my friends, messing around with me. I started walking down there, shouting that I could see them and to stop messing around. As I shouted to them, whoever this was sort of jumped over the fence. When they entered the next garden over, they went to a gate at the side of the property, which was about 8 feet high, and proceeded to climb over that too. I didn't understand how they'd just done all this so fast, but I still wasn't fazed by it. I shouted again for them to stop messing around. Then I had an idea. I'd run down quickly and catch them when they came out of the next garden. I proceeded to the next garden over, but I couldn't believe what I was looking at now. There in this garden stood 2 people, but they were not my friends. At first, they looked really odd. There was a man about 50, wearing a large trench coat that went all the way down to his feet. I could see he had large black boots on. As my eyes moved up, I saw his hands were very pale, and his fingernails were extremely long and overgrown, like big claws. They were a really dirty yellow color. His mouth was open wide enough to show he had sharp discolored teeth as well, and had a large pointed nose. When I looked at his eyes, they almost looked jet black. You'd never believe what I was talking about if you hadn't seen it yourself. I instantly froze on the spot. It felt like time was frozen. No one was around, and nothing was moving either. It felt like there was no wind. All I could do was stare into this guy's eyes. I knew they were staring right back at me. I was aware of the other person nearby as well. He was much younger and dressed in more modern clothes for the time. I couldn't see this young one's face, as I was stuck staring into those deep pits that were the eyes of the first man. I'll tell you now, I've never felt so terrified in all my life. After what felt like hours, I managed to break the man's gaze and run home. When I got indoors, I just about bawled my eyes out. I think it was the shock and the horror of knowing those people were wandering around in broad daylight. I never knew what was going on until last night, when I discovered some stories of black-eyed children. After reading those stories, I realized that maybe that's what those guys could have been. It wasn't a nighttime door visit, though. I hope I never have to experience that again. I'm 36 now, but the following happened to me when I was 19 years old. A quick backstory is that I was and still am a volunteer firefighter in a small West Australian town in the southwest. In addition to the normal volunteer firefighting ins and outs of attending things, I was also involved in the sports side of the fire brigade as well. This was comprised of individual and team events. The fire brigade you belonged to was your team. Across Western Australia, there were about 30 such brigades, and between October and April, we would travel around and compete with each other. We had traveled to Geraldton to compete in the state championships in 1999. I had, through immense hard work, won the Championship Fireman Award and was at the hosting fire brigades after the event's celebration. I was enjoying myself with my team, drinking beer and socializing, which started at around 5 p.m. I'll admit I was pretty damn drunk at this point. There were a shitload of people around, and a lot of my time was spent talking to officials, older members, and chatting with friends and catching up. I had not really gotten my full drink on yet. I really needed to take a piss though, so I went around the corner and started to piss in the garden, like I had done a few times already. Every other bloke at the party was doing the same thing. While I was doing this though, I got a phone call from an unknown number. Being away from all the noise of the party, I answered this. I remembered the guy on the other end asking for someone I didn't know. They ended the call after perhaps 10 or 15 seconds, simply saying, "Sorry, wrong number." I finished my piss and went straight back to the party. When I returned, I was absolutely in shock. Everyone else had disappeared practically. It was dead quiet. Every table and chair was neatly stacked with all the rubbish cleared. The lights were off, the doors were locked, there were no cars at all. It was completely dead, with not a sound at all. I was extremely confused. I took my phone out and saw it was just after 4 a.m. Well, what the fuck just happened? I checked through my phone, and it showed dozens of missed calls, 30 or 40 text messages of people searching for me and looking for where I'd gone to. I called up my mate and made it back to my hotel. Over the next few days, I confirmed with many people that I had been standing in the circle talking to everyone when I excused myself to take a piss after receiving a phone call. That was the last anyone saw of me that night. Where I'd pissed was where everyone else was doing it, so it's impossible I could have gone there unnoticed. A group of friends had searched the entire area for me, but apparently I had just disappeared altogether. I still have no idea what really happened that night, but it was extremely weird. Throughout the days, we take our 2 dogs outside to their kennels so they can get out of the house for a while and run and play. These are not small dogs, mind you. One is a black lab husky mix, and the other one is a full-blooded Staffordshire Terrier pit bull. The kennels are placed at the edge of the yard near the woods. The woods are big and large enough to take an entire day to go hiking through them. Lately, when it gets dark, the dogs seem to be very on edge. They'll bark and whine toward the house to come in. At first, I figured they just wanted to get back inside, but now I'm actually starting to think they might be scared for some reason. 3 nights ago when I went to get them, it was already dark, but we have a security light so it wasn't pitch black or anything like that. I got to the front of the first kennel and noticed both dogs were being unusually quiet. They always barked at me excitedly when I'd go to get them, but now they were dead silent. This did weird me out a bit, but not to the point of being scared. I will admit there was a certain uneasiness in the air though, something I couldn't quite explain. It felt sort of electric, like I was about to be shocked or something. The longer I was there, the more uneasy I felt. I started getting the first dog out when I heard a heavy snap in the woods near the kennels. I froze, and the dogs froze too. By this point in time, I was so on edge that if someone had spoken out to me, I would have jumped and screamed, possibly even ran away. This ominous feeling in the air just kept getting thicker and thicker. My lab had her bushy tail stuffed underneath her and was whining. This didn't make me feel any better. My pit bull was as far away from the woods as she could get, whimpering for me to come get her as well. I could only take one dog in at a time because they'd get too excited and even sometimes try to fight. I avoided that at all costs, so I felt bad leaving my pit out there by herself. I had to do it though. As I walked away, she barked this kind of high-pitched whining type of bark at me. I had never heard her do this before. The lab couldn't get into the house quick enough. I went back for the other one and dreaded every step. Her kennel was right at the base of the woods. I would have to turn my back on them to open her door and get her out. The air felt heavy and stale, with an unpleasant smell like that of dead skunk. I approached the kennel, and another snap was heard. I was about ready to run for it, but I didn't want to leave my dog, who had her head down defensively, facing the woods outside. I could barely make it, to be honest. It felt like trying to walk through water. I was terrified. As I reached the door, I heard a heavy breathing behind me. I got my dog out. She was scared too, but she started growling at the area behind me. I was frozen in place. That heavy breathing continued for about a minute before I heard steps coming out of the woods towards both of us. We took off at the same time. A terrifying scream came from the base of the woods. I didn't dare to look back to see what it was though. I just ran all the way home, my pit bull pulling me all the way back. I got in and flipped off all the lights. I stared out the window at those woods. I could see that something was clearly moving around outside, but it was just out of reach of the light. It moved back and forth for about 5 minutes before it disappeared back into the woods. It took me forever to fall asleep that night because I was so scared that every little noise freaked me out. The next night I went to get the dogs earlier, right around dusk or so. I thought all was good until I was getting my pitty out again. A huge snapping sound like a tree branch cracking rang out. It sounded pretty far away, so I hurried up and got my dog and started toward the house. A few steps away from the kennel, I heard something quite big charging toward me from inside the woods. We ran again. Whatever it was appeared to follow for a while, then retreated back into the woods once we were inside. Now, every night since then, I hear sounds coming out of the woods like branches cracking and things being thrown around or something knocking against the trees. I'm absolutely terrified. I no longer even take my dogs down there. I just take them for walks during the day instead and make sure we're all in bed before dusk. I don't know what to do. I'm thinking of buying a gun, but I'm not sure how much that will actually help. During 1999, I worked briefly as a vacuum cleaner salesman. Yes, the job was as terrible as it sounds. It also required very late nights, as I was often at customers' homes until around 9 p.m. before having to go back to the head office to check in, then drive back home. Often, I wouldn't even arrive home until 12 or 1 a.m. in the morning. I was working late this one particular night, and was on the home stretch around 10 miles from home when my old crappy Ford Fiesta started to overheat. I knew the car wouldn't make it home, and I had no other choice than to pull over on top of the big, dark, deserted mountain next to my town. My hometown was literally the last town before there were only mountains and forests for countless miles on end. As I pulled into the mountain parking area with steam pouring out of my engine, this is 100% true by the way, I could see a white human figure. Obviously surprised a car was pulling into a deserted parking space in the middle of the night, this figure ran directly in front of my headlights. As it sprinted from the edge of the clear side of the parking area and into the forest on the other side, I could see it had no clothes. They also appeared almost luminous and reflective in my lights. To say I shit myself is a bit of an understatement. My eyes nearly popped out of my sockets when they ran in front of me. I realized that I was now stuck in a dead car on a deserted mountain in the middle of the night with no mobile phone signal. This was back in the days when mobile phones were just starting to become popular, so large chunks of the country were missing from network coverage. I had no choice but to sit there for an hour until my car cooled down. They'd given up the ghost pretty much the second I pulled in, so I just sat there in my car alone, staring directly into the forest where I'd saw them run. I had no weapon and no way to make contact with anybody to let them know where I was. There was no passing traffic to possibly flag down for help. I knew for a fact I had actually seen someone there, and it was not a trick of the light. That much was clear. I discounted any other animal that populated the Welsh mountains, as I was certain I'd seen a two-legged humanoid. Roughly a human head, body, arms, and legs. The obvious answer was that it was some very strange man, who for some reason was either wearing white or completely naked. Since we were miles away from the nearest home, and I was the only car around, I didn't know why someone would have spent hours walking through thick forests just to hang out in an empty parking area in the middle of the forest. Eventually, my car cooled down enough for me to limp back home. Nobody really believed me when I told them what I saw, though. All my friends were adamant I must have seen a sheep or something, but to this very day, I swear that I saw something that night, something different than I've ever seen in the forest before. I've been camping many times, biking and hiking, and I've never seen anything like that again. Whenever I go there now, though, I'm always aware of the possible presence of someone else being out in the woods with me. I was living with my then boyfriend and his flatmate about this time last year. I just got in from work on a Sunday night at around 11 p.m. or so. I work in a bar, by the way. We'd all decided to go smoke a joint in the park next door to our flat. Now, the area we lived in was actually very nice. Never had any problems, very quiet community. As we got about halfway through the park, some random guy started cycling towards us. He got about a meter past us, then fell off his bike. We all ignored it and carried on walking until he randomly started to scream at us. "Hey, you want to fight?" He ran over and started pushing the guys I was with around and screaming in my face. He was a big guy, and we were all pretty freaked out. We turned around and started to head home. That's when the guy climbed back on his bike and started chasing after us. He was screaming, "I have a knife, and I'm gonna kill you all." We all legged it back to the flat, but you have to key in a code. We got in just in time. We didn't get the chance to close the door properly though, as the guy shoved his way in. We had to run up 3 flights of stairs. I was at the very back. We got into the flat just in time. The man started banging on the door shortly after. We didn't call the police in the end. Probably should have in hindsight, but we were all pretty shaken up. We later ordered a pizza, and when the pizza guy came up to the flat, we asked him to make sure the guy was not still there. I was once walking through the woods in a rather remote area by myself, as I needed to take a shortcut from where I was going to arrive in time. After a few minutes, though, I thought I saw something moving in the bushes right next to me. It was just about getting dark, so there was still enough light out to see movement, but not really enough to see what was doing the moving. I just shook it off, surely a squirrel or some wild animal. After a few hundred meters deeper in, though, I noticed strange noises coming from behind me. It sounded like heavy breathing, like the rattling sound you'd make if you had pneumonia or something. As I turned around, I couldn't see anything. It had gotten darker very quickly. I'm a guy in his mid-20s and in good condition, so I thought, fuck it, let's run for a few minutes until I'm back on track. I tried to focus on my steps so I didn't trip on a root or a stone or something in the darkness. As I slowed down because of a big dead tree blocking my path, I could hear the breathing behind me again, now much closer than it had been before. Whatever this thing was, it was clearly following me. Because I had been running, I was too loud to notice it. I jumped over that lying trunk and turned around, ready to face whatever was following me. And there they were. There was a naked man, eyes glowing in the darkness. You could see the yellow shimmer of their teeth with their mouth opened, drool seemingly pooling down. I pulled out my pocket knife, prepared to fight this unusual man. Luckily, they must have been intimidated by the sight of my knife, because they dashed right back into the bushes where they came from, and I went the rest of my way in peace. Back when I was in high school, I would often go over to my friend's house to have drinks together. She lived on the outskirts of town, and I remember that I would have to walk down dark, unlit forest roads to get home from her place. It was usually fine in the summer, but in the darker months it was way too creepy. Well, I say it was too creepy, but I still walked there and back at least twice a week. It was great to have a place to drink and chat without being disturbed by anyone. The walk home was always a bit daunting, but thanks to the wonderful power of alcohol flowing through me, I managed to summon up the courage to hit the road, even when it was pitch black out. The road she lived down was dark and deserted now, but it used to be quite a popular one. It ceased being popular when the soccer stadium in our town shut down, and the team moved away. I would walk home from my friend's house down this old, desolate road, which was always empty and quiet. One night, in one of the darker months, I suddenly heard some voices while I was walking home. I guessed it must have been about 2 or 3 men out there somewhere in the darkness. Well, this is where you'll have to forgive my teenage curiosity and stupidity. I wanted to see who those voices belonged to. The reason for this is because there were rumors around town that the area near the old stadium was a haunt for gay people. I was dumb and drunk, so I thought that maybe I should take a look and see if those rumors were true or not. It was not the best move on my part. I know I can blame the booze and say that my drunken state motivated me to go into the woods, but even still, it was a dumb thing to do. I guess I was always a little too bold whenever I started drinking. I knew the woods quite well, so I thought I would go completely unnoticed. As I approached, I saw some silhouettes through the gaps in the trees. It looked like there was one man who was surrounded by other men. The guy in the middle almost looked as though he was floating. It was the strangest thing to me in my drunken state of mind. The guy's legs were dangling above the ground. Another guy was grabbing the legs of this floating man. I wanted to see what the hell was going on here, so I decided to move a little closer. I was close enough now for the mumbled and half-whispered voices to be heard a little. I was watching where I was going, but I stepped on a dead branch. I thought maybe it could take some of my weight. but it snapped almost a second later. The mumbling voices stopped instantly, and there was an awkward silence in the air. I was feeling full of regret and fear now. Why did I even come down here to see what they were doing? I should have known this was a bad idea. The very next moment, something unexpected happened. I heard a snorting kind of laugh, a nasty, wicked laugh. I saw 3 silhouettes were now facing toward me. I prayed that I was hidden in the darkness of the trees and stood there silently bracing myself to run at any moment. A male voice then called out, "Oh, so you want to be next, huh?" That was enough for me. I ran as fast as I could, and I didn't stop running until I saw street lights. I got home without anything further happening, but it really was scary for me. I didn't really understand what was happening at the time. I guess I was too innocent and naive. I know what it means nowadays, though, and by the end of this, you'll know too. When I got to class the following day, I noticed crowds of gathered students all chatting away. It didn't take long for me to find out what the topic of discussion was. Several of my friends wanted to tell me the news. Apparently, someone had been found in the forest by the old stadium and had seemingly taken their own life. There were cops all over town now asking people questions. They found their body hanging from a tree in the woods. I think what I saw was some sort of organized criminal activity or something. The staging of a suicide out there in those woods that night. Those other men had taken that person's life, and I saw them setting the scene when I was snooping around. This was a long time ago, by the way, back probably when prejudices towards certain lifestyles were more expected. I wonder if the reason that person lost their life was down to the location they were in that night, and because of those awful rumors. If that's so, then the question I was asked by those men in the shadows is even more terrifying. On my way home that night, I did report what I saw anonymously from a nearby phone booth, but I don't think anything was made of it. I can say that with confidence because 5 more men were discovered over a 10-year period after, and I wouldn't be surprised if all those men shared something in common. Thankfully, the old stadium was demolished during that period, and that area isn't there anymore. I hate to see nature get destroyed for more concrete constructions, but in this case, I feel kind of good that area was removed. I grew up in the rural countryside of Japan. My family used to own and maintain rice fields for a living. Everyone in the family would always pitch in and lend a hand. This was before I was born. Everyone in the family would always pitch in and lend a hand. This is before I was born, but my family had ownership of the land still. The thing about rice fields is that they're governed by water supply. A waterway. The waterway was a bone of contention between the owners of each field back then. It seemed as though everyone was in constant dispute with one another over water rights. Everyone was on bad terms, and I remember hearing lots of stories when I was a kid. It sounded like there were physical fights, ambushes, lots of pettiness as well. All of the families lived relatively close to one another, so I can imagine how awkward it must have been to meet eyes with your enemy whenever you went out to the fields. Over the years, the number of rice field owners in the area drastically decreased, and it seemed like the rice fields couldn't live up to the reputation my family had given them. It just wasn't a place I could think of as dangerous any longer. In the past, it sounded like they were at each other's throats day in and out, but by the time I was 10 years old, nobody even really bothered with the rice fields anymore. If you spoke the family name of my family's rival, though, the scars of their memories would seem as fresh as the water flowing through the waterway. I guess one day, the water flowing through that waterway stopped, Despite the fields not being used much, the water flow and the waterway was needed by our rural village. We depended on that water. So, the family house, affected most by the lack of water from the waterway, went in search of whatever was blocking the area. They did a systematic search and cleared the area bit by bit, where they made a morbid discovery. There were piles of bones, collecting masses of dead leaves around them in the waterway. When I first heard this, I was with my family. My grandma reacted quite strangely. I don't know if she meant for the following to be said under her breath out loud, but it was loud enough for me to hear what she said. "Oh, they finally found you, huh?" I didn't ask what that meant. I came to realize over the years that there was something behind those words, an implication that I didn't want to know. My grandma must have killed someone, or knew someone who did. I suppose if you throw charred bones in the waterway, they won't get found for quite a while. Our waterway was a really deep one as well, so I guess it makes sense they weren't discovered until after a blockage was formed around them. Still though, it was a very scary and unnerving thing to hear my grandma say. It was about 28 to 29 years ago, after I graduated from high school. I got a job in Saitama. It's a prefecture in Japan, which neighbors Tokyo. I got a second-hand car after a couple of months of moving to Saitama, and you really need it out there. I was glad I'd gotten one. I used to go on these long, relaxing drives after work. I would listen to my music, smoke cigarettes. I really enjoyed it, obviously. That was until the night in question. One night, I was on a particularly long drive. I was way out in the mountains, and there wasn't much around but darkness and the sound of cicadas. I drove with the windows down. Well, at least one window on the driver's side, since I was usually smoking. I was heading down a long, dark road, when all of a sudden out of nowhere, I heard a desperate scream. It wasn't an adult scream either. It sounded like a child screaming, and it was absolutely blood-curdling. I don't want to talk about it too much in detail, because I can still remember that terrifying scream in my mind. Trust me, if you heard something like that, you'd do exactly what I did, which was slam on the brakes. I wasn't an instinctive paranormal believer or anything like that. I put a lot of faith into my five senses, and I felt like something bad was going on right now. I pulled over onto the hard shoulder and got out of the car. I felt chills rising up my spine. It was the dead of night. There was no reason a child should be in this area. There was no reason I should have heard what I had heard. I scanned the area as best as I could, as my car's headlights lit up the dark woods ahead of me, but it was too dark in all other directions to see. I began to sweat nervously. I was scared, paranoid, you name it. I was overcome by some terrible dread. Whoever made that sound, they must have been in danger. I was wondering what I should even do. My legs began to tremble. I thought that was just the thing people say when they get scared, but I guess it's actually true. I couldn't hear anything else apart from my heartbeat and the restless shuffling of my feet on the dirt road. I was so panicked that I wanted to leave. I managed to convince myself it was just an auditory hallucination. Maybe I was just staying up too late at night or something. I didn't hear anything at all after the initial scream, so I thought maybe I could just go. I headed back home. About 3 weeks later, though, I was watching the TV, and I saw those same roads and that very same mountain pass come up on the screen. The newscaster said words I'll never forget. Miyazaki has confessed to the murder and identified the scene of the crime to the authorities. The case has already proceeded to the courts. It was at that point I knew exactly what the scream I heard was. It wasn't a scream you'd hear in an amusement park or if somebody was just startled. It was an end-of-life scream. I saw on the screen the exact area I'd pulled over. It was truly too disturbing to imagine what even happened that night. I didn't have to imagine, though, because after the trial, weeks, months later, the man's actions were documented completely by the media and himself. If you don't want to sleep tonight, you can look up the crimes of Somu Miyazaki, but I'll not give him the recognition here. What he did truly turns my stomach. You'll understand why that scream scared me so much that I stopped going for night drives in the woods after that. I love mountains. I love going on mountain hikes and trail walks, and I used to love going with friends in a group, or even by myself as well. This experience takes place when I went to a certain mountain for the very first time. I'll keep the name of it private out of respect. You'll know why shortly. That day, I wanted to climb to the summit of the mountain, and the conditions were very great. It was late summer, and the weather was clear and slightly breezy. I had read in a guidebook that there was a temple at the top of the mountains. It had been there for many years, apparently. I thought it would be cool to check it out whilst I was there. In years gone by, there was a chief priest, and it was subject to visits from people all over. But according to the guidebook, in modern days, it had fallen into quite the state of disrepair. Perhaps that was due to the lack of visitors. There used to be a small village up in the mountain too, but apparently that had been destroyed by a tsunami, which is why the temple was built to honor those lost at the village. Supposedly, there was a memorial to the event up there as well. When I climb mountain trails, I always keep my eyes open and make sure I'm fully aware of my surroundings. I was about halfway up that mountain when I noticed a few structures which looked like they could have once been part of homes. Seeing those destroyed stone walls and abandoned buildings made me feel a little bit unpleasant. Those poor people. I managed to make it to the summit quite easily, as it wasn't exactly a tall mountain. There was plenty of natural light left in the day, and I was able to see the temple. The temple looked abandoned. Thankfully, no one had tried to destroy or ruin it. I was really glad it was still intact. The roads leading up to it had grown over, but it wasn't too bad. I weaved my way through weeds and bush along those mountain roads. I just wanted to see where they led to. About halfway down, I noticed that some of the road had been lost to a landslide, and it certainly looked as though the road was no longer in use. I suddenly felt a sense of unease when I got to that portion of the road. I couldn't place my source of unease, though, so I tried to ignore it and push on. I struggled through a particularly thick portion of brush, and after climbing a little further, I spotted something up ahead in the road. There was a mini-truck. The mini-truck was parked off to the side, at an angle as though it was halfway through a U-turn. It had driven up onto the side of a grassy verge. It looked so out of place. I had just spent the entire morning looking at abandoned buildings and marching through deserted woods and roads. The last thing I expected was to see some kind of vehicle here. I got closer to the truck, and I noticed that there was something wrong with it. I got close enough to see that the door was not locked. I took note of the license plate. The truck itself was relatively new, and there was some rope in the back. It didn't look as if it had been moved for quite a while. There were no tire marks to indicate a crash or movement of any sort. The grass verge had grown beneath the two front wheels. The truck looked abandoned, but who would abandon a perfectly good truck here for nothing? Nothing I was seeing here was adding up. I grew more and more concerned with each passing moment, so I decided enough was enough. It was time to call the police and report this suspicious incident. I didn't have a great signal in the mountains, and I didn't want to stay there any more than I needed to. I thought that I would call the cops from home instead. When I eventually got on the phone with the police, I told them all the information, including the license plate number of the vehicle and what I'd witnessed. It was all pretty standard stuff. I made a report and I hung up. I thought about it for a while. Maybe I should have stayed longer to investigate, or maybe I should have tried to find a better spot for service while I was out there. But there was something so off-putting about being near that truck in that desolate location that I just had to go. About a week later, I got a call from the police. They were following up on the report of the truck. They wanted to tell me they had found something. I remember during our call, the police officer paused and said to me in a very sober voice, "Before I proceed, I have to ask, do you want to know what happened to the owner of that truck?" That really threw me for a loop. Something about the tone and his pacing made me very curious. When I asked myself if I wanted to know what happened, though, I found my answer was no. I told the officer that I did not want to know what happened to that person. I then hung up on them. If this ever happens to you, you might understand where I'm coming from. There was just an atmosphere there. To that truck, there was something wrong that I couldn't put my finger on, and I couldn't bear the thought of being told that the owner of that vehicle had taken their life in those woods, or met with a much worse fate. I didn't want to battle with the mental image of that for the rest of my life. The mountain, that was enshrined already with a very sad history, became a little sadder and darker to me that day. The world as well. You might be thinking, oh, well, I would have wanted to know, or I would have gone to check it out. But I don't know. I think that's just the kind of thinking that comes across in movies or TV, where you're not actually really dealing with it. When you're confronted with something like that, it really makes you stop in your tracks and think a little further. That mountain became a mountain that I don't plan on returning to. Maybe misery and despair are just a part of it all, and we just have to recognize that. I don't need to know. This didn't happen to me. It happened to someone who works at my company, and he's not really the type to share stuff like this online. Somehow, I was able to get his permission. I found it to be pretty creepy and interesting, and I hope you do too. Back when this took place, he was really into photography. I mean, this guy was completely obsessed with it. He needed the right camera, the right lens, the right everything. For the longest time, it was just about all he would ever spend his money on. It didn't stop there either. Every time he took off from work, he was off someplace to take more photos. He would be up early or stay out late until the morning light. He absolutely loved taking photos of the mountains and the sea at sunset or sunrise the most. He took photos of wildlife as well, especially birds. He seemed to favor wide shots of landscapes. After a while, though, he got tired of taking photos of the same sort of thing all the time. Either that, or he just couldn't get the time off he wanted from our boss anymore. I think that's what led him to trying to shoot something a little bit more local. He got some new lens or new camera or something. I can't remember, but he said he was going to shoot some photos of the stars at night. There was a place not far away from where he lived that would be good for it. He lived on the outskirts of town beneath the shadow of a mountain. What better place to take photos of constellations from? He ventured out, and it took next to no time for him to get up to the top of the mountain while riding his motorbike. He said that he went late enough that when he was on the hiking trail, it was completely empty all the way there. Riding up those trails made his journey a lot shorter, but a lot more dangerous as well. It was illegal, but he thought he could get away with it. There wasn't much of a police presence in this town, and apparently he knew the area well and the risks involved. He was confident he would get up and down without anyone noticing. There was a clearing at the top of the mountains, but the streetlights were very scarce. There was nothing but natural light up there at all, and that's where he wanted to be. He pulled up to the place he wanted to park at and kicked out the stand of his bike. He put it out of sight under a tree, just in case someone were to come. He started to take tons of photos, tried them from all sorts of angles. He was completely immersed in taking them, especially since there was a full moon out and not a cloud in the sky. It served as a real blank canvas. His concentration was disrupted, though, when he suddenly heard the sound of a vehicle pulling into the observation area parking lot. He had driven up the trail and not up the road. Therefore, he had a kind of advantage over the car that had just pulled into the lot. At that time of night, he thought it must have been some kids, looking for a quiet place to drink or fool around in, maybe both. If that was the case, it wouldn't be great if they found a guy on his own lurking about in the bushes with a bunch of camera equipment. Since he didn't know who was about to emerge from the vehicle, he hid out of sight by the trees where his bike was. He looked out and was expecting a bunch of youngsters to pour out of the vehicle, but instead only one figure came out of the driver's side door, not young at all, about the same age as my colleague, if not older. He got out of what my friend now realized was a large van. He started going back and forth with something in his hands. Looked like he was unloading something and heading off into the woods with whatever it was. Then he would come back and grab more of it from his van. My colleague retracted into the bushes even further after he saw that. He didn't want to be discovered by this suspicious man, and admitted that he hid in the bushes until the man and van completed whatever they were doing. Once he was done with that back and forth trip into the woods, the van began to pull away. My friend came out from under the cover of darkness and left on his motorbike. I was told the story in front of some others. It was on a night out. Some of our senior colleagues were saying probably some guy fly trapping, dumping his garbage out in the middle of nowhere. Someone else said, "Why didn't you call him out on it?" Someone else also asked, "What did it look like he was ditching out there anyway? Couldn't have been anything that important." I figured the guy hadn't told us the story for nothing, so I waited to see what his response would be. He took a deep breath and said that it was not garbage at all. Whatever it had been was bundled in some sort of cloth. The man had been hanging it tight to his chest and speaking it and rocking it back and forth. He mumbled words to whatever it was while he walked off into the woods in the mountains at night and did not return with it. The woods at night can hide many suspicious things. My friend reported what he saw, but he didn't speak another word about what happened that night to anyone again. I want to start off by saying this is not a ghost story. It's a true experience, and it involves bears. It's likely not for the squeamish or faint of heart. Earlier this month, a man was attacked in the northern part of my prefecture by a bear. He was out deep in the mountain, searching for bamboo shoots to harvest. Unfortunately, the man passed away. It was a big story for our area. It was in all the local newspapers, and everyone I knew seemed to have heard of the incident. Not many knew of how the man died, though. The papers kept the details out of print, so as to not distress his family members. Word traveled around town pretty quickly, though. Some locals knew and told their local friends who weren't that good at keeping local secrets. When they found the guy, most of his guts were missing. There's something about the way that sounds that really terrifies me. They say that most of his internal organs had been eaten, but they found one of his legs in a bamboo grove. Native Asian black bears don't actually eat people all that often. If you're unlucky enough to get attacked, then most of the time you only get injured. The injuries can be quite severe, but not always even. The majority of attacks tend to occur when the Asian black bears are startled and encountered suddenly within close quarters. Otherwise, they're pretty reclusive. Some believe that he wasn't killed by a black bear at all. There was a theory that he had been done in by a pack of wild dogs. They found out later that the bite marks left in the remains of the poor chap did belong to a bear. 2 days after the man's body was discovered, hunters had identified and taken down the culprit bear. I'm not sure how exactly you confirm the identity of such a creature, but those hunters were pretty adamant they got them. They say the bear was a parent, and one of its cubs got away. The little bear cub kind of frightens me, because those bears definitely had human flesh given to them by their parents. It's likely they now know the taste of human meat. The bear cub was less than a year old. There's a good chance it might not make it through the winter. But if that bear does, it's not unknown for animals that become accustomed to the taste of human flesh to specifically target human beings. The local hunting club is freaking out, frantically searching for that bear cub. As of today, no one has seen it. Normally, at this time of year, my family would be out in the mountains looking for wild edible vegetables, but no one wants to go out there right now. We don't want to be anywhere near those bamboo groves either. I read once about this mountain that's very famous for a weird reason. They say that when you climb this mountain, you can hear the laughter of someone. They say that no matter how hard you look for the owner of that laughter, you'll never find them. There were lots of rumors about this place. Word travels quickly in small villages, and people would constantly try to find the answer to the mystery. Why was there a laughing sound coming from the mountain? Some people speculated it was the ghost of a small child who passed away somewhere on the mountain range making the laughing sound. Others suspected it may be some kind of mountain cat or something. Rumors and theories didn't stop there. They spread all around the foot of the mountain, and some villagers were so freaked out by the rumors that they couldn't bring themselves to go anywhere near the place. They asked someone, anyone who was brave enough to go investigate it and return with an explanation as to why you could hear that laughter. Somehow, word reached a special occult research team at some university. They were more than willing to investigate this phenomenon. They came with various machines and were planning on staying the night and day until the mystery was finally unraveled. This mystery that was terrifying everyone. The team researched the mountain thoroughly and eventually arrived back with their findings. They concluded the laughter was not created by a spirit and not a human either. They had found the source of the sound, though. It turned out there was a structure of many stones enclosed in close proximity on the mountain, and when the winds picked up and blew through the gaps in those stone structures, they produced that eerie laughing sound. It seemed the mountain had been that way since ancient times. When the researchers reported their findings to the villagers, though, something unexpected happened. The villagers refused to believe them. They refused. They were certain the mountain was cursed and would taunt them with its laughter, claiming their lives. Others said the mountain's laughing sound was a warning from the mountain spirits being angry at man's relentless destruction of nature and the environment. They got so angry that they attacked the researchers and chased them out of town. When I read about that incident, I got a real shiver for some reason. I used to find the mountains pretty creepy, but to be honest, I think people with strong wills and beliefs that are completely unwilling to change are a lot more scary. This happened last summer. It was when I headed back to the countryside to visit my grandparents. Our family usually went to see them in the summertime, and they lived way out in the middle of nowhere. I know it's not really great to say this, but I didn't really look forward to the summers very much. Every time I went to see my grandparents, I would always end up super bored. All my friends were hanging out together having fun, while I was sat around reading the same books and watching boring daytime TV. I had a ton of free time on my hands and nothing to do with that time. My parents expected me to spend all day studying, but that wasn't going to happen. On the day this experience took place, I was asked to go to the store to get something. I remember it was a very hot and humid day. Even though it was hot and not that nice to be outside, I decided I'd rather be outside than inside. I had always been with my parents or grandparents and never really went anywhere by myself in that area. I guess now I was old enough to be trusted to be around on my lonesome. With that in mind, I thought I would do a little exploring first. I found a trail leading into the mountains, and that trail was covered by trees. It looked like a pretty cool and shaded area. It would certainly kick out the heat without having to go home. I haven't really looked around this area, so I thought this was my chance. The mountain trail was much more inviting than hours of daytime TV. The trail was not as tough as it looked. The ground was pretty even. I was slowly going up toward the mountain. I think I had been on the trail for about 10 minutes or so. It was pretty nice. I noticed there were some houses off around the side of the trail to the left. I couldn't believe people lived out here in the mountains like this. I have to make this very clear. This was literally in the middle of nowhere. There was nothing. The houses looked like they didn't have gas or electricity. They were more like shacks or cabins. I went further and further along the trail, and pretty far into the woods now. I was quite high above sea level as well. I stopped in my tracks. I spotted something up ahead. There was some dirt ahead in the trail that looked a little bit out of place. I don't know the best way to describe it, but if you've ever played video games on PS1 or PS2, you might understand what I'm trying to get at. You know, when you notice an object or a tile or something and it's a slightly different shade or the wrong texture and it stands out, well, that's what the dirt looked like. I stared at this strange patch of dirt. It was about 2 or 3 steps ahead of me. I thought about just ignoring it and carrying on my way, but something was so out of place here. I looked at it. It looked as if the soil had been recently dug up or something. I was curious. It was really bothering me. Maybe it was because I was so interested in it because I was bored. Let me tell you, I'm very glad I was bored that day. You'll understand why shortly. I picked up a large and sharp stone with both hands and walked over to that patch of dirt. I dropped the stone onto the patch and heard an unnatural sound. The sound of the stone clattering with wood. I knew instantly that that sound was a pitfall trap. It was a shock. I wasn't scared. I just assumed it was some kids who learned how to make it, having some fun. I felt a chill go down my spine, though, when I looked down into the hole at the bottom of the trap. There were long, thin spikes, cut into sharp points and varying in height. Some were short, some were really long. There were lots of these bamboo spikes down in the hole, and it was very deep. This was not just dug by some pranking neighboring kids. What was most chilling about the trap, though, was the fact there was no bait at all for animals or anything. The purpose of this trap was not meant to catch animals. It was meant for human beings. I turned on my heels and rushed out of there. I wanted to run, but I was scared that if I didn't look where I was going, I would step on another one of these horrible traps and die. I got out of the woods safely, and I don't think I had ever been so happy to see Grandma and Grandpa's house. I thought daytime TV was a lot better than being impaled at the bottom of a pitfall spike trap in the woods, in a place where no one would hear me scream or be around to help. That's the closest I've come to death. I don't know what the purpose of that trap was specifically, but I was scared to tell my parents. When I was at that age, I thought I might get into trouble for sneaking off. I've never been back to those woods since then. I'm hoping that someone will answer this and say something like, "Hey, I know what you mean, I've seen something like that before," or "Something similar has happened to me." This has been on my mind for about 10 years. No word of a lie in it at all. It happened back when I was in elementary school. During the summer vacation period, my teacher had sent us some homework. While that might appear to be usual to some, this assignment was a little different. We were to go into the local mountain range and write down a written account of our thoughts while we were out there in the wilderness. Because of this, my mom, dad, and I set off one afternoon to climb up a short mountain trail in our town. The trail led from the top and bottom of the mountain and was shaped a bit like the letter S. The climb went smoothly, and we reached the summit without any incident at all. I was thinking of what I would write about later. I was sure my mom and dad would help me out as well. When my dad said, "All right, let's go home," we all headed out without any complaints. He had promised us lunch in a local cafe. We headed back down the way we came. Even though it was in the later afternoon, it was still pretty hot out on the way back down. As we were going, I realized something. We hadn't seen a single other person going up or coming down while we were on the trail. I remember thinking, what a lonely mountain. I thought about writing about that for my homework. I was pleased with my observation. At that point, I turned to my parents and said, "Hey, it's a lonely mountain, isn't it?" Just as I said that, I saw a family coming up the trail towards us. I just thought, man, now I really sound stupid. The family consisted of 3 people. There was a girl who looked roughly the same age as me, as well as her parents. Our families were about to pass one another by. It was a bit strange, though. Our family didn't meet theirs on the trail. They had just suddenly come walking out of the bushes from the side of it. I'm not sure why they did that, since the trail was about 7 or 8 meters wide, and there was plenty of room to stay on it while going up. That's why I was so surprised to see them appear. Surely it was also not nice experience to have to push past trees and brush to get to the top of the mountain. I called to my dad, who was now a little ahead of my mom and I, and said to him something like, "Those people are strange," or something like that. It was at that point I looked a little closer and noticed their faces were very pale. They were giving me the creeps. I stayed close to my dad. They didn't appear to notice us, or if they did, they didn't care about our presence at all. They crossed the trail ahead of us and pushed their way back through the branches, aiming for the summit in a linear path through the forest. They didn't speak to one another as they moved forward, didn't say a word at all. They kept their heads down and continued, almost mindlessly. It was such a strange sight. Further down, there was an old man off to the side of the trail. He was just standing there, and as we passed him by, he smiled and nodded. When we got to the bottom, we went to the cafe. We were speaking about the hike we just finished, and my dad and I were talking about the family we saw traveling through the bushes and how strange that was. Our sandwiches arrived and we started eating them, but my mom wasn't involved in the conversation. I asked her what she thought, and I was pretty shocked by her reply. She said she had no idea what we were talking about, that she hadn't seen the family at all. My dad was shocked, and I was too. Maybe since she was at the back, though, she might not have been paying attention. I nearly choked on my food when my dad suddenly said he didn't see the old man I was talking about either. He also said he thought the way the family moved was almost in a floating motion rather than a climbing one. I didn't see that, but hearing my dad say that scared the hell out of me. Why my mother didn't see anything was really odd too. Did my dad and I witness something paranormal that day? I have no idea, but I'd love to hear any opinions. I really don't know what I saw, but if you saw their pale faces, you'd remember them just like I have. I really doubt I'll ever find out the truth, but hey, it's worth a shot, I guess. I am one of those people who totally freezes up when something unexpected happens. I learned that about myself when I visited a rundown department store. It happened not that long ago, actually. I went to the department store in a city while I was passing through. It looked pretty okay from the outside, but as I got a bit closer to the location, I changed my opinion. It was kind of small and a lot older than I expected. It was practically stuck in the 70s and in dire need of a facelift. I thought to myself, oh well, might as well still check it out. I had turned into the parking lot already. Another thing that's worth mentioning is the fact that it was a weekday and it was raining. I thought there wouldn't be that many customers and I could be in and out pretty quickly. The men's section was up on the 5th floor, so I headed there first. They actually had a great selection, and I picked up a couple of great bargains. I started for the elevator, and there were 2 other passengers on board. When the doors to the elevator open, sometimes in high-class malls, there are elevator attendants who ask you what floor you want to go to. Sadly, there wasn't one this time. I kind of expected that, but it would have been nice to see one there. I love their outfits. I think they're quite neat. I imagine they might have had one in days gone by. Anyway, like I was saying, on the 5th floor I boarded the elevator. The 2 other passengers got out, leaving me all alone inside. The elevator continued its descent to the 3rd floor, when all of a sudden the lights went out, and the sound of electricity around me went silent. It looked like a power cut, and that made me feel very nervous. Since I was the only one in the elevator right now, I didn't hold back my thoughts on the situation. I used some pretty creative expletives that day, and I'm glad that no one was listening. When the cloud of frustration had lifted, I was left in a strange and increasingly frightening situation. I was now stuck in the dark in an elevator. I was pretty certain the elevator was older than I was. At that point, I remember trying to convince myself the elevator would start moving at any moment. I was very concerned for my safety. What if it dropped suddenly? What if something else happened? As much as I tried to believe that I wouldn't be stuck in what was essentially a metal coffin for much longer, I couldn't shake the feeling it would be a long time before I saw the light of day again. That got me thinking. It was strange. Wouldn't the emergency lights at the very least come on if there was an elevator malfunction? That strengthened my belief in the fact there was a total power outage. A blackout of sorts. Quite literally, I cursed the store and its ancient elevator, even myself for even turning into the parking lot to check it out. All these thoughts happened pretty quickly. I wasn't in the dark very long before I pulled out my smartphone to give myself some light. Now that I could actually see, and it was a bit brighter, I managed to calm myself down a little. I stood with my back against the innermost wall. I don't know why I did that really. Maybe it was just instincts. I was fixated on my phone, but as you might imagine, I did not get a signal in this 1970s elevator, nor did the department store provide any Wi-Fi. In effect, my phone was little more than an expensive light source. I looked up from my phone and casually toward the doors, where I got the fright of my life. I saw someone was suddenly standing there. I was completely shocked. I had been alone in the elevator. I was certain there was a woman in front of me. She had a small frame, and her long hair was dangling downward. She had her back facing toward me, and was wearing a nice dress. I was certain I wasn't seeing things, but I was also certain I'd been alone only a few moments ago. I'm one of those people who just kinda totally freezes up when something unexpected happens. It may have only been for a couple of seconds that I froze, but I did nonetheless. I didn't want to look at her, but I couldn't look away. In my heart, I just kept praying to all the known gods for this to be a hallucination, for her not to turn around and look at me. If I stayed perfectly still, then maybe she wouldn't notice me. A few random thoughts passed through my head. Was I on one of those prank TV shows? Was I hallucinating because of asbestos or lead paint in this place? Random thoughts kept popping through my head. Next, I did something that's probably going to sound completely mad. I locked my phone and put it away in my pocket. I was now afraid of what I could see in the light. I thought she might look at me, and I knew I'd lose it if she did. My eyes slowly grew accustomed to the darkness, though, and the shapes and silhouettes. She was there. She was still there with her back facing me, head facing the corner where all the buttons were. Meanwhile, I could only wait. I was sweating, on the verge of hyperventilation. I was determined not to make a sound. Just at the moment, I had almost managed to convince myself I was just seeing things. I saw her start to move. She still kept her back toward me, but now she'd moved slightly closer to the control panel. While she walked, her feet made no sound. It was like I was watching a show on mute. I started shaking. I thought I was about to scream. I just didn't know what to do. It looked like she was pressing a button over and over, but nothing happened. That was when I heard her speak. "What floor did you fall from into the dark?" She turned to me, and I saw her hollowed, sunken eyes. Just when I was about to scream and shout my lungs out, the light suddenly came back on. At the same time, I heard a voice come over on the intercom. "To all our customers, we apologize for the inconvenience. We suffered a temporary power outage, but we're all back up and running now." I turned toward the corner of the elevator, where the woman had just been. She was gone. The doors opened on the 3rd floor, and I got the hell out of there as fast as I could. I looked up the store on a couple of websites, trying to find some local news or something. I didn't get much, but I did find something on Oshimotero. That's a website in Japan that shows you the locations of properties where incidents have happened. I found there was a little flame mark, which indicated that something had gone down at that mall. Apparently, a young woman had been killed by being pushed into the elevator shaft. I never went back to that department store again. I get anxiety when riding the elevator alone these days. I'll never forget that voice, or that face I saw in the darkness that day. My name is Austin. I'm a 26-year-old man, and this story took place about a month ago. This occurred on a trip my fiancé and I were on. We had just moved down to Florida for a chance at some better opportunities, especially for myself from where I was living previously. My fiancé had to sacrifice a lot for this transition though, so to help ease the stress a bit, we decided to go on a weekend trip to Universal Orlando Resort and have a fun time together. We had planned out everything ahead of time. With the tickets being so much money, we opted to go for a cheaper hotel to bring the price down a bit. Turned out that was a big mistake. We arrived at the hotel the day before we were supposed to visit the resort. We could immediately see why it was so cheap. The sign said Quality Inn, but from the looks of it, it was previously a run-down hotel some company had bought and slapped their own name on the sign. The room was nothing special at all. In fact, as soon as I sat down on the bed, the frame broke right away. First clue as to just how bad this place really was. We didn't spend too much time in the room though, as we planned to go to a movie that night anyway. We just quickly dropped off our bags and left. By the time we got back, it was around 11 p.m. or so. I was really tired and I had quite a bad migraine. I quickly changed for bed and laid down, hoping I could just fall asleep. My head was really throbbing. My fiancé did the same shortly after, and before long we both drifted off. Before I continue, I'll explain the layout of the room briefly. As soon as you walk in, to the right are 2 beds with a night table in between them. To the left was a table and a dresser where the TV sat, and if you kept going straight, you would walk to the sink and bathroom area. A typical hotel room layout, really. My fiancée always needs to face the door when she sleeps, as it makes her feel more at ease. She was pressed up right against my chest, so it woke me immediately the moment I felt her suddenly jolt up. She tapped on my shoulder, and whispered to me that she could hear someone at the door. She said it sounded like they were trying to get it open. I couldn't hear anything myself, but the sound of her voice made me believe she was not making this up. We sat there listening in for what felt like forever. It was only around 10 more seconds before I did hear something. It was the sound of someone trying to open the door with a key card. Before I even had the chance to speak, the door suddenly opened. Fortunately, my fiancé was smart and had put the door latch on before we went to bed. Through the crack in the door, I could just about see an eye peering in at us. I immediately jumped up from the bed and yelled, "Wrong room, buddy!" The man then mumbled something unintelligible. Whoever it was, they seemed to be under the influence of something, or speaking in a language I couldn't understand. What he did next, though, didn't need words to explain. He tried with his whole body to shove the door open. I yelled at him again, this time with more force in my voice, trying to scare him away. I'm not the most imposing guy, but I am somewhat well built for my height and size. I was unable to, though. After I shouted at the man, he stopped pushing on the door for a brief moment before charging his shoulder into it, trying to break it down. My fiancé screamed and told me to stop the man from coming in. From what I could see through the door's crack, the guy was pretty hefty. Had to be at least 6'1" and over 250 pounds. There was no way I was going to be able to stop him with just strength alone. I grabbed the car keys off the table and held them in my hand with the keys between my fingers. I decided that if this man managed to get into our room, I would swing until I could not anymore. I ran over to the door and flung my whole body against it, throwing the man back just enough for the door to shut again. He immediately charged back and threw his whole weight into it, screaming something I couldn't understand. Next to the door, there was a window where I finally got a good glimpse of the man. It confirmed his predictions of his size compared to mine. To my surprise, I also saw a woman who I could only assume was his wife, along with 2 kids by their side. I couldn't believe this guy was acting this way in front of his own family. I was snapped back to reality by my fiancée screaming that she was going to call the police. Suddenly, the man stopped, and I could see him ushering the woman and kids away into an SUV. Moments later, they shot off into the night. I didn't know exactly where they went, but I told my fiancée to call the front desk anyways, to let them know what just happened. Nobody answered, so I decided to go to the desk myself and speak to whoever was working that shift that night. I walked into the lobby where a line was already forming, so I had to wait. After about 20 minutes, I was second in line when a lady approached the counter and spoke. When she started to speak, the words she said sent a chill down my spine. "Hey, we just used this key card to get into the room, but there were already people in there. It was the wife, the man who'd almost busted down my door." I immediately started to look around. Once I looked behind me and out the doors that opened into the lobby, I could see the same man standing there beside his SUV. I didn't make a move, not wanting to draw attention to myself. I turned my head back toward the desk and kept it that way. The lady left with a new key card. It was then that I approached the desk and explained what happened to me. The lady behind the desk told me it was her fault. She had given those people the key to our room by accident. I was so angry that this woman seemed to act as if whatever had just happened to my fiancé and I wasn't anything to be particularly concerned about. I told her to write down a note that I would be back in the morning to speak with the manager about leaving early and getting a refund. I was more pissed off than I cared to admit. My fiancé didn't want to stay there for the night, but it was already too late to find another place. We relented, and once morning hit, we packed our bags and made our way to the front desk. We fully expected the manager to have been filled in on what happened, but once we got there, we found out that was not the case at all. The manager didn't know anything, and even said he'd asked the woman working the night shift if anything in particular had happened that night. She told him no, that nothing had. I was more pissed off now. The manager gave us a refund and checked us out early. while apologizing profusely. I just wanted to get the hell out of there. Thankfully, the rest of the trip was pretty great, and we had a good time at the resort. I'm glad my fiancé had the awareness to put the latch on the door that night, because without it, that man could have simply walked right in. Even with his family standing right there, he acted like a deranged lunatic. I was prepared to attack him if he managed to get inside. Something really horrible could have happened that night, over a simple misunderstanding. Always be aware of your surroundings, and never compromise when it comes to your personal safety. I'm a receptionist at a popular hotel chain in the U.S. For the better part of a year, I'd been working overnights. This night, I was doing my usual shift of 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. It was pouring outside, so I wasn't expecting any walk-ins, and on the schedule, it didn't show any bookings starting tonight. On nights like these, my job is to just stay awake and take phone calls, or help current customers with any room services or checkouts. We had a coffee machine in the hotel lobby, so I had a cup of coffee next to me as I tried to stay awake. Even having been on overnights for a while now, I still had trouble with getting tired on my shifts. The rain outside made me even more tired as well. At around 1 a.m., a phone call came in. I answered, but before I could even speak, a man very quickly asked if we were still accepting walk-ins. Their voice was very muffled, though, and there was a background sound that was extremely loud. "Yeah, we have rooms available for walk-in tonight," I said. They responded, but I couldn't make out what exactly they were saying. As I asked if they could repeat themselves, I looked up from the desk and saw a small light glowing outside. It was from a phone, as someone was holding it up to their ear, standing right up against the front window in the pouring rain. Knowing this had to be whoever I was talking to, I was about to go get them, but something about this made me feel uneasy. I decided to pretend like I hadn't seen them. A moment later, they ended the phone call. I saw the light turn off outside, and the outline of the man moving toward the entrance doors. The doors opened, and the man walked through the hotel lobby, dragging water across the floor with him. He came up to the counter and bluntly asked for a room. He was fully soaked through and had water dripping from his hair, yet his face showed nothing but exhaustion. I don't know if I'd ever seen someone looking so sleep-deprived. I said okay and found him a room, then asked him how he'd like to pay for it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a debit card, then handed it to me. I swiped it, but it was declined. I looked up at him only to see he was now staring at me. It didn't go through. Do you have another card to try?" The man didn't respond, holding his stare and not moving, aside from a few rapid blinks. As the seconds kept on without any reaction, I grew more and more uneasy. I looked down and put the card back on the desk, sliding it over to him. He didn't even look at it, though. He turned and started walking away and toward the hallway with the rooms. By now, I knew something really wasn't right. I quickly pressed the button that calls for the police, then went out to the hallway the man was in. I found him standing next to the door of one of the rooms. He started pounding on it, yelling in a harsh voice for them to open the door. I tried telling the man to stop, but I didn't want to get too close, not knowing if he was in a dangerous state. He then pulled a knife from his pocket and started trying to pry the door open. I yelled at him to stop and that the police were already on their way. The man stopped for a second, then shot an awful glance at me. He faced me and screamed at me to open the door for him. As he started walking down the hallway, I was terrified. I just ran right out of the hotel and into the parking lot. Through the window, I could see him go back to the same door and continue pounding on it. The police were quick to show up, making it inside before the man could get into the room. Somehow, they convinced him to drop the knife and locked him up in their car. The person that was in the room came out as well. It was a kind young lady who was visibly scared and horrified. It turned out the man was an ex of hers that she hadn't seen or talked to in over 10 years. How he got the information on where she was staying and even what room she was in, nobody seemed to know. They aren't even sure how long he'd been stalking her for, which is really disturbing. What he would have done had he gotten in, though, is likely far more disturbing even than that. This story is really bizarre as all hell. I still remember it clear as daylight. It was probably May 1st, 2005, in my hometown of bumfuck nowhere, Maine. I was 4 years old, with my father walking around the May Day Festival. It's a small festival put on every year at the local high school, with a bounce house, baked goods, face painting, fire safety teachings, and one lone paramedic in case anything were to transpire. Maybe a couple of food vendors here and there as well. On this specific year, they had this random clown doing balloon animals for all the kids. I asked my father, "Will you go get me one?" He looked over at the clown, smiling, and then down at me. "Why don't you wait here for a moment? Let's grab some water and we can go together," he said, giving me a happy medium. I smiled up at him, but also being 4 and very naive and stubborn, I did not listen. I marched my tiny legs right over to the tall man. Probably 5'11", had overalls with paint splatter all over them, a red styrofoam nose, white base, and a big red smile with blue grease paint. Long, scraggly hair that only came down from the side of his head, leaving a bald donut on top. I thought that's how all clowns looked, honestly. He had white gloves stained in brown and deep mahogany covers. I thought that was paint too, but who fucking knows at this stage. He was making a giraffe for the little boy before me. I was too shy to interrupt, just kind of mesmerized by what he was doing. When he was done, I stepped forward very shyly and stuttered out a weak, "Excuse me, sir." His head whipped over to me. His eyes stared through my soul. I was about to ask him for a sword or something, but he reached down so quick it caught me by surprise. He grabbed my left wrist and yanked it up to him, then sank his teeth into my forearm. I started shrieking within a millisecond. The guy let go of me and ran off down the back exits of the high school. I had a giant bite mark on my arm, and my father ran to my side immediately. He looked up and saw the clown taking off down the road. He was mad, but he picked me up and ran me over to the paramedics' tent. The cops were called, and the people surrounding us at the tent tried to view my arm. In a small town like that, everyone has to be involved in something like this. This was pre-high-quality cell phone days, so no one was filming this or anything. Plenty of my hometown residents saw it, though, and all were horrified by what they'd seen. Everyone who saw had to give a statement to the cops, including me and my father. After all these years, my father told me the event coordinators came up to him after my mom had picked me up. They told him they'd never hired a clown for entertainment, nor did the cops ever find the man. They told my dad it was probably some drugged-up junkie having a bad trip and taking it out on me. My hometown does have one of the worst drug epidemics in the state, so it wouldn't exactly surprise me. Irony of the whole story, though? My mom sent me to circus school when I was in middle school, and she also started an animal-free circus as well, made entirely of puppets. I guess you could say I have my own clown DNA. My uncle really hates getting letters. It's not just letters, though. It's anything. Things like get well soon cards, Happy New Year's cards. He just always told my family not to bother sending him anything. I never really understood that, but I also hated writing and sending cards. I mean, it's a pain in the ass, isn't it? I was, however, a little curious as to why he was so vehemently opposed to them. I mean, writing them is one thing, but receiving them really isn't all that hard. It doesn't take much effort to just get a card out of your post box. I decided to ask him what the issue was. I asked him very outright, and in response, the old dude just stared at me a little cockeyed and smiled while lighting a cigarette. He then said, "All right, I'll let you hear a story of mine." A long time ago, he used to work in the Philippines, and between me and him, he was having a really hard time with money. He'd made some bad decisions when he was about my age, and made some bad friends too. A guy he used to hang out with suggested that he check out an opportunity in the Philippines, and he thought, why not? My immediate question to my uncle was, what kind of job? It wasn't anything shady, it was just a delivery job. Well, I mean, it wasn't an official delivery job per se. I remember I had to drop off these pitch-black letter envelopes to certain places I was told to go to. I would go to a location, and at that location, I would be handed a set of car keys by some guy dressed in a black suit, and from there, I was asked to drive to deliver whatever they'd handed to me, which usually was one of those black envelopes. You know the type, right? Bubble-lined for sending fragile goods. It was always sealed, so after I delivered the envelope, I would drive the car back to the place I'd parked my vehicle and give the car keys back to the guy. At that point, I'd get paid. Let me tell you, for how simple the work was, I got paid more than I could imagine. It was amazing. One thing stood out to me, though. Whenever I received the envelope I was supposed to deliver, the guy in black that I got it from was always a different guy every time. Each one of those guys told me to never open it. "Well, did you open it?" I asked. He left me hanging for a moment or two, and then he went into an experience he had on his delivery job. I want to save you the back and forth of conversation we had, so I'll do my best to sum up what happened. Basically, whenever my uncle was stuck in traffic, he would glance at that envelope that he kept on the passenger seat beside him. It was really hard for him to just ignore it. I mean, I understand, because as a kid, if I was ever told not to do something, the very first thing I would want to do was the thing I wasn't supposed to do. His curiosity grew every time he made a drop-off, until one afternoon he gave in to that curiosity. He was stuck in traffic and quite bored, and he thought that no one would ever know if he took a quick peek inside. I mean, what's the worst that could happen, right? My uncle opened the envelope and looked inside. Inside, to his surprise, there was another envelope. That's strange, he thought. Why go to the effort of putting an envelope inside a bigger envelope? He opened the smaller one and didn't see a letter or message inside. Just as he was thinking, man, they got me driving around here for no reason, with packages full of air, he suddenly fell incredibly ill. As he was stuck in traffic, he opened his door to get some air. He said there was a terrible smell in the car. He ended up stumbling out of it and landing face down on the road. He began to cough and retch, and said he was foaming at the mouth, even started vomiting blood. He then lost consciousness. Shortly after, he woke up to find himself in bed. Little did he know there was someone from this organization watching him at all times. That person had reported what he'd done. My uncle was treated by a doctor, which, shall we say, wasn't exactly legitimate. He was then driven to the airport and abandoned. He eventually managed to get together enough funds by calling a bunch of our relatives. He was then able to leave and return to Japan. I asked him about what he thought had happened to him. He said he thought he was involved in some kind of chemical warfare between rival gangs. That isn't confirmed, obviously, but it's just what he thinks given the nature of the work he'd been doing. I'm inclined to believe him. He said he never knew what was in the contents of those packages and envelopes he was carrying, and then he kind of looked away from me as if he had been contemplating. Maybe not knowing the contents of those envelopes and packages was for the best. He stubbed his cigarette out and said, "That's why I hate letters and cards," and we never spoke of it again. This happened back in October of 2016, at the very height of the killer clown craze that was going on back then. At the time, I thought nothing of it. It was just a bunch of teenagers looking for a quick laugh by frightening others. I lived alone in a 2-story house. There's about a 3-mile walk between the neighboring houses. It's all separated by tall grass and forest. This detail will be important later on. Halloween night eventually came around, and I was watching Friday the 13th in the living room. The front of the house has a large window overlooking the lawn. I remember it was about 10:55 when Miss Voorhees was getting her head chopped off in the film. That's when I heard a small but very noticeable knock at the window. It made me jump up a bit in surprise. What the hell? I went over to the window and pulled the curtains backward. All I could see outside was darkness. 10 minutes later, I was getting ready for bed when I heard a knock at the front door. Now, the front door had these long panels of blurred glass. I looked through and saw nothing but darkness. However, a red object was in the corner of my vision. Wondering what it could be, I changed my angle of view, and I kid you not, there was a fucking clown standing adjacent to my front door and staring right back at me. I jumped back in surprise as the clown fully pressed his face up against the glass. I saw the clown had a knife in his hand. I grabbed my cell phone to dial 911, and that's when he started pounding on the glass hard enough to eventually break it. I ran up the stairs, locked my bedroom door, and got ready to call the police. An incoming call came in from my closest neighbor. Now, the phone service in my area is pretty bad. The 2 bedrooms and the bathroom in my house are the only places you can get good service. I answered the phone, but I couldn't really make out what my neighbor was saying. His voice was coming in patchy and glitchy. He apparently was in a bad spot for phone service. He said something along the lines that someone had just broken into his house. The call then disconnected. I quickly dialed 911 and told them what was going on. As I was on the phone, I heard the shattering of glass from downstairs. The dispatcher informed me to stay locked in the room until the police arrived. I heard footsteps coming up my stairs, followed shortly by pounding on my bedroom door. That went on for what felt like hours until I heard police sirens outside. The clown then shouted in a creepy and strained voice, "Oh, you fucker, you just had to." A flurry of footsteps descended the stairs and fled from the back door. I came out of the room and met with the officers. I explained everything to them, including how I'd received an odd phone call from my neighbor as well. As I was talking to the officers, my neighbor actually came over, and what he told me shocked me. He said that when he'd called me before, he was actually trying to warn me that a clown had broken into his house and run off in the direction of mine. The good news is that the cops ended up catching this clown during their search of the backyard. They brought him around the front and placed him into one of the cruisers. They said they'd found 2 knives on him and a loaded Glock 17. The scariest thing about this encounter is how the clown managed to get to my house so quickly without a vehicle of his own. He left my neighbors at 11:03 and arrived at my house at 11:05. The next day, I got a bunch of texts from an unknown number saying that now I was going to die. Since the perpetrator had already been locked up at this time, I'm guessing he must have had an acquaintance that did that to my neighbor. It makes me wonder what they truly wanted that night. I guess I'll never know for sure, but one thing that is for sure is that I fucking hate clowns now. This happened when I was working in a convenience store near a cram school. I used to work late at night, and I was known as a bit of a senior there. I had more experience than all the university students who worked there part-time. It was a great place to work if I'm being honest. I have some really good memories of being there. This experience, though, tops the list of memories, and it's not exactly a fond memory either. It's definitely something I'll never forget, though. Our convenience store didn't get all that busy at nighttime, so me and the other staff members often found ourselves free on most of the nights. When we had this free time, we'd kind of just hang out in the back together, eat, and read magazines. It was really great, actually. One night, while we were doing our usual thing of hanging out in the back, I was on shift with a junior, and I was checking the security cameras. I really liked this particular guy. He was nice, and we had a good back and forth. We used to have a lot of fun discussions about movies and stuff. Always just a great partner to have around. The monitor in the back room was split up into 4 sections. 2 parts of the screen showed the cash registers, and the other 2 parts of the screen showed portions of the aisles. When I looked at the screen, I saw there was a woman stood by the magazine rack. Nothing wrong with that, of course. Customers come in and out all the time, and often browse things for a moment. However, this was a bit different. Neither of us had heard the entrance chime when she came in. She had this long, dark hair, and looked very disheveled, for lack of a better term. My coworker noticed her as well, and said, "Hey, I didn't hear the chime, did you?" To be honest, there had been occasions where the chime didn't ring at all in the past, so we carried on talking without giving it much thought. What we usually did was just come out of the back when the customer approached the register. After a while, though, the woman didn't appear to be moving at all. She was just standing there perfectly still like a statue. She didn't even grab a magazine to browse. She was just kind of staring off into space. My coworker asked me if she was planning on shoplifting, perhaps. It hadn't occurred to me, but it could be a possibility. It was pretty odd that she hadn't moved at all. We had an idea. We were going to go out and check on her. We would go in a pincer movement, coming from either side. You know, make it look like we were stalking the shelves or dusting them, to ensure that she wasn't actually trying to steal something. We walked right up to the magazine rack, but when we arrived, she was nowhere to be seen. We headed back to the back room, thinking she must have left without buying anything. Oh well, whatever. When we got back to the staff room, though, I looked at the monitor again and was shocked to see the woman standing in the same spot at the magazine rack. Well, how the hell did she do that? Was the monitor malfunctioning or something? We spoke about it amongst ourselves and decided to go out there and check once again. We headed out in the same pinching movement as before, toward the magazine rack. Once again, she was nowhere to be found. How was she doing this? We rushed back to the staff room. I, for one, was absolutely chilled by what was going on. I felt a cold sweat on my forehead. I couldn't explain what was happening here. We were quiet. The first thing my colleague did was check the monitor. He told me that once again the woman with the dark hair was gone. I was feeling relieved. I thought he must have been feeling the same. Something weird was definitely going on, though. I wanted to see the monitors for myself, so I leaned over my colleague's shoulder to get a closer look. "Don't move," he said. I listened to him and froze in place. He sounded scared. I stayed next to him thinking, what the hell is going on? I was worried. Was he all right? Did something happen? I looked at the reflection on the monitor, not the live feed, but the reflection on the glass. I could see our faces, but there was something else behind us as well, a figure that I immediately recognized. It was the woman we had seen earlier. I felt my back go completely stiff. We were frozen in place, watching that reflection for a minute straight. All of a sudden, she darted backwards and toward the left. We stayed there for another minute, too scared to move at all. I tried to calm myself down until I couldn't bear it anymore. I looked away and slowly turned around in fear. expecting to see her hiding somewhere behind us, but to my surprise, she was nowhere to be found. We both backed away from the monitors in silence. "Something's going on here," my colleague said, as if he wanted me to agree that he wasn't going mad. He looked at me with these pleading eyes. I looked away and said, "Yeah, I agree." By the time I looked back, he was completely fixated on the monitors again. I felt my heart sink in my chest. What the hell was going to happen next? I looked at the screen, and once again the woman was back out by the magazine rack, only this time she was turned up and facing the camera. She smiled and slowly opened her mouth and began to say something that I couldn't quite make out. I'm not exactly a lip reader here. Without saying anything, my colleague ran out the back door, leaving me alone in the store. As much as I also wanted to run out right behind him, I had a responsibility as the senior staff member. I spent the remainder of the shift stood out front by the register. I figured that if I didn't look at the monitors, then I could visibly observe whatever the woman was doing. But as far as I know, since I didn't check the monitors, that was the last time I saw that woman that night. I was pissed at my colleague for sure, but he apologized very sincerely and I forgave him. It was the strangest and scariest experience I've ever had. I don't think I'll ever be able to explain what exactly happened that night. My name is Austin. I'm a 26-year-old man, and this story took place about a month ago. This occurred on a trip my fiancé and I were on. We had just moved down to Florida for a chance at some better opportunities, especially for myself from where I was living previously. My fiancé had to sacrifice a lot for this transition though, so to help ease the stress a bit, we decided to go on a weekend trip to Universal Orlando Resort and have a fun time together. We had planned out everything ahead of time. With the tickets being so much money, we opted to go for a cheaper hotel to bring the price down a bit. Turned out that was a big mistake. We arrived at the hotel the day before we were supposed to visit the resort. We could immediately see why it was so cheap. The sign said Quality Inn, but from the looks of it, it was previously a run-down hotel some company had bought and slapped their own name on the sign. The room was nothing special at all. In fact, as soon as I sat down on the bed, the frame broke right away. First clue as to just how bad this place really was. We didn't spend too much time in the room though, as we planned to go to a movie that night anyway. We just quickly dropped off our bags and left. By the time we got back, it was around 11 p.m. or so. I was really tired and I had quite a bad migraine. I quickly changed for bed and laid down, hoping I could just fall asleep. My head was really throbbing. My fiancé did the same shortly after, and before long we both drifted off. Before I continue, I'll explain the layout of the room briefly. As soon as you walk in, to the right are two beds with a night table in between them. To the left was a table and a dresser where the TV sat, and if you kept going straight, you would walk to the sink and bathroom area. A typical hotel room layout, really. My fiancée always needs to face the door when she sleeps, as it makes her feel more at ease. She was pressed up right against my chest, so it woke me immediately the moment I felt her suddenly jolt up. She tapped on my shoulder and whispered to me that she could hear someone at the door. She said it sounded like they were trying to get it open. I couldn't hear anything myself, but the sound of her voice made me believe she was not making this up. We sat there listening in for what felt like forever. It was only around 10 more seconds before I did hear something. It was the sound of someone trying to open the door with a key card. Before I even had the chance to speak, the door suddenly opened. Fortunately, my fiancé was smart and had put the door latch on before we went to bed. Through the crack in the door, I could just about see an eye peering in at us. I immediately jumped up from the bed and yelled, "Wrong room, buddy!" The man then mumbled something unintelligible. Whoever it was, they seemed to be under the influence of something, or speaking in a language I couldn't understand. What he did next, though, didn't need words to explain. He tried with his whole body to shove the door open. I yelled at him again, this time with more force in my voice, trying to scare him away. I'm not the most imposing guy, but I am somewhat well built for my height and size. I was unable to, though. After I shouted at the man, he stopped pushing on the door for a brief moment before charging his shoulder into it, trying to break it down. My fiancé screamed and told me to stop the man from coming in. From what I could see through the door's crack, the guy was pretty hefty. Had to be at least 6'1" and over 250 pounds. There was no way I was going to be able to stop him with just strength alone. I grabbed the car keys off the table and held them in my hand with the keys between my fingers. I decided that if this man managed to get into our room, I would swing until I could not anymore. I ran over to the door and flung my whole body against it, throwing the man back just enough for the door to shut again. He immediately charged back and threw his whole weight into it, screaming something I couldn't understand. Next to the door, there was a window where I finally got a good glimpse of the man. It confirmed his predictions of his size compared to mine. To my surprise, I also saw a woman who I could only assume was his wife, along with 2 kids by their side. I couldn't believe this guy was acting this way in front of his own family. I was snapped back to reality by my fiancée screaming that she was going to call the police. Suddenly, the man stopped, and I could see him ushering the woman and kids away into an SUV. Moments later, they shot off into the night. I didn't know exactly where they went, but I told my fiancé to call the front desk anyways, to let them know what just happened. Nobody answered, so I decided to go to the desk myself and speak to whoever was working that shift that night. I walked into the lobby where a line was already forming, so I had to wait. After about 20 minutes, I was second in line when a lady approached the counter and spoke. When she started to speak, the words she said sent a chill down my spine. "Hey, we just used this key card to get into the room, but there were already people in there. It was the wife, the man who'd almost busted down my door." I immediately started to look around. Once I looked behind me and out the doors that opened into the lobby, I could see the same man standing there beside his SUV. I didn't make a move, not wanting to draw attention to myself. I turned my head back toward the desk and kept it that way. The lady left with a new key card. It was then that I approached the desk and explained what happened to me. The lady behind the desk told me it was her fault. She had given those people the key to our room by accident. I was so angry that this woman seemed to act as if whatever had just happened to my fiancé and I wasn't anything to be particularly concerned about. I told her to write down a note that I would be back in the morning to speak with the manager about leaving early and getting a refund. I was more pissed off than I cared to admit. My fiancé didn't want to stay there for the night, but it was already too late to find another place. We relented, and once morning hit, we packed our bags and made our way to the front desk. We fully expected the manager to have been filled in on what happened, but once we got there, we found out that was not the case at all. The manager didn't know anything, and even said he'd asked the woman working the night shift if anything in particular had happened that night. She told him no, that nothing had. I was more pissed off now. The manager gave us a refund and checked us out early, while apologizing profusely. I just wanted to get the hell out of there. Thankfully, the rest of the trip was pretty great, and we had a good time at the resort. I'm glad my fiancé had the awareness to put the latch on the door that night, because without it, that man could have simply walked right in. Even with his family standing right there, he acted like a deranged lunatic. I was prepared to attack him if he managed to get inside. Something really horrible could have happened that night over a simple misunderstanding. Always be aware of your surroundings and never compromise when it comes to your personal safety. This happened back in 2012, when I was still attending college. Me and a few friends of mine opted to band together and rent out a one-bedroom apartment near the campus area. We were a bunch of party animals back then, and we wanted our own place so we could indulge in that lifestyle without worrying about our parents or the school's administration. The apartment complex was located in a rather unsavory part of town. The cops were called out there at least once a week to break up fights or respond to reports of break-ins. All we ever did there was shower and sleep, having to overhear domestic disputes and arguing through the walls all the time. It was just part of the deal, though. One night, my roommates went to a party, while I stayed behind to study for an upcoming exam. Aside from Tupac playing somewhere in the upper levels, things seemed pretty quiet. It was around 11 p.m. or so when I heard a strange sound coming from the hallway outside the front door. It sounded like a large metal object being dragged across the concrete floor. There was also a muffled noise, as if someone was saying something, although I couldn't quite make out what the words were. This went on for about 10 minutes before there was a loud smashing sound. It was at that point I got up and made my way over to the peephole. At first, I didn't really see anything. I just waited and observed to see if anyone would pass by my door. About a minute later, a figure wandered into view and stood between my door and the door opposite from it. It was a Caucasian man. I'll list 3 things that instantly made every alarm bell in my head go off. First off, the man was not wearing a shirt and was profusely sweating. There was also a large axe in the man's right hand that he was dragging behind him. Last but not least, whoever this deranged individual was, he had a black leather gas mask on that completely hid his face from view. I was awestruck at what I was seeing. This was the kind of character you'd see in a low-budget horror movie. This kind of shit doesn't happen in real life. It was a real shock to the system. As if reading my mind, a creepy muffled voice then began singing. As soon as the man finished his verse, he lifted his left leg and heaved the axe into my door. His movement was so fast that it caused me to stumble backward. As I scrambled to my feet, I heard another voice from further down the hallway. "Hey, what the fuck are you doing?" I rushed back to the peephole. The masked man was now gone. To the left of my front door was a fire escape, where he was able to make a quick getaway. I then saw the apartment security guard step into view, with his taser already drawn. "Hey, do you want me to call the police?" I shouted through the door. "Yeah, if you don't mind." "Alright, I'm heading out to cut them off." I immediately called the police and explained the situation to them. Unfortunately, the masked man managed to evade both the security guard and the police as well. The complex was surrounded by a small forest, and there were just too many ways for the man to escape. After the lease was up, I moved out of that hellhole. A lunatic pacing up and down the hallway outside my door, wearing a gas mask and dragging an axe behind him, was the straw that broke the camel's back. It was a terrifying experience, but I can look back on it now and sort of laugh a bit. I hope you enjoyed my story, and stay safe out there, guys. I saw a thread a little while ago. I think the title of it was something like, "Has anyone seen a shadow person?" I've never really believed in things like that, but recently I've turned from a skeptic into a believer. I want to share my experience here. You may laugh at me, or you may just feel as if you've seen something similar. The thing I read about said that these shadow beings, if you ever see them, aren't really that harmful. Well, I can't exactly say whether that's true or not. It is just a random thing I found online. I've read some people's experiences where they do seem to be harmful. The shadow thing I saw, though, I'm not exactly sure what was going on. Let me just tell you about what happened, though. It happened while I was waiting in line to board an oncoming train. I was leaving a friend's place. A friend of mine had moved, and I wanted to stop by and wish them well. I was absent-mindedly gazing out towards the tracks when something caught my eye. There was a person. Well, not quite a person, I guess. Something human-shaped that appeared on the tracks. It was raining out, but it wasn't really affecting my vision. I had to blink and rub my eyes to make sure I wasn't seeing things. I couldn't really tell if this figure was a man or a woman. All I could see was a shadow. This is going to sound completely strange, but it almost kind of looked like a television searching for channels but darker. You know, the static sort of thing. One thing I noticed almost instantly, though, about this figure on the tracks was that it appeared to be missing a part of its left leg, just below the knees. I couldn't really make out any facial features of this shadow, obviously. I could tell that the head had a strange shape to it. It looked like part of it had caved in or something. This all probably sounds like the ramblings of a madman. I didn't really have time to fully process or question it, though. There was a train pulling in. I really still thought it was a person on the tracks, despite how strange this appeared. I was shocked that no one else around seemed to be reacting to it. Not one person in the line for the train seemed to see what was unfolding. A tiny announcement rang out along the platform, and we were told the train was approaching and to keep away from the tracks. I thought that if there really was a person there, they were about to be mowed down. I began to panic. I don't think anyone else around me was even paying attention. They were all staring down at their phones and talking with their friends. I heard the train's brakes as it approached the station. It approached the figure, and I clasped my hands to my ears, expecting to hear screams and shouts, but I heard nothing of the sort. Honestly, I thought I was going crazy at that point. The train stopped in front of me, and I decided to take a look back toward the tracks where it had been. I saw that whatever this was, it was still there. I was about to get on the train. I wanted to get away from here as fast as possible. I couldn't believe what I saw next. As I was about to board the train, whatever this thing was peered over at me. Although I couldn't make out any features, I could just feel it looking at me. Next thing I felt was a prodding on my back and a voice snapping me out of my stun. "Miss, can you get out of the way? There are people that want to board the train, you know." Apparently, I was holding up the line, and I hadn't realized until that moment. I didn't really know what else to do other than to apologize and move aside. I backed off the train, causing a bit of a scene. I watched the train leave and saw that shadow thing was now on board with the other commuters. It was looming over a passenger standing by the door, almost appearing to study her. I didn't really know what to think anymore. I worried about that passenger, and I worried about myself too. Was that even real, or was that something that I just imagined in my head and I'm losing it? This happened to me when I was in 4th grade. I'm now 42. The internet as we know it wasn't around back in those days, so unfortunately I don't have any news articles to corroborate this story. I do have a very vivid memory of what happened that day though, the day my friend nearly lost her innocence and possibly her life as well. Here's the backstory. I've always had this very strange habit that I still do to this day. I don't know what causes it, but I've always walked on my tiptoes when I would go to school. I would usually get picked on a lot for this strange behavior. No matter how much I tried walking flat-footed, I'd always somehow end up back on my toes without even doing it consciously. This led my family to believe I was destined to be a ballet dancer of some sort. As much as I loved the dance, I was also a tomboy, and I preferred climbing trees and doing sports and stuff like that. My mother worked 2 jobs and took me to the community center and signed me up for ballet classes. I thought I would definitely have to learn how to be more girly and like dresses and stuff like that. The dance instructor's name was Mulani. She was impressed by my skills but wasn't crazy about my height or my parents' economic status. This was a very expensive class after all. At the end of my audition, I was told I was too tall and awkward. What a nice way of building up a young girl's confidence. When I exited the classroom and entered the hallway, I heard Melanie say under her breath that she wouldn't teach poor kids no matter what. I stopped what I was doing and turned around. "What did you say?" That's when she replied, "I don't teach trailer trash, okay?" My face became extremely red. At that moment, I decided I wanted to knock her on her pompous ass, but before I could react, I felt a hand on my shoulder, followed by a man's voice. "You got a real fighter in you. You ever thought about trying out some karate?" Mr. Diaz was a well-known and respected karate instructor in our county. He wanted me to try out his class, and even offered to take me in at no charge. He said I would be his first female student, but he saw some real potential in me. I still owe him a lot for that. When I first started training, he noticed my weird tiptoed footing, and rather than mock me for it, he showed me how to use it to make my legs stronger. To this day, I'm still solid muscle from my calves to my thighs. It was around that time that our small town on the coast of North Carolina was being terrorized by a man who would try to abduct young girls. He would grab them and have his way with them. When he was done, he would bind their hands together, blindfold them, and cross into another town, dropping them off somewhere random in the middle of the night. A real sick bastard. For some reason, he didn't kill any of his victims, but his MO suggested he was becoming more violent with each incident. I remember Mr. Diaz changing his lessons for a week or two because of these incidents, and teaching us how to use momentum against our attackers, how to get away, and how to properly attack the eyes, nose, groin, and face. He also emphasized the buddy system and told us to scream fire or say we were having a medical emergency if something was happening to us. On the day in question, I was in 4th grade. It was springtime at the time. I was with my best friend Jenny. Jenny and I decided to take a little walk around the neighborhood we lived in. This neighborhood had 2 main entrances and formed a circle with 2 parallel streets in the middle. Homes were lined along each road no more than 1.5 acres apart, some even closer. It was very easy to come into one entrance, leave out the other, and not be seen by anyone, even if you were paying attention to the vehicles that were passing through. Jenny and I were on the main road heading toward the back. We were just being a couple of young girls talking about boys we liked and the man that had been terrorizing our state. A girl we knew named Kelly had actually been one of his victims. She turned from a real social butterfly into a psych ward regular. She even tried to take her own life at one point. As we were talking about this, I remember looking over my shoulder and seeing a strange car approaching us very slowly. Immediately, the hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. The car was a Pontiac with a faded maroon or burgundy color, and the driver was wearing these thick red-rimmed glasses and had tight blonde curly hair. He had his window down already. He stopped the car beside us and called out to us. "Hey there, girls. I'm trying to pay my electric bill and I can't seem to find the office anywhere. Can you tell me how to get there from here?" Coincidentally, the electric company in our town wasn't even a mile away from our neighborhood. In fact, you could walk straight through the woods and show up right on the front doorstep. The only way to pay to turn on the service was in the office itself. This was a small town way back in the day, remember? The driver said that he had to go there to avoid his electricity shutting off. Knowing he had to have been there before to turn it on, I told him just go there. That's when I noticed an open map beside him on the passenger seat. He explained his mother had been the one to turn on the electricity and he was new to the area, just came back from deployment or something. "Can you come over here and show me where it is on the map?" He beckoned Jenny over to his car. Jenny was unaware that something was off here. I looked around and saw no one else was around us. I quickly turned my attention back to what was going on. I could immediately tell something bad was going to happen to Jenny if she got any closer. There was a look of evil on the man's face. "Thanks, sweetie. You can point it out to me right here." His eyes locked with mine and he gave me a smile. That's when I grabbed Jenny and pulled her away. Jenny started to scream. I looked up and saw the man had reached over and grabbed a hold of her arm. The car began to roll forward as he tried to pull her in and drive away. I wrapped my arms around Jenny's upper body and pulled as hard as I could. I knew it was going to hurt once I fell onto the asphalt, but that was okay. As long as I still had a hold of Jenny, everything would be all right. I managed to wrench her from his grasp, and we both hit the road. It really hurt. Luckily, some of the neighbors had heard us screaming and all came out of their homes. I pulled Jenny close to me, and the man sped away in his car. One of the bystanders, a mother of one of my other friends, got the tags of the man and a detailed description of what he looked like. That man we encountered that day was the same man who had been preying on young girls all over North Carolina. My mother made every effort to keep me sheltered before that incident, and it got even worse after this. Now that I'm a mother myself, I can sort of understand better now. Jenny was very grateful that I helped her, and I'm glad to say that she's still doing well. The girl I mentioned earlier, Kelly, is an example of what could have happened to her if I hadn't intervened that day. Kelly has a rough life and doesn't really speak to anyone anymore. I don't really know all the details, but that guy ended up being arrested. I often think back to that day at the community center, where I was scoffed at by someone who thought I wasn't worth the investment. Thankfully, Mr. Diaz saw the potential in me. He was the guiding voice in my head that day, and if it wasn't for all the things he taught me, I wouldn't have been able to save Jenny. I live in a pretty small town, and I have a pretty quiet life in all honesty. I have an office job and work some pretty long hours, so I don't really get out all that much, especially not at night. On the night this experience took place, I got a call from a friend of mine. To be honest, I almost didn't even want to pick it up. I was so tired. I'm really glad that I did, though. Turns out my friend had called to say that she really needed a ride. I didn't mind, as I didn't have any other plans. I was just a bit tired, like I said. She needed to be picked up from a big supermarket. I guess she bought a lot of things and didn't want to take all of that on the crowded train home with her. I was all too happy to help. It was a little late to be shopping, though, around 11 p.m. or so. I needed a couple of things as well, so I decided to head out to the store to meet her. The supermarket was almost empty at that time of night. It was usually really busy during the day, though. She waited for me to pay for my own things, and we headed out to the parking lot. I think it was around midnight at that point, maybe. That was when a group of men emerged from a nearby game center. It's a place that's sort of like an arcade if you don't know. I think these guys came out because the place was about to close. They headed to their cars while talking amongst each other, but they looked over at us before getting in. My friend said to me that she wasn't feeling well, and we decided to get going. We pulled out of the parking lot, and a couple of the other cars followed on behind us. That was normal enough, though. It was closing time, and the lights in the retail park were all going out. I noticed my friend was really quiet. I thought it was because she wasn't feeling well. I looked over at her, and she looked very pale, though. She looked at me and said, "I think I know that guy in the car behind us." I didn't immediately think much of it when she said that. I thought it was just some coincidence. I went to look in the mirrors to see if I knew him too, but then my friend suddenly said not to look back. I realized why she was so uncomfortable when I tried to pull over to let the guy pass by. My friend snapped back at me and said not to stop the car whatever I do. I did as she asked, and she decided to tell me what was going on. "That's my ex-boyfriend. If you stop, I'm scared he'll come and try to do something to us, okay?" This was more serious than I thought. I made my mind up not to drive down highways. I wanted to avoid traffic lights, which would mean we would have to stop. For some reason, my car does this thing where when the car stops, the doors automatically unlock while the car is in drive. I decided to take the back roads, and man, that was a bad idea thinking back on it. I probably should have gone to a late-night diner or a convenience store or something. Somewhere bright with a lot of people around. I think my friend would have freaked out, though, if I even tried that. I kept driving down these countryside lanes, the back roads, until my friend calmed down a bit. The car behind us was very blatantly following every turn we made. The further we went from the city, the fewer cars were on the road with us. It got to a point where it was literally just that car behind us, speeding up and forcing me to go faster and faster. I asked my friend why this guy was even chasing us in the first place. She said she thought she had made him angry somehow, and that she didn't want to stay at her place alone tonight. She began to cry, and I didn't really get my answer. The situation we were in was getting more and more dire. I didn't know how this was going to end, and I didn't want to consider the possibilities either. I just kept driving. There wasn't much else I could do. Then something occurred to me. I had quite a small and light car, and the car behind me was much bigger. So what if I went down a very narrow road? Maybe that would stop the guy from chasing us. He would surely damage his car if he tried. I decided to take that risk and turn down a very narrow trail. I kept my eye on my navigation system to make sure I was on the right track. I didn't want to end up stuck down a dead-end road. I obviously also didn't want to send my friend home in the state she was in. I thought about trying to call the police, but I knew the police wouldn't do anything about this guy. They only ever help after the fact in Japan. My friend was sobbing next to me and apologized for getting me into this mess. Maybe I should have sensed something was up from the beginning. She hadn't ever called me for a ride from a supermarket before. She said she'd called me because she didn't have anyone else she could turn to. I told her it was okay. I just wanted to know where I should take her. She replied anywhere but back to her house. If we managed to lose him, he'd just show up right there waiting for her. She asked if I could take her to the train station. I said that I could, but she should probably stay at my house for the night. She vehemently refused. She said she'd already caused me enough trouble. At that point, I realized something. All the stuff she'd bought at the supermarket looked like stuff for if she'd been planning to run away. She even had camping equipment as well. I never knew she was in such a bad situation. I didn't fully understand what was going on, but I did know one thing. The man who was chasing us was very bad and very dangerous. She said she would stay in a hotel that night, get off the train somewhere far away and lay low for a while, hop from hotel to hotel, and make sure her location changed every now and then. I really felt bad for her. She said he was always watching her and knew exactly how to find her no matter what she did. It was all so scary to me. I didn't want to ask her much about her ex because I thought she wouldn't want to talk about it, but I was curious about things. She said it was not just him who would be looking for her. It was his entire group of friends. They would always search for her and bring her right back to him. That was frightening. Something really bad was going down here. I followed the narrow roads back to the city and got her to the train station just like she asked. I was sure the man wasn't following us anymore. He must have given up by now. She got out at the station and we found out that the next available train wouldn't come until 6 a.m. Obviously, I couldn't leave her there for that long. We went to a McDonald's and I thought we could talk things over a little. I was right. She told me more about the situation. Well, that ex of hers didn't take being broken up with very well. He attacked her and made threats against her friends and family, tried to use fear to coerce her into getting back with him. At that point, she turned to me and said, "I want you to forget about me, okay? I'm not going to have anything more to do with you." It's very sad to lose a friend, of course, but I didn't know if getting involved with all these scary stalker guys would be good. and being chased by random men at night didn't make me feel safe. I was feeling conflicted, though. She cried and kept saying it was all her fault. After dropping her off at the train station and helping her onto the platform, she turned to me and gave me 10,000 yen. She said she'd always be grateful for that night, and that was the last time I ever saw her. I had tears in my eyes as I drove home from the station that night. As I was driving away, my tears felt like they instantly dried up when I noticed a certain car in the lane next to mine. I couldn't believe it. The guy who had followed me earlier was still out here searching for us. I tried not to make it obvious that it was me. He didn't appear to have noticed it was my car. After 4 or 5 frightening minutes, he turned off in a different direction. As soon as I got home, I crashed out. It was the first time in a long time I had been awake that late. Despite everything that happened that night, I'm glad I answered her call. I don't know what might have happened to her if I didn't, but I don't think I could live with myself. Like I said, I never did hear from her again. Fast forward 3 months later, and I got a surprise call from my friend's number. I was interested to see how she was doing, so I answered it right away. I found out it wasn't my friend on the other end of the phone at all. The person on the other end asked, "Hi, have you heard from my friend's name?" Calling from her number, it seemed a bit weird. I knew he was likely one of the guys who had been chasing her. I was scared to say anything, but I managed to say that I hadn't heard from her in a long time and that I couldn't help them. They hung up right away. I was so scared, even though it wasn't happening to me. I did have a way to contact her through a separate messaging app, but I deleted it and never dared to use it, just in case one of those men or her ex had a way of tracking those messages. I believe she managed to start a new life, and although that call was scary, it did tell me that they never managed to track her down. I hope if my friend is still out there somewhere, they're safe and living a happy life to this day. This happened when I was very young. Since this is technically still an active investigation, I'll omit certain details from the story. For some context, I grew up in a small town in Wyoming. As a non-outdoorsy kind of guy, growing up in the cowboy state wasn't exactly exciting on any level. As a side note, I didn't really appreciate my home state when I was younger. I was going through my rebellious stage, and eventually I moved to Chicago and went to school there for years. After I finished up my education, I moved out to San Francisco, where I resided until 2016. By then, I'd had my fill of city living and hightailed it back to Wyoming. I now live in Cheyenne. In my hometown, there was virtually no crime in my area. It was the kind of place where you could leave your doors unlocked all night. The only thing that we kids had to contend with was boredom. However, there was one incident that shook the entire community. It was one that I just so happened to witness firsthand as well. The year was 1991. I was in elementary school at the time. Back then, the school that I went to was located in between several small coal mining towns. They didn't have schools of their own. Some of these communities were over an hour away. For whatever reason, though, the school didn't provide bus rides to students who lived in these remote areas. My mom didn't get off work until around 4 or so, and it took her about 45 minutes to come pick me up from school. There was a playground located in the schoolyard, where students who were being picked up by their parents would hang out unsupervised. On the day in question, me and another child named Thomas were the only ones on the playground when class let out that day. I noticed there was an old pickup truck sitting in the parking lot, ominously facing right toward the playground. Of course, I didn't think it was very ominous at the time. I didn't really think anything about it at all, really. I didn't know Thomas very well, and we didn't really talk to each other either. I remember I was trying to do some chin-ups on the monkey bars while he was sitting on the bench near the parking lot. I eventually got bored of the monkey bars, though, and walked over to sit on the slide so I could get out of the sun for a while. Shortly after, I heard Thomas talking to someone. No, I don't know you. I'm not going with you." I was facing the opposite direction. The main playground area sat between the slide and the bench Thomas was sitting on. When I looked over, I could make out a figure standing next to Thomas. The only thing I seem to recall about them is that they were wearing a pair of faded jeans. My memory gets a little fuzzy after this, which is disappointing because I prided myself on having a pretty good memory. The only thing I remember after noticing the mysterious person talking to Thomas was seeing the truck speeding out of the parking lot and realizing that Thomas was suddenly gone. I didn't see Thomas getting into the truck. I didn't even realize he'd been grabbed until the day after. My mom arrived about 10 minutes later. The next day, I was called into the principal's office and was asked by a police officer if I'd seen Thomas the day before. I told him about the strange truck in the parking lot and seeing someone talking to him while I was on the slide. Unfortunately, the story does not have a happy ending. Thomas's body was found in a ditch a week later in the neighboring state of North Dakota. It was less than an hour away from the school. The tragedy shook the entire community. A lot of parents blamed the school for not having someone out there watching us, which is a perfectly valid point of view in my opinion. After what happened to Thomas, not only did they have a chaperone out there watching us at all times, but a police car was also stationed in the parking lot. It wasn't until I got older that I realized just how lucky I was to not be taken that day as well. I potentially came very close to meeting the same fate as Thomas. And the scariest part about all of this is that they were never able to find who took him or what their motive was. It happened out of nowhere for seemingly no reason. It's a scary thought to imagine someone just waking up one day and deciding to nab and murder an innocent child right out of the schoolyard. I don't think living in constant fear is healthy at all. However, we must be aware that evil lurks everywhere, even in the most remote and unassuming places. This happened roughly an hour ago. I, 14 and female, was walking my dog Stella around the neighborhood. I'd been at a craft fair all day and was super tired because it had been raining and I hadn't managed to pull in much money. I was asked to walk Stella just after I'd gotten back with my mom, and I said yes. We headed out and I was strolling along, keeping an eye on the sky. It was looking like it was going to start pouring at any time, and I didn't have a raincoat with me, just an oversized hoodie. I heard a car turn down the street I was walking on with Stella, but I didn't give it much mind. I could hear it getting closer and closer to me until it eventually started to slow down. I assumed that whoever this was must be turning into a driveway, but I looked back just to be cautious. The car, I believe a Chevrolet, although I'm not quite sure, had no front license plate. The car didn't turn into a driveway either. I was a little more than unsettled now. I heard it getting closer and closer to me. I put Stella on the other side of me, away from the road. I was even more frightened when I heard one of the doors of the car open as it was driving. I remember muttering to myself, "Oh fuck, here we go. I better be able to scream well." A hand grabbed my wrist out of nowhere and jerked me toward the car. I wrestled with this guy for a few seconds and began to scream. I hadn't screamed in quite a while. I'm a very quiet teen unless I'm with my friends. The dude jerked his arm again. Stella, being the silly goof she is, finally realized I was in danger. She pounced on the guy and sunk into his leg with her jaws, making him scream like a little girl. She was not letting go. The guy loosened his grip on me by now, and I seized the opportunity to kick him hard enough to make him drop me. He shrieked and let go of me, at which point Stella released his leg. I picked her up and sprinted back to my house. I caught the back license plate, though I don't exactly remember it now. It was from New Brunswick, though. I am in British Columbia. I'm scared to think how far the two men would have gotten with me if Stella had not defended me that time. This happened when I was much younger. I used to have a part-time job working for a liquor store in downtown Osaka. The area I worked in was known as the entertainment district, so I was often busy running back and forth. We delivered alcohol to pubs, bars, and certain nighttime entertainment venues. We would always be particularly busy around the New Year's period. I wouldn't even have a single minute to myself. Now, I'm not proud to admit this on the internet, but I have a very weak stomach, so whenever I'm out in the cold running back and forth, I usually need to go to the bathroom after. With my embarrassment now out of the way, I can go on with the story. About halfway through my shift, I realized I needed to use the bathroom really badly. Normally, I would just run back to the liquor store, but I knew I wouldn't have time to make it. So, under the cold December sky, I ran around the entertainment district in search of an open bathroom. Thankfully, there was a convenience store nearby. I said hello to the guy working the register. I knew him, so I headed into the bathroom area. I was appalled to see that there were two people standing in front of the closed bathroom door. They were waiting in line for their turn as well. One guy was an elderly-looking businessman. The other guy was much younger, blonde hair, probably in his early 20s. Looked like he was out for a night on the town. Since there weren't any better viable toilets in the area, I decided to wait in line for my turn here. Whoever was in there seemed to be in no hurry to leave at all. We were just standing out there trying to hide our feelings of impatience. It was taking far too long. After 15 minutes had passed, we hadn't even heard the flush of the toilet, nor the hand dryer or anything. Not really any sounds at all. It felt like whoever was in there was never going to come out. The blonde-haired guy suddenly banged on the bathroom door and yelled at whoever was stuck inside. "Hey, what the hell, man? Are you sleeping in there? Come on! I've been waiting out here long enough." Moments after that, we heard some noise from behind the door. There was a strange rustling sound, followed by something that sounded like chuckling. I guess some drunk guy had passed out in there and was now waking up. I was relieved because I was on a ticking clock sort of situation. 3 minutes passed, and then 5, and now I was really reaching my limits. I should have just run back to the liquor store. I would have made it back by now. At this point, I noticed something strange. The soft chuckling noise I'd heard before was now getting louder. It grew louder by the second, and I heard something like someone stamping their foot inside. Like there was cartoon knee-slapping laughter going on. It was so weird and unsettling sounding. I don't know if I'll be able to accurately describe what happened next, but I'll try my best. If you told someone to do an impersonation of as many styles of laughter as they'd ever heard, it was sort of like that. Like someone mimicking laughter, but in a completely disingenuous and unnatural way. Like they didn't understand what laughing even was. It was just plain disturbing to hear. I didn't think whoever was behind that door sounded drunk anymore. They sounded like something was really wrong with them, like they were deranged. We were all getting the creeps now. The office worker was staring at the door, and so was the blonde-haired guy. We all just couldn't take our eyes off it. The blonde-haired guy called out to the store employee that someone was on drugs or something inside, so the clerk rushed over and tried to get our versions of events. After we told him what was going on, he went off and returned with some keys. Looked like he had the master key to the bathroom. By this time, everyone else in the store was forming a mini crowd. They must have been drawn in by the commotion and the strange laughing sound. The clerk called out through the bathroom door. "Hello, sir. Are you feeling unwell in there? I'm afraid I'm going to have to open the door now." We all watched as the clerk unlocked the door and pulled it open. I imagined I would see some guy, slumped in the corner, bleary-eyed. That was not what I saw, though. There was nothing in there, apart from this really small, weird-looking doll sat on top of a closed toilet lid. It was small and dirty, and it looked worn out. It looked so out of place. It looked really old, too. Clearly not a toy kids these days would play with. There were no windows in the convenience store bathroom, so where the hell had whoever was in there gone off to? It left us all completely speechless. I don't know what the hell happened that night, and I probably never will. Whenever I tell people about this, they never believe me. I've had the following responses. Number 1, that they can't believe anyone would wait so long for the bathroom, and number 2, they couldn't believe everyone was that patient. I understand their criticisms, but there were a lot of witnesses there, and nothing I can figure out can explain why the door was locked from the inside, and all the sounds of moving and stamping and maniacal laughter. At least nothing bad happened to me, so I guess I can be grateful for that at the very least, but it was a very creepy experience for sure. So I used to live in a little town in north central Florida on 3.5 acres of wooded land. There were very high canopies there, so high in fact that the moonlight couldn't shine through. That meant the property was always very dark at night, abnormally dark compared to other places. Before I bought this place, the property's previous owner had shared a morbid piece of history with me. There had once been a trailer out front where an old lady used to live. I guess she owned the land originally. One evening, she was pressure canning when the cooker she was using suffered a catastrophic malfunction, which severely injured that old lady. Apparently, she laid there for quite a while, suffering before she died. You could still see the very foundation where the trailer was once parked. After moving in, I had some bad run-ins with the neighbors. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but I've always just felt a negative energy there in general. At the front of the property, opposite where the old trailer used to be, there's a long driveway that led up to a workshop. It was about 2,000 square feet or so, with 2 roll-up metal bay doors on its west side, and a regular door facing the south towards my house. The workshop had very high fluorescent lights and was outlined with shelves and cabinets, with a rectangular wood bracket for a television. There was also shelving high up in the corners where you could mount speakers if you wanted to. I spent a lot of time in there alone. The isolation always did creep me out a bit, but this was my workshop. This is where I got things done. The property's previous owner, the guy who told me about the old lady, used it to work on motorcycles in there, I guess, so it was already set up as a mechanical repair shop. The building was roughly 10 meters or so away from the house. It was around July of 2012, I believe. I was working in the shop and the doors were closed. It had been quite a rainy month and I was trying to keep my tools from rusting, unsuccessfully, mind you. I was in the middle of cleaning up an antique revolver. I had probably been in there for about an hour or so when some lightning struck close by. It startled me, so I waited about 5 minutes to see if this would pass. Little joke about Florida: if you don't like the weather, wait 5 minutes or drive 5 miles, and everything will change. As I was wrapping up, though, the lightning hit the front of the shop directly, coming through the front and striking the concrete base. Bits of concrete and sand blasted at the side of my neck. I cringed in pain as the lights went out, plunging the shop into complete darkness. I remember running towards the door on the south end which faced my home and kicking it open, revolver in hand, as if I was going to go shoot the storm or something. The true ruthlessness of this storm was now vividly displayed in front of me. Rain was rushing past me into the darkness of the now powerless shop. I stood there for a few minutes, wondering if I should run the 100 or so meters to the house. Another strike landed nearby, and I decided to get out of there. As I was running through the rainfall, I immediately began to slosh in knee-high water rapids that I hadn't noticed before. Water was rushing all around the front of the property. My pace was really slowed by these flooding waters, now constantly beating against my legs. I got within 30 feet of the sliding glass doors of my home. Safety was within my grasp. I stepped out of the rushing water and onto the small concrete slab, which was a few inches elevated. It had once been the foundation for the aforementioned trailer. Before I could even bring myself to slow down, I slid into the accumulated 4 inches of water that was gathered in my yard. I was now completely soaked, covered in muddy water. Without hesitation, I brought my legs off the ground and onto the landing and opened the sliding glass doors. Not a moment later, lightning struck again, hitting a pine tree not 6 feet away from where I'd been. I was blinded by the flash of light. I rose to my feet and slapped my muddy revolver on the countertop, then ran toward the staircase. Under the staircase was a large desk where the family computer used to be, so I decided to take refuge under there until this storm passed by. Within seconds, lightning hit my house. Another blinding flash enveloped me. My arms and legs seized up. The lightning had blasted through the roof and struck the floor tiles, causing them to explode. I quickly began to remove everything metallic I had on me. My wallet, my steel-toed boots, my watch, my belt, even my wedding ring. I tossed it all into the living room. Every muscle in my body was on fire. My heart was pounding, and I couldn't breathe. I imagine it's because of all the adrenaline rushing through me. I laid there and started to shiver. It took what felt like forever for the lightning to fade and for the storm to eventually subside. Later on, while surveying the damage with my wife, we discovered several charred bits blown straight out of the walls and blasts of tile upstairs. I've had quite a few years to reflect on the situation that night. I still get uncontrollable anxiety and feel like I'm not safe anywhere, like I could be struck by lightning at any time. Sometimes I wonder if the heavens were angry with me that day. I'm a 17-year-old male from England. When this took place, I was 16. It was December of last year. Me and my mates live in a small village located about 20 miles south of Manchester. 2 minutes on the train from us was a larger village, which we would frequently visit as we attended school there. There was also just a lot more stuff to do. Our small village didn't exactly offer much for a bunch of amped-up 16-year-olds. There was this old abandoned office building in the larger village that was about a 5 to 10 minute walk from the village center, where all the shops and stuff were. The old office building was very creepy. It was especially a frightening sight to look at night. Each floor was the same, a huge office space to the right of a staircase leading to the black stairwell. To the left were the toilets and various other side rooms. We would sneak in through broken windows and then cover them up so no other people would know we were there. Once in the building, the first thing we did was go up onto the roof and get a bird's eye view of the village below. One night, me and 3 of my buddies decided to play a game of hide and seek in the old building. The rules were that the seekers had to count on the roof and give the hiders at least 5 minutes before coming down to look for them. After several rounds and even changing up the teams a couple of times, one friend and I decided it would be a good plan to hide near the ladder. That way, when the seekers came down to find us, we could discreetly climb up and hide out on the roof instead. After successfully making our way up without being seen, we stayed there for about half an hour. The two seekers eventually got bored of looking for us and came up to the roof, where we then jumped out and scared them for a laugh. "How long have you guys been up here?" one of them asked. I kept saying we had been up there the whole time, and he looked at me really confused but didn't really say anything else. I thought that was a bit of a weird reaction, but didn't really mind it. We decided to play one more game before heading out. It was now our turn, so we started the timer, and the former seekers descended the ladder. Once 5 minutes had passed by, we began our search for them. Once we got to the top of the stairs, I looked in through one of the big main offices where you could see the black stairwell. I saw one of the hiders walking down them. I thought I would be sneaky and go down the main stairs and cut them off, but when I got there, they were already gone. 15 minutes later, me and my partner were getting bored and a bit creeped out. We knew they had to be somewhere in the building because we kept hearing these footsteps and doors closing and what sounded like things being dropped on the floor. We decided to cheat and FaceTime one of the hiders. When my friend picked up, though, we were mortified to see the Christmas lights outside of the building. They had ditched us, and whatever we were hearing was not our friends at all. We immediately hung up and looked at each other before hauling ass out of there. After meeting up with the other two, they went on to say that to get back at us for outsmarting them, they thought it would be funny to leave the building altogether, knowing someone else was definitely in there with us. After calming down because I was really pissed off at them, we all then talked about what we saw. My friend explained that when they were trying to find us, they'd both seen someone in the back stairwell. They'd also heard people talking and heard doors opening and closing, what sounded like random things falling to the floor too. When they both realized we were actually on the roof, that's when they decided to leave and play their little prank on us. I responded by telling them that I'd also seen a figure on the back stairs and how we'd heard the exact same things they did. To this day, I still have no idea who or what was in there with us. We had been in that building several times before and never encountered such a problem. We never even saw another person. For hours on end, we were playing hide-and-seek in there, completely unaware that some person or even multiple people were in there with us. It makes me sick. The building was demolished a month after this happened, and they plan on replacing it with a housing development. So this has to be the strangest thing I've ever experienced. At the time, it was very unsettling. I'm from the Bristol area, in the southwest region of the United Kingdom. Back in July of 2001, I was working my first job at a local department store while studying for my final GCSE exams. I was 16 at the time, and I used my pitiful first month's wages to buy my first mobile phone, a Nokia 3210. At first, everything was perfectly normal, and I was enjoying the novelty of communicating while on the move. I was sending short messages and all that sort of thing, until I started getting these random missed calls. They were always from a future timestamp as well. I would always get these bizarre calls either during my shift or just before it started. When I would check the details, it would display the same date and time on every occasion. One missed call, no number, December 31st, 2049. New Year's Eve, nearly 50 years into the future. These cars always came from a quote, no number. It didn't say unknown number, mind you. It said no number. I had no idea what that could possibly mean. That was certainly unusual, especially for cell phones in the early 2000s. Most people I tell this story to try to rationalize this by saying, oh, the phone date was just set incorrectly, but I proved them wrong by showing them that the phone was displaying the correct date. I would have chalked this all up to a one-off glitch had it happened only once, but I lost count after it happened 20 times over the space of 1 month. I remember on the 11th time it happened, I managed to catch the call as it was ringing. When I picked up, I heard this strange, garbled noise. It was almost like the chirping and whirling of an old dialed-up modem, mixed with the sound of someone choking or something. Unfortunately, it was too distorted to make out any words if there were any. I've tried searching forums, chat rooms, and various other websites for a few years afterward, looking for any kind of information about this phenomenon. I found nothing. The calls stopped around December of 2001, but the creepiest thing was that every time I missed one of these calls, this sensation would come over me, like someone was suddenly watching me. No one was ever in close proximity to me, though. When I found out I had missed a call, I remember even trying to take photos of the screen with another camera as evidence. Somehow, though, all the pictures came out unfocused and blurry. Remember, 20 years ago, we didn't have cameras built into phones, and screenshots weren't a thing either. What do you think this was? A random error? Or my future self trying to warn me about something? Maybe just a glitch in the Matrix. All I know is that it felt very wrong at the time, like I had discovered something I shouldn't have. There's a toilet stall in my school's bathroom that doesn't open. It's just always locked, it seems, and no one really can say why. It's the bathroom on the first floor of the north building, and the stall that won't open is the furthest one from the bathroom door. It's locked up tight, and it doesn't budge at all. It's pretty weird, to be honest with you. The north building is rarely used, and the rooms in that building aren't even being used for lessons currently. It's become more of a storage location. Due to the fact that not many people use that building, of course it wasn't long before creepy rumors began to spread around our school. There was a rumor going around that if you knocked on the door that never opens, something would knock back. The kids at the school said the paranormal lurked beyond that door, some kind of spirit or ghost. They said even that if you asked if anyone was there, you would get a response too. It seemed like all everyone was talking about was that stall door. Of course, no one could really agree on what the reply would be, though. I heard many different things and exaggerations. Well, one day I decided to go see if those rumors were true. A couple other boys from my class wanted to test their mettle as well. We arranged to meet on the first floor of the north building when the sun went down. We didn't need to wait long after school for it to get dark, since it was during the winter. All of the restrooms in this building were supposed to have the same layout, I guess, because the shape of the building never changed from floor to floor. That bathroom, though, had this kind of weird atmosphere. I don't know how to put it, really. Just felt like there was a presence there. It was very quiet that day. You could have heard a pin drop in that bathroom. The first thing I noticed was the closed stall. We all headed over to it. Some of the boys were braver than the others, and some immediately tried yanking on the door handle in an attempt to wrench it open. No matter how much they pushed and pulled, the door didn't seem to budge. We thought we might be able to take a look at whatever was inside that stall by standing on the toilet and the one next to it and peeking over the wall. We quickly realized, though, that that was going to be impossible. It was boarded from the top of the stall door to the ceiling. Well, there was only one more option we could try, knocking on the door to see if the rumors were true. We didn't know who should knock first. No one really wanted to volunteer. My friend went over to the door and just started knocking. I began to feel a strange surge of chills race through me at the very moment he knocked on the door. I put it down to the fact I was feeling more than a little nervous. We all stood there in silent anticipation to see if a ghost really would reply to my friend's knocking. but of course, no response came. He turned around and faced the rest of us with a sly smile on his face. He then shrugged and said, "Guess I'll try this then. Is anybody there?" The only response we received was the sound of the tap dripping in the sink on the other side of the room. "All right, well, I guess the rumor's false, guys," he said. After that, the tension in the room began to dissipate. We all calmed down a little and began to joke and crack wise about the situation. "Guys, I'm gonna take a break and then we're getting out of this super scary bathroom." Most of my friends took a whiz. At that same time, my friend was showing off his confidence by whistling as he went to the bathroom. It had a completely new atmosphere when suddenly a noise cut through the bathroom. It was a creaking sound that I recognized immediately. I couldn't physically bring myself to look in the direction of that noise. Guys, I think the stall door is open now." We all agreed, but not one of us wanted to turn to face the stall. No one dared to look back. I was the closest one to the door that never opened, and after I'd finished relieving myself, I shook off my fear and turned to face it. One of my friends had beaten me to it, though. I heard him scream and watched him run out of the bathroom. This, of course, set off mass hysteria between us, and we all started screaming and running too. We left the bathroom and ran to our friend, who'd gotten out first. He was sitting down on the floor with his back against the wall. "Hey man, are you okay? What happened?" Questions like that we fired at him from all angles. When he replied, it was quite shocking. "I don't know, guys. I saw something in there. It was like a small shrine, an altar to worship of some kind." "Why would that be in there? It's a bathroom stall." We all looked at him skeptically. "It really was there, I swear." We all wanted to go back in there to see if we could see it. We all formed a line and slowly opened the bathroom door. As soon as we were back in, we could all see the stall door was closed again. That was really shocking. We thought we were the only ones in the building, and we had just left the bathroom a short time ago. It didn't seem possible for it to be closed again without someone interfering. We went over to the door and all had a go at trying to pry it open again, but it wouldn't budge. It was sealed up tight, almost as if it had never opened at all. Thing is, we'd all experienced it. It was a very weird experience, and one that left us with more questions than answers. It turned out the rumors were not true about hearing a reply from the other side, or hearing someone responding to you or knocking on the door. But the thing is, I couldn't explain what happened there in that afternoon. It seemed there definitely was something strange and creepy in that stall. If there was some kind of altar for worship in there, what exactly were they trying to worship? Why would you keep it hidden in a bathroom stall at a place at our school? None of it made any sense. A few weeks went by and we all kind of forgot about what happened. I think for me personally, the reason I forgot was because I couldn't process it well, and my brain just wanted to get rid of it. It was occupying too many of my thoughts. Shortly after I entered high school, my mother disappeared. After school, my dad sat me down and told me in a very serious tone about what happened. He said that my mom had been having an affair, and she had a boyfriend that none of us knew about for several years apparently. I remember that moment where I felt my heart sink. It was when my dad said she had abandoned him and I. He hung his head low after he said that, and it's a moment that my mind keeps replaying from time to time. I decided in that moment that I would make efforts to show him just how much he meant to me, to cherish him just as much as I had cherished my mother. Strange goings-on began to happen at my home after that day. I can't say all of them are unexplainable, because a house suddenly without a mother to a high school girl would certainly take some adjusting. There were some things going on for sure, though. We kept finding hair everywhere, long black hair. I had short dyed brown hair at the time, so it certainly wasn't mine. and my dad didn't have long hair either. It was weird as hell. In addition to the strange hair, we noticed that doors which we were certain we had closed would be opened, and certain things around the house went missing. My dad said he was concerned that my mom was getting in and out of the house while we were away, but I didn't know what to think. I don't know why, but my first thought was something closer to my mom is dead. I guess because of all that was happening in our home, it felt close to some sort of paranormal activity, rather than some random person breaking in. I kept thinking about it and pondering what was going on. Not many days had passed at this point, from the time that my dad had told me my mom had left. One day, something clicked with me. It was the sight of a certain pair of shoes that were right by the door. They were very sentimental and belonged to my mother. Surely, if she had just planned on running away from her family, she would have left wearing those, or at least taking them with her. So why were they still there? My mind produced a strange and frightening thought. If that's still there, and I discovered various other items belonging to her tucked away as well, then what happened to my mom? Why did she leave all these things behind? I suppose it's possible I just could have been trying to cope with the thought of her having abandoned me. But why had this all happened? I had lots of thoughts and emotions to process, and I certainly doubted my theory. My gut didn't doubt it as much as my head, though. It niggled away at me and ate away. I felt the urge to question my father further, but then I went against it. I had already lost my mother. If I got my father in trouble or pushed him away from me, then who would take care of me? I'd have no parents to protect me. I knew that my dad loved my mom, and I didn't think he would lie to me. Why would he do anything to her anyway? If I was wrong about my strange theory, then I don't know how I could ever look my dad in the eye again after accusing him of something like that. So, I carried on like normal, despite my strange gut feeling. However, all the strange goings-on at home continued. I remember waking up in the middle of the night to the sound of footsteps, and I knew they weren't my father's. I could just tell by the weight of them. I was extremely frightened. I lay there in bed, praying they didn't come to my room. I pulled the covers up and tightened them over my head, but the covers couldn't drown out the sound of footsteps approaching. Despite my best wishes, they appeared to enter my bedroom. I really hope my dad wasn't right about this actually being intruders. I heard the footsteps stop at the side of my bed and felt a presence come close to my cheek. I opened my eyes and thought I could see my mother standing by the side of my bed. Whether this was real or just a dream, the figure looked me in the eyes and said 2 words, "Get out." I was terrified. I screwed my eyes shut and turned over on my side. After a few seconds, though, I couldn't fight the urge to keep my eyes shut, so I opened them. I looked around, but the figure was gone. I asked myself if it was ever really there at all. Maybe it had just been a hallucination from stress, or maybe I was dreaming, and this was my subconscious trying to tell me something. I guess my theory about my father was really weighing on me. I couldn't live in that house, and I had to move out. I knew I wouldn't be able to tell my father why I was moving, though. On top of that, I wasn't anywhere near old enough to be living alone. I seemed to be the only one in the house who'd had such a strange encounter. My father was moving on as if nothing had happened. Ever since my mom went missing, my father had switched to working at home, doing all the chores and trying to give me the best upbringing I could have hoped for. When I sat down with him at dinner, it felt very awkward to have these doubts in my mind. I could do little more than pretend that nothing was happening. I fell asleep on the sofa one afternoon and woke up to a strange feeling in my stomach. I looked over and noticed an old school bag of mine that I hadn't touched in a while. My dad was busy cooking in the kitchen and yelled at me asking what was wrong. I quickly replied that nothing was the matter. I just remembered I had some homework to do. He replied that dinner was almost ready, and I looked over towards the bag. I wondered why I was getting this strange feeling. I got up and went over to it. It was a bag I used to use a while ago and hadn't touched it ever since my mom had gone away. I started digging through it, thinking maybe I was feeling nostalgic for a time when my mother was there. There was obviously nothing stored in the main compartment of the bag, but I just so happened to open up one of the side pockets and found something inside. What was in there was a small folded note. It had been folded into quarters and been stuffed right into the bottom. I unfolded it and instantly recognized the handwriting. It was a note from my mother, saying that if anything happened to her, then it was my dad's responsibility. I realized that I didn't have the capacity to deal with all this, and so I ran away. I have no idea if the eerie feelings I had in my gut or my theory was true, but I just couldn't stay there anymore. Obviously, I've not been in contact with my father since then, and I've been doing my best to make my way as I go. I, female and 23, was staying with my friend who's also female and 23 for a couple of weeks in the town I grew up in. She works at a restaurant, and without giving away too many details about the specific location, it's in a plaza with a river nearby. The plaza has the usual amenities of a movie theater, various restaurants and boutiques, and all that sort of thing. We entered through the parking garage, which has 3 stories, both elevators and stairs. This is important. She had a 6-hour shift, so I decided to do some shopping, listen to music, and walk around before eating at the restaurant my friend works at. I remember I was sitting at the bar on the corner alone, listening to some music. That was when a bigger man approached me. He had a security guard beanie on that was incredibly dirty and tattered up, and he was muttering with his eyes barely open. All I could hear from his muttering was things like, I like your, is anyone sitting? But keep in mind, it was incredibly muted. I'm guessing what he was trying to say was asking to sit next to me and trying to compliment me. All of this was said while he was switching back and forth between looking into my eyes and staring at my chest. I tried to tell the man multiple times that I just could not understand what he was saying. After a bit of back and forth, I put the headphones back in and he left me alone. I told my friend about what happened and tried to shake it off, hoping it was just a weird, isolated incident. If that was where the story ended, I wouldn't even be writing this. Unfortunately, though, it's obviously not. About an hour later, I see someone approach the bar to my left out of the corner of my eye and felt their gaze fixate on me. I didn't look, but somehow I immediately knew it was him. I texted my friend and told her I was feeling really sketched out. I wanted to believe that I was simply misreading things and letting my anxiety get the best of me, but I couldn't shake the feeling there was something off with this guy. 30 minutes or so later, my friend got off. As we started walking toward the parking garage stairs to get to our car, I could see him waiting on a bench nearby, waiting for me. The benches aren't super close to the elevators. The second I spotted him, my blood ran cold. He saw us walking toward the stairs to the parking garage, and all of a sudden stood up and started sprinting for us. I was face to face with him by the time we got to the top of the stairs. We booked it back to the restaurant and used the employee elevator to get to her car. An employee escorted us to the vehicle as well. The employee told us there are a lot of cases of homeless people who wander around the area. I presume he was homeless and just walking in and out of various restaurants until he saw me. I'm incredibly thankful I trusted my gut and that I spotted him. I don't know what would have happened if I didn't see him at first, but I don't want to find out. When I was about 5 years old, my mom had a boyfriend who ended up being my little brother's dad. I guess he was my stepdad, but the real dad to my half-brother. We'll call him Daniel. I loved and will always love my little brother, but his dad caused a whole lot of trauma for all of us. I was about 8 years old at the time, and my little brother was 3. We shared a bedroom right next to my mom and Daniel's room. My little brother was fast asleep, and I was just about to close my eyes and drift off. That was until I heard a rumbling through the wall. I jolted my eyes wide awake, and I was frozen in place, trying to be as quiet as I could. I wanted to hear what was going on. I could hear my mom quietly telling Daniel, "Stop, you're hurting me." My heart dropped. I didn't know what to do. I was scared and couldn't move. My ears felt red as I heard my own heartbeat pounding loud. And that's when I heard my mother begin screaming, "Stop, I can't breathe!" I heard a loud thud, which I'm assuming was Daniel pushing her off. I heard her tumbling down, and I quickly laid back down. I couldn't stop looking at the doorway. I watched as my mom's door swung open, and then she ran out of the bedroom crying. I presume she ran downstairs to our bathroom, which had a lock on it. Not even 2 seconds later, Daniel began chasing her. He banged on the bathroom door and yelled to open it up. My mom replied, "No, why did I wake up to you choking me?" I was now trembling in my bed. The floorboards were paper thin, which was no help shielding me away from my trauma. I could hear Daniel continuing to bang on the door, sounding like he was trying to break it down, but to no avail. I saw him walk back into the bedroom. My mom, after a while, came into our room and then closed the door ever so quietly. She slept with my little brother on the top bunk. This was the first time of many assaults from what Daniel did to my mom. There's been many times where he's cheated on her, thrown her plate off the table after she cooked us all dinner, and even stolen her keys to make sure she couldn't leave for work or school. This next one isn't the second one he did, but it's the second earliest one I can still remember so vividly. I was about 9 or 10 at the time, and my little brother had an issue wetting the bed. He had a cutoff point to be able to drink water. My mom and Daniel had been fighting and arguing all day. However, my brother was sick, and he was drawing a fever. I was helping my mom to put away the dishes after dinner, and saw my brother walk in asking for a glass of water. My mother turned to him and said, "Now, you're not going to wet the bed if I give this to you, right? You gotta make sure you go to the bathroom." He shook his head no, and said he promised to make sure before going to bed. I handed her a clean glass from the dishwasher, and she gave it to him. Soon after, we heard loud stomps coming from the living room. My mom quickly took the glass away from him and hid it behind her back. It felt like slow motion as I saw the fear in my mom's eyes. Daniel got right up into her face and took the glass from behind my mom. He splashed the water in her face and then smashed it against her head. I couldn't help myself but to scream. My mom stumbled back as Daniel then threw the glass on the ground and shattered it. He dragged my little brother by the shoulder as he was crying. I made sure my mom was okay, and we could hear Daniel screaming at my little brother. My mom and I rushed in there, and she tried to tell him it was her fault, and he was just not feeling well. Daniel and my mom continued to fight, while me and my little brother cried in bed. I know these stories aren't exactly uncommon, but as a kid, I witnessed stuff like this multiple times firsthand. It gave me major PTSD as an adult, and I would never wish someone to live the childhood I lived. It was awful. I grew up and have lived my entire life in an old European village. I don't feel comfortable mentioning exactly where it is, though, as obviously I still live there. This happened to me when I was a teenager, and it's scared me ever since then. There weren't really any places to work in the area I lived. It was mostly just old houses, spread out along the side of the road. There was a petrol station in the area, but it was a family-run operation, so when I was ready to get a job myself, I had no chance of getting one there. I had to end up getting a job that was a bit far away in a different village. Most of the time, I would ride my bike there and home. The countryside was pretty vast, with moors stretching as far as the eye could see. My dad was a writer at the time, so he mostly worked from home. My mother, however, was a chef, and she spent a lot of time away from home in the city. We did have a second home in the city, and I would sometimes spend time there with her. However, I much preferred being in the village and spent most of my time there. This happened once when my parents were both off together in the city. My dad was going to be gone for a few weeks, and I had the house to myself in the meantime. Rather than spend much time at home, though, I actually piled on some more work hours. I had a job in that town working in a retail store. A lot of strange things happened that day. First, even though I was working the day shift that day, a coworker of mine didn't manage to make it in to work. Because of this, I was offered to work the closing shift as well, and since I didn't really have anything better to do, I accepted readily. I only occasionally worked the close, and it was always around 11 p.m. when the store closed. The second strange thing that happened was I noticed that my bike chain was broken. It wasn't fixable, and no stores were open for me to buy a new chain from. Plus, by the time we got out, my manager had already left, so I wasn't able to ask them for a ride home either. Although it was going to be a big pain in the butt, I had no choice but to simply walk home. I had ridden my bike many times along the road that led from the town to the small little village that my house was in. This was, however, the very first time I had ever walked it. I didn't know how long it would take me to do so. It was very dark out there on that road, unless there was a full moon out. On this night, it was only a half moon, so it wasn't really very bright at all. That didn't really bother me though, because I wasn't really afraid of the dark. I was around halfway home when I suddenly heard a car coming up from behind me. I turned around and saw a pair of headlights heading my way. I almost never saw anyone driving along that road at night. I was hoping the driver might offer me a ride the rest of the way home. When the driver got closer to me, they did pull over to the side. I kept walking for a bit, but the driver called me over to their driver's side door. I walked over there and said hello to the man that was driving. He asked me where I was going, and I let him know that it was just to the next village over. The road went through that way anyhow, so he asked me if I needed a ride. Originally, I was about to say yes. However, there was something off about this guy that made me take a pause. Something about him made me feel uneasy, but I couldn't quite put my finger on why. The man was pleasant enough, I supposed, but just the combination of his look and the way he was acting struck me in a bit of a negative way. After thinking for a moment, I decided I'd rather just walk the rest of the way there. I made up a lie telling him I was actually out for the walk to get some exercise, but I appreciated the offer. For a few moments, the man kept asking if I was sure. He kept reiterating it was no problem for him to give me a ride. In fact, he was really pressing the issue even, made me more comfortable with my decision not to accept it. After making sure I was okay for the 5th time, the guy finally drove away. I made the rest of the way home after a really long walk. I was so exhausted by the time I got there that I immediately fell asleep and didn't even wake up until late the following day. Luckily, I did not have work that day, so I just stayed home and watched some TV and read a bit. That was when a news story caught my attention. Apparently, in the town I worked in, a hitchhiker had been attacked and badly injured. An eyewitness account had a description of both the car and the man I had encountered that night, driving away from the scene of the attack. Days later, the driver of that car was arrested, and his face was shown on the news. clearly the very same guy who'd offered me a ride that night. The whole thing sent a chill down my spine. It also made me think I was pretty fortunate to trust my instincts involving that guy. Even though we communicated for only a brief moment, I subconsciously gained enough information to know it was a bad idea to get involved with that man. I had this unexplainable experience once while out exploring in the woods. The thing is, the area that I was exploring in was an area I had been in many times before. Nothing like that had ever happened before then, and nothing like it has ever happened since then either. I really don't know to this day what to think about it exactly. My family owned a very large amount of rural property when I was growing up. We lived in a house smack dab in the middle of all that property. Most of it was just hills and trees, and nothing was ever done with the property. It did make for a wonderful area for me to hang out in while I was growing up, though. I like to explore as much as possible. I did this all year long, no matter what the weather was like. It was just nice to be out in nature. I was 13 years old when this story takes place. This was on a pretty lazy summer day. School had been out for quite a while. There was nothing on TV, really, and I couldn't find a good book that I wanted to read. I decided to go out and do some exploring. There was a creek that I really liked to go down to, and occasionally hunt for salamanders. That seemed like the perfect thing to do on a day such as this. Right away, something felt different about this particular hike, though. I couldn't really tell what it was, but it almost felt like I was being watched. It was that strange, almost unexplainable feeling that sometimes one gets when they least expect it. There were tons of no trespassing signs around the fences that surrounded the area, and they were barbed wire fences as well. Plus, of all the houses in the area, there weren't any that had kids or anyone young enough that they would be out hiking on someone else's land. All the times that I'd gone out exploring, one of the reasons that I did was because I liked the solitude of it all. I went down to the creek and started my search for the salamanders, but I'd never once lost that strange feeling. I just couldn't get comfortable at all. A cracking sound caught my attention. I looked around, thinking I would see a squirrel or something like that. Instead, what I caught was a glimpse of something moving away behind a tree. I had only seen it for the briefest of moments, so I wasn't exactly sure what I had seen, but I thought it was a person. "Hello?" I called out to the figure. "Is someone over there?" I didn't get an answer, so I decided to slowly approach the area. I was a bit nervous, thinking I'd find someone there watching me, but as I peered around the other side of this tree, there was no one there. I thought that what I'd heard was probably a squirrel, and what I thought I'd seen must have been my imagination. Still, that ominous feeling didn't leave me, and what's worse is that for a while after, I kept hearing these strange noises as well. My stay at the creek wasn't turning out to be as fun as it normally was. From the feeling, the noises, and what I thought I saw, I was not able to enjoy myself at all. I heard another sound which caused me to snap up and look across the creek. Far on the other side of it, I once again saw a figure standing there. This time, though, it stayed there for more than just a short moment, before running away out of sight again. I was positive that time I had seen something. This time, however, I did not feel an urge to call out to them. I didn't feel good about this. This person on our property, why did they keep ducking out of sight? I could only surmise that it was because they were up to something no good. The uneasiness helped me decide it was time to go back home. I was nervous as I was walking back. I kept looking over my shoulder to see if this person was still following me. I didn't see anything back there each time that I looked, though. I was over halfway back to my house now, still glancing over my shoulder over and over. After one glance, I turned forward again and stopped right in my tracks. This time, the figure was right in front of me, blocking the path to my house. Also this time, it didn't hide quickly. They kept in my line of sight for quite a while. Thus, I got my absolute best look at them. I don't know what to say, really. To that point, I knew it was a person that I was only occasionally seeing glimpses of. The reason I hadn't been able to make out any of their features beforehand, though, was that they didn't seem to have any at all. The person that was looking at me, standing right in front of me, was completely covered and had no defining characteristics at all. They were outlined completely in black, and I couldn't make out anything. Despite the fact that I was unable to see their eyes or face, I could still tell they were staring at me. This made me feel apprehensive. They were looking at me, and all I could do was stand there and wait to see what they would do. Finally, after what seemed like forever, they ducked behind a tree just like they had before. I was scared to walk further, but I needed to do so in order to get home. I slowly walked that way, waiting to see it again. I came upon the area with the tree, but upon glancing behind it while passing, I didn't see anything there either. It was so scary. After seeing them that last time, I rushed home as quickly as I could get there. I thought about it and eventually decided not to mention anything about it to my parents. They would likely think it was just my imagination. I really didn't want to have to deal with it, so I kept it to myself. I still think about it every now and then. I don't know who they were, but I never did catch another glimpse of them. I was driving back from a friend's house who lived about an hour away from me. We'd lost track of time though, so I didn't leave until around 2 a.m. or so. I was really tired, and the drive was really boring most of the way home. It was a long straight road that didn't seem to have a single other car on it. For the first 20 minutes, it was just me, staring at the endless pavement up ahead and trying not to let my eyes close. All of a sudden, though, my eyes suddenly lit something up on the roadway. It was up ahead of me, and I couldn't tell what it was at first. As I got closer, though, I had to slow down and even eventually come to a stop. There was a semi-truck parked right in the middle of the road, blocking off both lanes. I sat there for a few moments, having no clue what exactly I was looking at. At this point on the road, we were at least 30 minutes from town, and there was nothing out here at all. The only reason anyone would stop out here was if there had been an emergency. I looked to the right side of the truck. There might have been just enough room for me to get around the trailer, but there was a steep hill on the shoulder, and that would be really risky to drive on the edge of. The other side of the truck had trees too close together for me to drive between. After being there for a whole minute, I figured this had to be some sort of emergency. My best and maybe only option was to check up on them and see what was going on. I got out of my car and began walking up to the front of the trailer. I remember how quiet it was. It was like the night was still and completely empty. I got up to the front and realized the light was on in the driver's cabin. I went up to the door and lightly knocked on it, then called out asking if they were okay. The window was way too high up to see through, so I couldn't really see anything from the ground. After a few seconds, there was still no response. I called out again, but there wasn't any sound of movement even. Inside my gut, it was telling me that something was seriously off about all of this. I looked down the road ahead, then back at the road I'd come from, seeing nothing but fog in the distance. That only reminded me how far I was away from anyone else. I grabbed the side of the door and lifted myself up onto the steps, then looked inside the window. There were things scattered everywhere, almost looking like they'd crashed or something. The whole cabin was a total mess, but nobody appeared to be inside. I noticed the door on the other side was wide open. I stepped back onto the road and began walking around the truck to investigate the open door. I was stopped in my tracks when I saw a man in the forest walking up the side of the hill. He was tall with shoulder-length hair and had a very disheveled appearance. "Hey man, are you okay?" The man didn't look at me, but continued coming up from the forest and onto the road. In faint lighting coming from my headlights, I saw dark red stains all over his clothes and his face. He was covered in dirt and grime as well. Thinking he was clearly not okay, I offered to help him, but he continued to not even acknowledge me. That was until I said I would call 911 for him. He immediately stopped walking and shot a look at me, holding eye contact for a few moments. "I'm fine," he said, in a deep and threatening tone. I stopped talking and watched him get into the truck. I then rushed back to my car. The truck just started driving away. I turned around and drove right back to my friend's house, where I called 911 and gave every detail I could remember. Unsurprisingly, the case never went further than that. What happened on that road is still a mystery, one that really terrifies me. The way that truck was stopped being sideways and with the cabin looking as chaotic as it did, I think someone or something must have forced them to stop. What happened afterwards is debatable, but I think the man I saw probably wasn't the original truck driver. I think we can all assume what likely happened in the forest below the road. I'm a local truck driver for a common grocery store in our city. This means I stay in the same 50-ish mile radius and drive between the warehouse and several stores every day to deliver pallets of groceries. I don't have to make any drives more than 2 hours long, so every night I get to go home at a fairly reasonable time and sleep in my own bed rather than at a truck stop, like most cross-country or regional truckers. This day was pretty average, going between a few stores and delivering the pallets. I got to my last delivery location around 9 or so, and it took a half hour for them to empty the trailer. Then I was good to head back to the warehouse and turn in for the night. This was always the farthest drive though, being that the warehouse was on the very edge of the city, away from everything else. An hour into the drive, just about when I'd reached 15 minutes away, I pulled into a gas station to quickly fill up. I'd been riding on empty for a little bit too long now. I went to the diesel section and started the gas pump. While I leaned against the truck and waited, I saw a group standing outside of a parked pickup truck on the other side of the gas station. They were the only ones there, but they kept eyeing me, looking over at both me and my truck. It was a bit odd, but I thought they were waiting for me to leave, probably so they could do something stupid, without any bystanders to watch them. Once my truck was full, I put the pump back and got in, driving out of the gas station. As I did, the group got into their own pickup and left as well, pulling up right behind me. Now, it was definitely more than just a little odd. I didn't know what exactly they were planning to do, but they weren't even trying to hide their nefarious intentions. Over the next mile, as we got further out toward the edge of the city, they kept swerving around behind me, going in and out of the lane. They were unable to keep a consistent speed. I got my phone from the mount and called the police to report this group for reckless and possibly drunk driving. Being in a huge semi myself, I didn't exactly feel unsafe. I was more worried for anyone else that may be on the road. After a couple more minutes though, they swerved into the lane next to me and sped up until they were right across from my window. I looked down at them and saw a few guys looking at me. They said something to the others. Then they sped up again and slammed on the brakes right in front of me. I had no choice other than to brake as well, stopping just before ramming into them. As soon as I did, all the doors swung open and 4 of them came running to either side of my truck, trying to open the doors. I immediately went in reverse, trying to put some distance between us before I slammed back down into drive. My only choices were to take a chance at driving off-road, which might make my trailer topple over, or I could ram through their pickup. Obviously, I decided to go straight through their truck. All four of them ran off the road just before I hit it, and after 30 seconds, I was long gone. By the time I got to the warehouse, police had shown up to the scene, finding their pickup destroyed on the side of the road. All four of them were standing by it. As the officer put it, they were all very intoxicated and not willing to cooperate or explain what they were doing. Whatever it was they were doing, though, it was pretty scary having four drunk and aggressive guys trying to break into my cab. Although it all happened so fast and maybe doesn't seem that bad, I think if I hadn't acted so quickly, it could have easily escalated to something truly awful. There's no way of telling what might have happened, though. I can't say that I was bullied much when I was growing up. Rather than being unpopular, I was just the sort of kid that everyone ignored. If people talked about me or had any strange impressions of me, I definitely never knew about it. I spent a lot of time by myself. However, I was not one of those people who liked spending a lot of time by themselves. I would often try to insert myself into a conversation or join up in a ball game if extra players were needed. I wanted to get along with everyone and have those interactions. Normally, it was always a bust. I just had a problem making friends. That still didn't keep me from trying to, though. One day, I was walking home from school. I had a pretty long walk, as I lived out of town. Close enough, though, that the district didn't provide a bus for me. I didn't mind the walk, as I had been doing it all of my life, and it gave me a little time to think. When I was walking by a field, I noticed a bunch of kids from high school that I knew. My curiosity got the better of me, so I decided I would follow them and see what they were doing. This might seem strange to you, and it certainly does to me now as well, but recall this is something I did very often back then. The kids all had a pretty big start on me, so it would take me a while to catch up to them. When I did eventually catch up to them, they were hanging out and smoking pot. They noticed me and actually invited me to come over and hang out with them. They didn't seem worried I would narc on them or anything. They even offered me a smoke as well. I had never done that before, but I wanted them to like me, so I did. Of course, as many first-time pot smokers out there will tell you, the first time can be the roughest. Much to the amusement of the other guys, I was coughing my lungs out for quite a while after. After hanging out for a bit, I hadn't really done much talking, just some listening. One of the guys told us he had a great idea. There was an old tunnel under an old road that had been closed down for years, and they thought it would be cool to go check it out. I was all for it. I walked with the guys for a while until we came upon this tunnel. It wasn't long, and I'm sure you've seen this sort of thing before. I could even see to the other side of it. Still, it had a sort of creepy vibe to it. You couldn't see the dirt road that ran over the tunnel anymore because it had completely grown over. There were tons of bushes and trees grown up over everything around it. One of the boys noticed something, though. It looked like on the very far end, there was a body laying in the tunnel. After he pointed it out, I noticed it too. However, I didn't get curious like the other guys did. It freaked me out and I wanted to just get away from it. There was no way I could tell them that, though. The guys began daring me to go and check it out. This scared me, of course, because I really didn't want to do it, but I also wanted them to like me. After they prodded me for a little while, I decided to go ahead and check it out. The tunnel was kind of dank, but it wasn't wet or anything. It was just unpleasant walking in it, especially knowing I might be approaching a dead body. I walked as slowly as I could, trying to draw it out as long as possible. That seems silly when I say it. Most people would want to get it done with as quickly as possible. As I got closer to the figure in the tunnel, I could see them a lot better. It didn't look like they were breathing. This scared me, but I kept thinking about how cool the guys would think I was if I had approached a dead body. I kept creeping closer. Right when I had gotten up to it, I heard this loud, clanging, echoing noise ring out across the tunnel. I turned to look behind and see what it was, but my attention was quickly drawn back to the body when it tried to reach out and grab me. I stumbled backwards and fell over. I watched him get up, and I could hear the guys laughing at me. I wasn't concentrated on that, though. I was concentrated on the scary figure in front of me, suddenly yelling at me and coming toward me. I got up and began running out of the tunnel. I couldn't even tell you what the figure was yelling at me as I ran out. I just knew that he was very angry, and I was terrified. The guys were running back to the area they had originally been in, and I followed them. I checked behind me at one point, but I didn't see the figure from the tunnel following me. The guys explained to me that the guy in the tunnel was a homeless guy who'd been living there for who knows how long. For some reason, he really hated it when people would come along and go into that tunnel. He would try to attack anyone that did. That clanging sound I heard was one of the guys throwing a rock into the wall of the tunnel to wake the guy up and scare the hell out of me. The guys were all laughing, but I didn't find it very funny. I began to fake laugh too, though, because I wanted them to like me. They seemed to accept me, and I was invited to keep hanging out with them. I had finally made some friends, who I continued to know until long after high school was over. All it took was for them to scare me so bad I nearly shit my pants. I was 18 and had just moved into a new state to start college soon. I only had a few days before classes started, but I wanted to explore a little while I had the chance. The area around the campus was full of forests and hills, with tons of outdoorsy stuff to do. I found a trail that I thought looked nice, and drove down to it one afternoon to walk on it. Online, it said it was about a 2-hour trip, so I didn't exactly bring much, only a bit of water with me. There were no other cars parked at that specific spot, which made me assume that nobody else was on it. Not far in, I walked past another hiker, though. He was sitting on a fallen tree off to the side of the trail and nodded his head at me as I passed by. It looked like he was on his way out because he was sweating profusely and looked somewhat dirty, like he'd been outside for a while already. I kept walking for about 30 more minutes, just keeping to myself and listening to music, when out of nowhere, I heard a man's voice yelling. I turned around and saw that same person that I'd passed by earlier, waving at me to get my attention. I stopped and waited as he jogged up to me. He said the trail name I was on in a questioning manner. I then responded. He then pointed to my right. I looked out, and going off into the trees was another trail that looked almost identical to this one. Neither trail was more than just a thin line of dirt. Watch out, people tend to get lost in this section going down the wrong way. I smiled and thanked him, but it definitely was a bit odd. The guy seemed nice enough, though, and not meaning to be anything but helpful. As I started walking down the trail he'd told me, he continued along behind me. He explained that he'd lived there for years and walked this path almost every day. He hated to hear about new hikers getting lost out there. I guess it made sense to me at the time. I kept up with the small talk, not really having much of a choice since he was right behind me. After a few minutes, though, the conversation fizzled out, and we just sort of walked in silence for a while. We were still right by each other, mind you, we just weren't saying anything. The trail went straight for a long time. It was a good 45 minutes before I realized how far we'd walked, knowing it was only supposed to be a 2-hour trail. I thought by now it would have started looping around. While I was just starting to think about this, I stumbled over something. It was a rusty railroad track, half buried into the dirt. I was surprised and looked back up, seeing that not too far away from the trail was an abandoned mine. There was this small hole going into the hillside with 3 wooden beams around the entrance and some railway tracks going into it. I walked up and looked inside, but the light from outside didn't go very far at all. It was pitch black with no way to know how far down it went. As I stood outside the entrance, the man came up from behind me. I turned around and saw him standing just a couple of feet from me, but his face was straight. I don't know how to describe it, but he no longer had this harmless look to him. "Go in," he said, in an eerily monotone voice that was nothing like how he'd been speaking before. It was demanding and terrifying. I took off running without hesitation. The man tried to reach out and grab me to stop me, but once I got a few feet away, I didn't hear him attempt to chase me. As I entered the trees, I looked back, and the man was gone. He must have gone right into the abandoned mine. I ran all the way back to the first part of the trail, then got back to my car and left the forest. That was my first real experience outside of my hometown. It was unfortunate, but I think it taught me a lot. I blindly trusted a random person I'd just met, and it could have easily been the last thing I ever did if I'd been forced into that mine. I don't think I would have ever emerged. I'm a 26-year-old woman. It was in October of last year when this happened. The weather was getting colder, and we had a few days in a row of constant raining. I didn't really mind much, as I spent most of my time working from home anyway. This particular day, I had gotten up early and started work around 1 p.m. later in the day. I was interrupted from my Zoom meeting, though, by the power suddenly shutting off. I knew right away it was the power to my entire house, not just my computer, because all the lights had gone out too. I quickly grabbed up my phone and used it as a light source, then went over to the window to see if the neighbors were blacked out too. It was really dark outside because of the clouds and heavy rain, but I could see that all the houses nearby still seemed to have all of their lights on. Now I was actually a little worried that something was actually wrong with my home. I left the room and went downstairs, getting a better flashlight and heading into the unfinished basement. I maneuvered around in the dark through my stacked-up storage boxes until I got to the electrical panel. The main power switch was in the off position. I'm not too experienced with these sorts of things. I flicked it back to the on position and everything immediately lit up again and seemed to be working perfectly fine. I figured it must have been an electrical short or something. I shut the panel and went back upstairs to my office, then waited for the internet and everything to get running again. I rejoined the Zoom call and got back to work. I was at my desk for the rest of the afternoon, working late to prepare a presentation for tomorrow. I didn't finally close my computer until 8 p.m. or so. The storm was going just as bad, but it was way darker outside now. That made every flash of lightning beam through the windows. I got up from my desk and opened my office door, but as I left the room, I heard a few strange bumps from downstairs. I didn't think it was anything more than something blowing into the side of the house initially, but as I got to the bottom of the stairs, the power shut off once again. It caught me by surprise, even scaring me a bit. I stood there for a moment and listened for anything that might have caused it. It was eerily silent, aside from the rain and thunder. Even the bumps I'd been hearing just moments ago had stopped as well. I went over and grabbed my flashlight again. I made my way over to the basement door, opened it, and walked down to the bottom of the steps. The sound of the storm was way louder than I was expecting, echoing through the room in a way it hadn't before. I shined the flashlight around and started walking through the various boxes toward the electrical panel. On the floor below, there was a puddle of water. I was shocked, but I don't think it had really set in yet as to what that meant. I got closer and pointed the light all around the floor, seeing more and more wet areas on the concrete. That was when my light fell on a few stacked up boxes. Above them was a window, and that window was wide open. Water was flowing down the wall into the basement. My heart was racing. I approached it and saw there were muddy shoe prints on top of the boxes, like someone had used it as a stool to climb in and out of the window. I spun around frantically, flashing my light all throughout the basement area. I was terrified I would find someone hiding behind the boxes and watching me. Instead of sticking around any longer to figure that out, though, I sprinted up the stairs and ran to the first floor. I grabbed my keys and locked myself in the car, then called the police. They arrived 10 minutes later, clearing out the entire house. They didn't find anyone, but they did confirm that someone had broken in, finding that someone had undone the screws to the window pane. The police set it back into place to prevent any more flooding, but after I gave my statement, they basically just said to update them if I had any new information. There was nothing else they could really do. Now I'm left with no idea who broke in or what they were trying to do. Even more unsettling is the fact that it must have been them that shut off the power earlier in the day. They had likely been in my basement, only a few feet from me and hiding in the dark. I had no idea. That could mean they had been in my house for hours, and yet I still can't find any reasons for why they did all of this. What is up, guys? Blue Spooky here. Thank you guys so much for watching, especially if you made it this far to the end of the video. If you liked the video, please be sure to like, share, comment, and subscribe if you feel so inclined. If you have any feedback for me as well, be sure to leave that in comments below the video. If you guys have a story you'd like to send in, or if you'd like to contact me for any reasons, there will be links to my social media in the description below the video, including my Facebook, Gmail, and Twitter accounts. Go ahead and send me a message on any of those, and I'll try to get to you as soon as possible. If you do decide to send in a story, please be sure to include in the tagline what the name of the story is if it has one, what type of story it is if it has one, and how you'd like to be credited in the description below the video. Please make sure to include as much detail as you feel comfortable with, and try to use as much proper grammar as possible to make sure you have the highest chance of appearing in a future video. Overall, I think that's pretty much it for now, guys, so thank you so much for watching, and I hope you guys have a great day.